I declare open this hearing of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has fixed Thursday the 9th of April 2026 as the date of return from the answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions or notice to the Secretariat by Thursday the 19th of February 2026. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing under Outcome 2 Individual Health Benefits. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on the account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance questions to estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind all officers the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions for asking of explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate's order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I want to specifically remind all senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. Live captions will be enabled for the entire duration of today's hearing. The feed will be displayed on selected video conferencing monitors at the witness bench and at the back of the room and in the waiting room. We ask witnesses to please inform the Secretariat if at any time during the hearing you're experiencing any issues, and they will endeavour to troubleshoot them as quickly as possible. It gives me great pleasure to now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for National Disability Insurance Scheme, representing Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I also welcome back the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, Mr Bear Comley, PSM. Mr Comley, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
In the last hearing, I would hope to make a brief opening statement about the NDIS, but it seems more sensible to do that at that point in the program.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Thanks, Minister. I now call officers from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing in relation to Outcome 2 Individual Health Benefits, and I will invite questions. Senator Ruston, do you have the call?
Thank you very much. Could I ask some questions about the bulk billing targets? Thank you. I am really starting to wonder whether we're having Groundhog Day, because I'm going to ask you exactly the same questions that I've asked you for the last three estimates in relation to the announcement when the additional funding was put into expanding the bulk billing initiative in Australia, where the government said that they were anticipating that they would have a bulk billing rate of 90% by the end of the decade. I asked you at the last two estimates, if you are in a position to be able to provide me with the... now, I don't mind what you call them, the targets, the estimates, the... whatever the word you want to use, let's not be tricky about words, about what you thought, what was the model or the target trajectory of the increase in the bulk billing rate from when the initiative started to when you were hoping that, or it was anticipated that it'd be at 90% by 2030. Do you have those year-on-year numbers?
Penny Shakespeare, Deputy Secretary, Health Resourcing. So some of the information about the annual estimates was provided at our hearings on the 4th of December. So that's at page 4 of the Hansard record for the hearings, and we can provide that to you. So that had the yearly breakdown for the estimates for both the bulk billing incentive program and the bulk billing incentives under the Medicare benefit schedule. We've provided further information in response to your questions on notice. So I think the most relevant one is Senate Estimates question on notice 3163 from 25. So can take you through some of the information that was contained in there as well.
All I'm looking for is a document that shows the bulk billing rate is here on the date of the initiative, November 2025 when it started. Whatever date you've got in 2030 when you believe you're going to get to 90%, what is the trajectory? Do you have that?
We have a target for the bulk billing rate by 2030 of 90%.
Yep.
No previous targets have been set by any government for bulk billing rates on an annual basis or other basis for the Medicare bulk billing rate.
No,
so this is the first time a government has set a target for bulk billing.
Yeah, sure, I understand that, and it's been announced and commented on a lot of times. Totally accept 90% by 2030. We had 77.7% or whatever it was when this initiative commenced, and it said this initiative is estimating that we will be at 90% in 2030. None of us are disagreeing with that. I just want to know what the line is. Does it go up and then sort of plateau off? Does it go in a straight line? Are you expecting all of it to happen in the last 2 minutes? How did you get to 90% in 2030? What was the assumptions along the way that they said this is going to increase by the... Because quite frankly, all I want is the modelling to show what is the trajectory to get to 90% by 2030. That's all I want.
So as set out in that Senate Estimates question on notice response 3163, in preparing the impact analysis for this measure, which set out our assumptions and informed government decisions about whether or not to implement these measures, the department estimated these initiatives will cause the GP bulk billing rate to increase by 10.5 percentage points by 2028-29. That's set out in more detail at pages 39 and 56 of the published impact analysis. This included an estimated 4.5 percentage point increase to bulk billing rates due to the expansion of eligibility for bulk billing incentive items. This is underpinned by an assumption that the bulk billing rate for patients who are currently ineligible for a bulk billing incentive would increase by 10 percentage points. This assumption was based on the observed difference in bulk billing rates between concessional and non-concessional patients who were eligible for bulk billing incentives due to their age, and further adjusted to account for trends in bulk billing by patient age. The department estimated that the bulk billing practice incentive program would lead to a further 6 percentage point increase to the GP bulk billing rate by 2028-29. This impact is dependent on the expansion of the bulk billing incentives, as those bulk billing incentives that we discussed earlier reduce the earnings gap between bulk billed and privately billed services. The department estimated that around 4,800 general practices would be financially better off if they joined the bulk billing practice incentive program and bulk billed all GP non-referred attendance services for Medicare eligible patients. The The department used Medicare claims data to build an income model for each of the 6,600 general practices registered with the Practice Incentive Program. The model considered each GP provider's and practice's revenue from MBS benefits, bulk billing incentives and patient fees. So we've got quite detailed explanation of the assumptions. It does not include a trajectory for bulk billing rates. Our modelling and assumptions were on different factors.
Okay. So in terms of the bulk billing rates and the number of fully bulk billed practices, because they're the two metrics that we've got here, you had no number of either the bulk billing rate or the number of practices that were likely to join up.
No, we have numbers.
Today.
Annual numbers in the impact analysis for the number of practices we expected on an annual basis to join the program. That is set out at page 61 of the impact analysis that I said has been published.
Okay, so you don't have a target of what you were expecting today?
I'm sorry, a target of expecting...
Yeah, so you couldn't actually go in at any point in time and say, we were expecting that this will be the target at these particular times. They're just the sort of like, they're annual targets for one thing, no annual targets for bulk billing.
So we had annual estimates of numbers of practices that would join the bulk billing practice incentive program. They have been published. And we are currently exceeding those published estimates.
So did you model the incentive program?
Yes.
And is that available?
So that's explained at the question or notice response 3163 and also in great detail in the impact analysis.
Okay. So just really, it seems very interesting that we don't seem to be able to get any granular detail about this, but the minister's out there quoting that, you know, we're well ahead of where we're expecting to be.
We have... as I said, numbers of practices that were expected on an annual basis to join up to the practice incentive program. Those are published at page 61 of the impact analysis. The target, it was not a target, I should say, the estimate for 2025-26 in terms of number of practices joined was 1,603. So we know that the number of practices that have registered so far is in excess of that number.
Okay. All right, we'll keep trying to get the information, but it seems like it's not very easy to get. So in that impact analysis, can I just, so the bulk billing rate target metric, whatever you want to call it, was 87.8% by 28-29. That's the 10% increase that you were talking about?
87.8, yes, that's correct.
87.8, yep. And 3,600 GP practices will become fully bulk billed clinics by 2028?
I'd have to check back at the impact
Senator
analysis.
Mark Rodham, First Assistant Secretary, Primary Care Division. Yes, 3,600 practices expected to sign up by 2027-28.
Okay, and 4,800 by 29-30?
By 28-29.
28-29?
Yes.
And is that where it maxes out, or have you got further data past that point?
No further data past that point. So.
Okay. So the bulk billing rate goes to 2030, but the practice incentive only goes to 29.
The estimates of take-up.
Yep, okay. And it also projects a 50% decrease in total out-of-pocket costs for GP non-referred. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the model, the policy impact statement said. Senator Daniel McKay, First Assistant Secretary, Medicare Benefits and Digital Health Division.
So are these like formal targets once you've got out to that?
No, I think the others can offer, but there are no formal targets other than the 2030 target of 90%. All the other things we're talking about are estimates that underpin what we anticipate happening based on the modelling, but they are not targets.
Yeah, so, okay, so the question is, what is the government going to be measured against in relation to this particular initiative before that time? So if I accept we can't be measuring anything yet, that we need time, and I'm not being critical, and clearly there has been an uptick, and this is all good because we want Australians to be able to get access to more affordable healthcare. So no criticism in that front, but I'm just trying to understand how do we measure in the middle of next year, as an example, the success or otherwise of this measure. I mean, it's $8.5 billion of taxpayers' money, and I can't find any measure by which the government is prepared to stand by in terms of the success or failure of this initiative. You know, what was expected in terms of success? You can't have a success measure in 2030 because there's nothing to measure it against on the way through. So what are the metrics by which you are expecting to measure the success or otherwise of this program before you get to these sort of more formally announced numbers for 28?
Senator, as set out in the impact analysis, it does require the department to include information about how measures will be evaluated, and we've explained how we would establish evaluation plans as the measure is implemented. I think the next key decision point, as set out in that impact analysis, in terms of having the evaluation plan worked up and then put into place, is 2027.
Okay, so when will we see the metrics that evaluation plan will be measuring it against?
So the department is working on that at the moment, and there will be metrics that we need to develop at a national level. We also need to make sure that we are able to evaluate how the measure is impacting, in particular, communities and regions.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a complex evaluation, and we need to develop it properly. We've set out information about how we plan to do that and the timeframes for developing the evaluation plan in the impact analysis that has been published.
Can you just walk me through this? So you're in the process, you're starting the process to develop an evaluation plan. So when do you expect to have that evaluation plan finalised in terms of understanding what it is that, the metrics of your evaluation process?
So I think, as set out in the impact analysis, the key decision point for the evaluation plan metrics is later this year, and then implementation from the following year.
Okay, so when do you expect to have that reported back? Like, so you're working through it this year to design the framework in which you're going to measure. You're going to put it into the implement that plan in 2027. When do you anticipate that you will have the findings of that evaluation?
So I do think that depends on the extent of the metrics in there, how we're going to collect the information, how we're going to conduct the evaluation. Is it within the department? Do we get independent involvement? So I'm not sure at this stage, but we can certainly provide you on notice the information about the evaluation plan that was included in the impact analysis. That's also published, though, and it's available to anybody to see. And we'll keep you updated. We're certainly monitoring very closely all of the data. We have MBS data published on a regular basis, and there's a lot of interest in these measures. So we'll be continuing to make information available about how it's tracking ahead of the formal evaluation.
And perhaps I can say, Senator Ruston, of course there is substantial interest in Medicare because it is a prized and much loved Australian institution, and I was pleased to hear you indicate that the Coalition now supports an increase in bulk billing, because your previous proposition, as I understood it, was that bulk billing was unsustainable. But in terms of the published data that came out...
Minister, where did you get that piece of information where the Coalition's position was bulk billing was unsustainable?
I think it was your public comments about the public health system being unsustainable, Senator Ruston.
No, if you're going to verbal me, Senator, you need to verbal me correctly.
Senator Ruston...
I'm finding it quite offensive I'm being verbal. The Minister is actually saying something that I've never said.
Okay, so
I've seen the footage so many times, Senator, of you saying that it's unsustainable. But anyway, if you say that is not your position, that's terrific, and I accept that.
Sorry, Minister. So I'm okay for you to ask for that to or to challenge that even. But while the minister is providing her statement, if we can not interrupt and go back and forth in that would be helpful. You will get the call back once the minister has finished speaking. So I'll give the call to you, Minister.
But Senator Ruston, the recently published data is obviously very encouraging. So as the officials have indicated, the estimates of where we expected to be in terms of practices are set out in the impact analysis. And we expected to be at around 3,600 practices in 2028. It's 3 months in. We're quite close to that. That is a positive outcome for Australians. They were facing a situation where bulk billing was in freefall at the end of the last, the Liberal government period. We are now seeing a turnaround, and I think Australians will think that that is a very good outcome.
Thank you, Minister. So just to reiterate what I said, and I will reiterate this again a million times, the Coalition absolutely supports Australians getting access to timely and affordable primary health care, and that has never changed and will never change. So I'm just keen to go back. All I'm trying to determine here is how you intend as a government to measure the success or failure of this $8.5 billion initiative. So, Minister, maybe could you guarantee to me that the analysis or that Ms Shakespeare outlined earlier in her contribution will be completed and published and available to the Australian public prior to the next election?
I think the officials have set out the work that they intend to do. I don't have anything further to add to the timeline set out by Ms Shakespeare.
Yep. So can I just make it very, very clear here, Minister, you are not prepared to put on the record today that an $8.5 billion initiative of your government, that you're not prepared to guarantee that you will allow the public to see the measure of its success or failure prior to going to the next lot of polls?
Senator, just yesterday the Minister put out a press release explaining the progress that has been made. I think you will see our government very regularly communicating about the progress that is being made under this initiative.
So I take that as a no.
Senator, you should not take it in that way at all. I can't be clearer. The Minister speaks about this regularly. Data is in the public domain. Our approach for 2030 is very clear. The expectations about the policy initiatives we've adopted are in the impact analysis. Work is ongoing to deepen the way that we will evaluate the impact of this policy. This is a policy we're very proud of, Senator, because Australians value Medicare. Labor built Medicare. It's our intention to strengthen it. And you will continue to see this be a focus for this government.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Pocock. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Could I have the Professional Services Review Scheme, please? Good morning.
Senator Antonio Georgia Wycott from the Professional Services Review.
Thank you. At the December 2025 Senate estimates, Dr. Tadeo, you indicated that lawyers prepare the reports from the review scheme, but the committee members review the reports. In what way does the PSR monitor the performance of the committee, include if the committee has read the entire report and the material presented to it before signing it off?
Senator, the committee diligently reads the draft reports and the final reports, and we have staff who liaise with the committee at various stages after the draft reports and the final reports have been sent to them. So, should for any reason a committee member not do their duty and read in the draft report, the legal officer in charge of that, giving service to that committee, would firstly, of course, remind the committee members to review the report, and if not, they would then come to me. But that's a theoretical possibility because I cannot recall that happening.
Okay, thank you. The PSR committee process is supposed to be a peer review process performed by doctors. Why then don't the doctors write their own reports? If administrative support is needed, then why are lawyers drafting the reports instead of administrative or secretarial staff, which would come at a lower cost to the department?
Because the reports are incredibly important, and we are passionate about according natural justice and procedural fairness to all practitioners under review. And it is my view that the best way to do that is to have the best qualified, quality people writing those reports. And reports of this nature would be best written by people who are very good at supporting doctors in providing their reports.
Best qualified to me would seem to be the doctors, and then trimmed up or modified by the lawyers.
The lawyers are writing up what the doctors have formed a view about as part of that committee process, as part of the hearing process, the concerns that they have put to the person under review, the things that have come back. The lawyers are just putting it together. It is the doctor's concerns or the medical practitioner's concerns. It is them who sign off on the report, who approve the report. It is the peer review committee members' views.
Thank you. If it can be shown that a lawyer spends over 150 hours drafting a report, but a committee member only spends 7 to 10 hours reviewing the material and reading the report, is this truly considered by the PSR to be a legitimate peer review?
Let's not take into account any of the time that was spent in the hearing, in questioning, the time that the committee members have turned to the matter throughout the process.
Thank you.
So a hearing might take 8 days, it might take 50 or 60 hours. The pre-hearing reading might take many, many hours. The contemplation of what happened during the committee hearing might take the committee members many, many hours to turn their mind to it.
Thank you. Over the past 3 years, as an average, what percentage of total services reviewed has the committee found the services provided by doctors to be inappropriate?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. This question is about general practitioners. The Royal Australian College of GPs recognises 37 specific interest groups as subspecialties. If a GP is under review by the committee, is it correct that there is no legal requirement for the committee members to share the same subspecialty? For example, if a GP practices solely in aerospace medicine, there's no legal requirement for the committee to have any experience in aerospace medicine because they all fall within the category of general practitioners. Why is there no subspecialty matching?
The subspecialty matching is that the members of the committee are general practitioners, but the PSR strives to find general practitioners who have experience in those matters. I can assure you that some practitioners who are in craft groups that are exotic, as you say, like myself, I have particular special interests. We try to match those as much as we can, but under the law, a general practitioner can review a fellow general practitioner.
Okay, thank you. Is it correct that the legislation allows just 3 committee members to decide what is unacceptable to the general body of general practitioners? In deciding what the general body of general practitioners find unacceptable, do the committee members have to have any regard to any external resources or consideration of other doctors? Do the lawyers draft that part of the report as well about what the general body of the doctors think?
One of the things that we train committee members to do, to absolutely and scrupulously give fairness to the practitioners under review, is to try as much as possible to ask one question at a time, to avoid the risk of the practitioner missing the opportunity to respond to any and all of the questions put to them. I'd be very grateful if you could just ask me the first couple and I'll go through them with you systematically.
Is it correct that the legislation allows just 3 committee members to decide what is unacceptable to the general body of practitioners?
Yes.
So just to clarify, it's at least 3. There are certain circumstances where there could be additional panel members, committee members appointed, but it is usually 3.
Thank you. In deciding what the general body of general practitioners find unacceptable, do the committee members have to have any regard to any external resources or consideration of other doctors?
The committee members have to regard to all the evidence before them so that they can...
All the evidence before them?
Yeah, so the committee members welcome from the practitioner any materials that they wish to submit as further evidence, either before, during or after the hearing.
Thank you. While PSR committees are intended to operate as expert peer review bodies, concerns include the absence of a presiding judge, the lack of merits review, the inability to cross-examine the committee on what they believe to be the views of the general bodies, the downweighting of significant evidence, limited engagement with defence submissions and a lack of transparency. Why do PSR procedures deny these basic elements of procedural fairness and justice, and how does the PSR contend that the peer review function is being properly exercised in their absence?
Could you ask those 6 points one at a time, and I'll gladly respond to them, Senator?
They're intended to operate as expert peer review bodies. Concerns include the absence of a presiding judge.
Well, the process is a peer review process. So if somebody is trying to ask me trying to find out whether I've engaged in inappropriate practice, then the best placed people to do that are my peers, not a judge.
And ultimately, we are applying the scheme as it is set out in the Health Insurance Act, Senator, so that provides for a committee.
That may be the problem. The lack of merits review?
Under the Act, there is no formal merits review. However, we try as much as we can to build fairness into this process by having multiple opportunities to respond and make submissions. Multiple opportunities.
The inability to cross-examine the committee on what they believe to be the views of the general bodies?
The committee is there to to ask questions and find out if the practitioner under review has engaged in inappropriate practice. It's not the committee that is under review.
But the person under review can put forward their information when they're answering the questions and the information that they would like the committee to consider, and that will occur as part of the process.
The downweighting of significant evidence?
What do you mean by that?
As I said, the downweighting of significant evidence.
I don't understand.
Significant evidence being put cursorily or downgraded.
What significant evidence?
Who's
reviewed something cursorily or downgraded? I don't understand.
If there is significant evidence put before the committee, it's downgraded in terms of the verdict.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Okay. Limited engagement with defence.
Senator, I would gladly take that on notice if it's clarified for me. I just don't quite understand it. I'm not in any way being disrespectful.
Okay, I can't understand how you can't see that, but because the words seem to be self-explanatory.
So are you suggesting that during a committee process, a practitioner under review gives significant evidence and the committee then downgrades or chooses to ignore it?
Yes.
Yeah, Senator, I'm not aware of that occurring.
Limited engagement with defence submissions and a lack of transparency.
Limited engagement with defence submissions. Again, Senator, practitioners under review can make submissions. Those submissions are welcome and they are reviewed.
Okay. Next question.
Senator Roberts, can I just interrupt you for one quick second? There are media in the room and I just need to give a short statement. The media have requested permission to film and take photos of proceedings and the committee has agreed to this. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time. The media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. If a witness objects to filming, the committee will consider this request. The media are also reminded that they are not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. Media activity may not occur during suspensions or after the adjournment of proceedings. Copies of Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are available from the Secretariat. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
A former PSR director has been found liable in the Queensland Court for misfeasance in public office for failing to perform her statutory duties. Given these matters raised, Why should the PSR's legislation, governance and current office holders not be subject to a comprehensive independent review?
Well, Senator, we did have a comprehensive review in 2023 called the Phillip Review, which made its findings, and we have acted on all of those findings, including the appointment of associate directors to the scheme.
The former director was found liable for making a decision without adequately considering submitted materials. Isn't that exactly what's still happening?
No, Senator, we don't consider that to be happening.
Sorry?
No, Senator, we do not consider that to be happening.
You don't? Okay. What percentage of the department's budget is spent on the committee review process, and how many cases per year go through a committee process?
I can't tell you the exact amount that...
I can use ChatGPT to answer that. ChatGPT.
You might want to turn your device on, Malcolm. You'll have Bridget McKenzie after you finish, all right? Those questions.
It might save us all a bit of time, Senator.
Only if it's in super rational mode, because other than that it just fills as garbage. So what percentage, can you take that on notice?
It does hallucinate from time to time.
So
You have to be careful.
Sorry?
It hallucinates from time to time. You have to be careful.
Yeah. Might just turn it off.
yeah, I woke up this morning... ChatGPT told me I was going to have a stress-free day, so I think it was hallucinating. I can't tell you exactly what percentage without notice of the budget is spent on committee hearings, but we can take that on notice and give you an accurate reading.
Thank you.
The second part of your question was...
How many cases per year go through a committee process?
It changes from year to year, but it's we get approximately 100 to 120 cases per year referred to from Medicare, which in turn represents about 30% of the cases that Medicare reviews. And of those cases, ballpark figure, approximately 10% get no further action under Section 91. About 80% get an agreement with the director or the associate director under a Section 92, and about 10% get referred to a committee. So maybe 10 practitioners get referred to a committee in a year.
Thank you. And I need to put on the record that we're not debating whether or not the PSR should be there. It's the processes, which I now understand are legislated. That's what the problem is for us. And doctors, very concerning. As a question, last question, Chair, as a question on notice, please table a log of the hours spent on each of the draft and final reports by the PSR staff combined and each of the committee members for the last 3 years of PSR committee matters. It's expected that this log will table around 60 rows for each of the cases reviewed over that period.
Thank you.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much for appearing. See you next time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Roberts, we'd all be interested in what ChatGPT had to say about those answers. We are now in a position to release a couple of witnesses, the Australian Digital Health Agency and Professional Services Review. Thank you for coming to estimates, and I'll hand the call over to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Morning again. I've got some questions on PBS access to biological medicines for paediatric patients, just following up on some of the questions from last estimates. And really wanted to thank the Minister's Office for engagement on this issue, and I know there's a lot of work happening in the department. I really want to acknowledge that. I note that the PBAC updated its agenda on Monday the 9th of February to now include seeking, and I'll quote, the PBAC advice on the appropriateness of the current prior therapy requirements specified in the PBS listings for, and I don't want to do a trump here, adalimumab and infliximab for the treatment of paediatric patients with Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, and to seek advice on matters relating to the administration of these PBS listings. So the issue we talked about last year, so thank you. However, I'm concerned that the opportunity for consumers to provide input to this item or any PBAC matter under consideration at the March meeting closed on the 21st of January, the department issued updates to the March agenda on the 9th of January, but didn't include this item. And referring to your testimony and your subsequent responses to my quans, which foreshadowed this item being included on the March 2026 agenda, I'm interested why this item wasn't included on the update on the 9th of January to give consumers and clinicians a chance to provide input to this important issue. What happened and why was it added after consultation?
Senator Duncan McIntyre, First Assistant Secretary, Technology Assessment and Access Division. Senator, the PBAC has a long-standing process for demonstrating how it puts together its agendas, and there is a challenge in providing insight into the things that the committee is discussing, but also ensuring that we're consistent in the way we do that. When companies bring forward submissions, that's the main business for the committee, and that's the main business that is routinely listed on the agenda so that all participants, including consumers and as well as the companies concerned, understand how their submissions are going to be treated. PBAC also considers other issues related to existing medicines, and that's where these considerations fall, and those matters tend to be much more dynamic. The committee is keen to be able to ensure that they discuss any matters that are related to the PBS that deserve their attention, but it's not always possible to schedule those in the same way because they're not based on a flow of documents and submissions. So that broadly explains the situation. I might pass to my colleague, Mr. Rintoul, to give you an outline of this specific issue at that meeting.
Can I maybe just jump in there? And I appreciate that context, Mr. McIntyre, but I don't think you've answered my question as to why was this added to the agenda after the time frame where people could actually make a comment on this important issue. You said on a quan this would be discussed in March, so we knew it was coming, but then you've updated the agenda to include it after the period where people can actually make comments. So what happened with the timing there? Was it an oversight? Was it something that slowed it up? Why are we in this situation?
Senator, I think we need to explain that there has been consultation with consumer groups here, and this was in fact what has led to the listing I think in March, but my colleagues have more detail. So the Deputy Chair of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee has certainly met with patient groups, including Crohn's and Colitis Australia, to discuss the issues around paediatric access to biologics. Perhaps Mr. Rintoul can talk some more about the detail, but this is not being driven by a particular submission, which then generates, those periods that you're talking about where people can put in information about particular submissions. But there has certainly been consultation with patients and patient groups.
Okay, that's good to know.
Andrew Rintoul, Assistant Secretary, Technology Assessment and Access Division. The department and the PBAC are well aware of the severity of issues related to inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's and the major and lifelong impact they have on patients. There's been a lot of consultation, as Ms Shakespeare indicated, with the Deputy Chair as well, and with patient groups over a number of years. And the committee and the department are well aware of the issue, have received a wide range of correspondence that will be taken into account when the committee considers this.
Brilliant, thank you. Maybe just a notice if you could just provide a list of who was consulted, that would be great, but I really appreciate that. Also note in your response to one of my quans, SQ 25003146, you say, and again I'll quote for people listening, the companies that supply adalimumab and infliximab do not have approvals from the TGA to market them as first-line therapy for severe Crohn's disease. Current approvals require conventional therapy to be tried first. This is consistent with regulatory approvals for those medicines in Europe and the US. Infliximab is approved for use after conventional therapy, while adalimumab has no such restriction. Consulting with people in this space, an expert pointed out to me that over the last 3 years, the PBAC in its reviews has been seeking to make recommendations for off-patient PBS medicines not limited by the ARTG registration, noting that there's often no commercial incentive for companies to go through multiple additional ARTG registration processes and PBAC submission costs. And to quote the PBAC work plan directly, in September 2023, as part of its consideration of the post-market review work plan, the PBAC supported a proposal that the department would consider on a rolling basis where the medicines that have moved to the F2 formulary would be suitable for a restriction review. The PBAC notes that this work may support the TGA's medicines repurposing program. And sorry, I know this is a long sort of way to get to the question, but one further point, another expert has pointed out to me that in the reviews to have broad cancer listings to ensure rare cancer patients can access PBS subsidised F1 medicines, not currently PBS or ARTG listed for their cancer, the PBAC is also setting aside the ARTG registration and endorsing clinical guidance and expertise based on the individual patient. So I'm interested, is the department going to give the PBAC briefings or advice that it supports or requests that this approach be taken for paediatric Crohn's disease?
Senator, thank you. There is indeed discussion about these issues at PBAC. The challenge is always to ensure that we understand the evidence that's available about the likely impact on population health, and to ensure that any changes to restrictions are going to ensure the safety as well as the efficacy of those treatments, and that they can be supported by the company in the way they supply the therapy. But we have with us Dr. Nick Simpson, who is our expert as a senior medical officer that supports these discussions, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to give you a bit more guidance about these matters.
Thank you. Nick Simpson, Medical Officer in the Technology Assessment and Access Division. So I think there are examples where the PBS restrictions are broader than the TGA indication, and a good example of that is actually where the PBS listing is unrestricted. So then the clinician can use medicines as they see fit, and that can be off-label, so outside of the TGA indication. When it comes to the biological medicines for inflammatory bowel disease, the current PBS restrictions are broadly in line with the TGA indication, but I guess the consideration at the March PBAC that's coming up is an opportunity for the committee to look into that aspect and decide whether that should remain the case or not.
Thank you.
Senator, part of the challenge here is that a lot of the clinical trials that have been done on these drugs were done on patient populations that had already tried traditional therapy. So a lot of the discussion is about whether we know enough about what would happen if those therapies have not been tried first, about patient safety. And so that's a big part of the discussion, and where the committee can assure itself that there is sufficient information about safety and efficacy in the absence of that, and in the absence of sufficient clinical trial data, that's where they'll consider a relaxation of the restrictions.
Thank you, that's good to know, but my understanding is that there's nothing to stop the Minister and the Department advising the government's opinion on the matter. They're the decision makers, PBAC provide advice, and I'm wondering if that's going to happen. Are you working on that? What is the view on doing that?
Yes, Senator. The department supports PBAC with all of its deliberations, and seeks to help the committee to have access to the information and evidence that would inform their deliberations. The Minister, who is the decision maker for these matters, ultimately seeks to be guided by medical and economic advice in making those final decisions, and therefore the Minister would not presuppose himself to have the clinical experience to make those decisions in the absence of advice. That's why he has PBAC to advise him. the government has committed to accepting the recommendations that PBAC make, and legislative provisions within the acts that outline how the PBS operates restrict the government from making decisions in the absence of a recommendation of PBAC to protect the public from potential both safety and fiscal blowouts that would occur if ministers did not have to take advice.
Thank you, but that doesn't preclude the Minister and the Department providing your opinion on a matter to PBAC. And I'm interested, is the Minister and the Department going to do that, or are you just going to step back and wait for PBAC to provide you with advice?
Senator, the Department provides our advice consistently to PBAC to inform their decisions. I'd like to urge that, to stress that the Department doesn't have its own independent opinion. Our job is to reflect the evidence, to understand risk, to understand the impact on different groups. We have certainly ensured that members of PBAC understand the importance of this and indeed many other issues to patient groups, and ensure that they're in a position to make decisions in as timely a fashion as possible.
Okay, thank you. Again, I appreciate all your work on this, and I really just wanted to go back to where we started last year. We currently have a case here in Canberra where we have two young boys, brothers, with Crohn's disease, and their mother has watched one of her son's health destroyed by the older medicines and then vastly improved by biologics. And she's now watching her other son go on the same journey. And I think she's very sensibly asking why. Why are we doing this to children when we have this new technology, which clearly is proving effective? Their doctor wants to get him onto biologics, but is hamstrung because of the rules that are in place. And so their only option at the moment is to watch this poor young man's health suffer and potentially have lifelong consequences. So I guess this is a political question. Minister, can we get some sort of commitment from the government that you're going to sort of follow this through and make sure that we do have a system that, I guess, takes these cases into account and can make changes to avoid this sort of what seems to me unnecessary suffering?
Thanks very much, Senator Pocock. And the suffering in children in particular is a very hard thing for any parent to endure. I know that I indicated, I think, in the last hearing that Minister Butler's office would be very pleased to hear from the family that you referred to, and I understand that Minister Butler's office did meet with that family, or at least that parent, along with her local member, Mr David Smith. I think there has been then ongoing contact between that family and Minister Butler's office since December, which is to say that the government takes representations of this kind very seriously. I think the officials have talked to you about the options that are now being pursued in relation to formal consideration of these questions. I think you heard from the officials' evidence that when we are talking about a population-wide application of a medicine, there are important questions of safety and efficacy and cost-effectiveness to consider. That's the foundation of the PBS. And I would be very hesitant to intervene in a way that undermines the technical advice that we receive about a very serious set of questions, as was outlined to you by Mr McIntyre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. And again, thank you to everyone in the department for working this. Hopefully we have something to celebrate the next estimates.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Ruston, you've got the call.
Thank you very much. Just quickly on the bulk billing targets, in relation to the 50% decrease in out-of-pocket costs by 28 to 29, can you just confirm whether this refers to a 50% decline in average out-of-pocket costs or the total quantum of co-payments that Australians will be expected to pay when they visit a GP?
Senator, it's the overall cost to patients, so total quantum.
So the total quantum of co-payments Australians pay when they visit a GP?
So it would look at the amount of money patients have been paying for all services, non-referred
yep.
Services before and after implementation. So it would include looking at how many patients are receiving free services with no additional cost,
yep.
how many are paying for co-payments.
Okay, so in terms of those people that are paying an out-of-pocket cost, so what is the anticipation in terms of the trajectory of that particular figure? Because in the impact analysis, I couldn't find. Is there a suggestion that's going to be reduced? Because I think at the last estimates, I'm not quite sure, but somebody said that they thought it was going to go up.
The objective of these measures is to increase the number of patients who are able to access critical primary care services at no cost.
Yep.
So that's what we'll be aiming to measure. And, you know, I think we also discussed last time if there are further interventions that need to be made, perhaps in particular communities or areas where the bulk billing rate is not moving as much as we would like. Really the objective is to try and ensure that there are bulk billing practices available to more patients so that they can access services without cost.
Yeah, look, I understand that. I'm just trying to understand where would I, or what is the government's or the department's analysis of what is going to happen to out-of-pocket costs for those that do have to pay an out-of-pocket cost?
So as part of the evaluation we were discussing earlier today, we'll be looking at the overall impact of these measures on out-of-pocket costs for Australian patients accessing non-referred services under Medicare. So we'll be looking at that. That would be an aggregate assessment.
Yep.
And, you know, as I said, if there are further things we need to do to get to 90% bulk billing by 2030, then the government would be looking at additional measures.
Okay. So you've got three measures that or metrics or targets, which are the bulk billing rate, the number of practices that are fully bulk bill, and this 50% decrease in out-of-pocket costs, which is the total quantum. I'm just keen to understand, is the department doing anything in relation to understanding what the trajectory they're expecting for out-of-pocket costs for those who actually pay to go to the doctor? Notwithstanding everything you've just said about what the purpose of these measures are, it may not have anything to do with these measures, but what is the expectation? Do you have, as you have with these projections, do you have projections on what you think is going to happen to out-of-pocket costs for those who do pay?
I'm not aware of any projections. I'm not aware of any
so you don't
projections, targets that have ever been set for those sorts of things. We publish regular data about those costs.
But what is your expectation?
So, Senator, where a doctor chooses to continue charging a patient an out-of-pocket cost, that is a decision that that doctor will make. We can't anticipate what that's going to be.
Well, one of your officials told me at the last estimates they were anticipating that it was going to go up. So maybe you should perhaps get
we are expecting that overall costs for non-referred attendances for primary care services for the Australian population will reduce as a result of these measures, and that's what we'll be tracking because patients will be getting more access to bulk bill services.
Ms. Shakespeare, you know that you are being very tricky in your answer because I'm asking about something completely different to the question that you are attempting to answer. I am asking you quite clearly about the out-of-pocket costs for those people who will continue to pay to see a GP. That is what I'm talking about. You're talking about something completely different. So if you don't have an answer, I'm happy to move on as to what your expectation is, but I just draw to your attention that your agency at the last estimates told me that they were expecting that they would go up, and now you're saying you don't track them. Mr McCabe's just said he's got no idea. I'm happy to move on.
We certainly track those figures. They are published regularly.
Yeah. In retrospect, there's nothing into the future. Okay, can I move on perhaps now to medical specialist fees? Same people? Okay. So do you have a breakdown of the average out-of-pocket costs for specialists on the most recent data?
Senator, we're just on yesterday, the department published on its website the last update for the last 6 months of Medicare. I'm just trying to see if I can find that for you.
So I'd just be keen to understand how much the average out-of-pocket cost for specialist fees has increased over the past 3 years in a dollar figure.
You're looking for a figure for all specialist services excluding non-referred?
Yep.
Including diagnostics?
You can exclude diagnostics if you like.
I'm not sure how we've got the data here.
Give me the data in the format that you've got it.
So, Senator, I have data. There is more data, and my colleague will hopefully have it for you on terms of how it's gone over time. But I have data from the last 6 months compared to the previous period in 2024. And for specialist attendances, the average patient contribution for the last 6 months was $123.48.
And what does that compare to in the same 6-month period of the year before?
The previous period was in 2024 was $114.92, Senator.
92 cents. Okay. So the minister indicated in a press release and subsequent media that he, and I quote, all options are on the table, they're his words, to address specialist out-of-pocket costs. So what options has the department modelled so far in relation to the options on the table in relation to addressing the increasing costs of specialist out-of-pocket costs?
Senator, we are working on a range of different options. So there are things that have already been announced and are being implemented. The government's commitment to increase more information in the Medical Cost Finder website so that patients can get access to information about individual specialist charges before they seek specialist care. And if you're interested in more detail about that, we've got officers
here
today.
I've got a lot of information on that. Thank you. That's okay.
The Minister attended a roundtable in October last year with patients and patient groups, specialists and their representative organisations, private health providers to discuss options to go beyond that.
I was actually asking you what options the department had prepared for the minister.
So as a result, we were also at that roundtable, of course.
But this was your recommendation that he did that.
So following that roundtable and the discussions we had with patient groups, specialist groups and private health providers, we have been working on other options. Now, one of those particular pieces of work relates to making the Medical Cost Finder website information more valuable to patients. So there is a lot of misunderstanding around referrals to specialists at the moment and whether or not patients can shop around.
Yeah, I haven't got a lot of time. I understand what the Medical Cost Finder is and I also understand that because it's been a matter of public. I'm just trying to understand, what are the options? I need an explanation.
The department released a discussion paper about improving referrals to specialists so that patients can more effectively shop around for specialists if they want to make sure that they're getting access to an affordable specialist. So I won't go into detail. There is a discussion paper, but that involves potential digital referral options, making it clear that patients don't have to attend a particular named specialist under Medicare. They can go to another one, which is not widely understood at the moment.
So basically it's about information.
Senator Ruston, maybe it's helpful if we let Ms Shakespeare give a fulsome answer to her question, so that I know that you're wanting to seek a particular answer, but it's helpful if the witness is able to complete their answer and then you can ask your next question.
So we're continuing to work on supply side approaches as well to make sure that we're increasing the supply of specialists. Working on expanded expedited pathways for international specialists, which followed recommendations from the CRUC review a few years ago, to make sure that we have easier access for international specialists in need to migrate and be registered in Australia to provide care. We've been consulting for several months on reforms to the specialist training program, which is the Commonwealth investment in training specialists, to make sure that that's appropriately targeted at increasing the supply of specialists. We're also looking at scope of practice reform. So if we've got patients needing to see specialists at the moment and that's limited by supply and that's leading to higher costs, we've been looking at measures to improve patient access to things like medicines. We discussed yesterday ADHD prescribing. If there's problems with patients affording or getting access to psychiatrists, they will be able to get access to the medications they need through other health professionals. So there is a whole range of work that we are doing and advice we're providing to the government on how we can address specialist out-of-pocket costs.
And I do want to just add, I know, Senator Ruston, you indicated that you're very aware of the cost finder, but I mean, this has been a project established by the Morrison government that really hasn't worked. So at the end of 2022, I think there were sort of some, 6,300 eligible specialists, and just 6 of them had voluntarily published their information to this cost finder. This was a $24 million project under the Morrison government that really didn't work, and the Minister has today introduced legislation to fix up this project. Information actually is one of the relevant tools that we can use to improve circumstances. The officials have talked you through about some of the other work they're undertaking, but this intervention is significant.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Minister, not this Minister, the Minister for Health, has indicated legal enforcement of fees, but has cited potential constitutional constraints as why that can't happen. To your knowledge, is the Minister intending to pursue a constitutional amendment as part of his options that are on the table?
I don't know what you're quoting from, Senator. I mean, I think happy for you to table the quote.
Yep. Okay. Well, I can do that. That's fine. I'm happy for you to have a look at it and then maybe answer it after you've had the chance to contextualise it. Just that, I'm assuming that the whole constitutional requirement that you cannot constrict doctors impacts on any constraint on fees. You can't stop a doctor from charging.
Well, I think,
fees.
Senator, many stakeholders make reference to constitutional constraints, but I would like to see the quote you've got before you, because there is a lot of conscription is quite a specific thing.
Yep. Okay. Well, maybe I could ask the Minister, do you rule out a referendum on doctors' fees, Minister?
Senator, I think the officials have spoken to you about the work that is underway.
No, I'm asking you.
Senator,
you're the government.
I think that the officials have talked to you about the work that's underway. The Minister has asked the department to provide advice to him about options.
So you're not ruling out a referendum on doctors' fees?
Senator, we're back somewhere in the vicinity of the bedroom tax when you are making up policies and then asking the government to rule them in or out. The officials have been really clear about what they're doing. They've been asked for advice and they're providing it.
Okay, clearly not.
There are a range of different approaches to regulating fees and patient information about fees. It wouldn't necessarily need to be through...
No, I understand that. I was actually asking you a specific question about that.
We've provided advice about a range of different approaches to ensure that fees are regulated or that patients receive informed financial consent.
Thank you.
Senator, I think just picking up Nick Shakespeare's point.
Actually, unless it's super important, would it be...
I was just going to make the point that the other thing that we're trying to do to support patients with specialist fees is improve informed financial consent, and we're consulting with all of the specialist colleges to make sure they have stronger processes on informed financial consent as well, Senator.
Great, thank you, Mr McCabe. In terms of private health insurance, can we move on to that? I just would like to know when the private health insurance changes are to be announced this year.
You're talking about the premium round?
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. From my Private Health Strategy Division. The premium round is proceeding. Submissions were received in the lead into Christmas. The Minister has then written back to those insurers where he isn't satisfied that their application would pass the public interest test, and those resubmissions and re-evaluation processes are ongoing.
Thank you. So do you have any idea of when it's going to be announced for this year? Last year, I think it was on the 26th of February. We're getting pretty close to that date. Maybe, Minister, are you expecting the announcement in a similar timeframe this year?
I'm not in a position to provide information about the timing of the announcement, Senator.
Or maybe Mr McBride, would you be in a position to be able to make sure the Minister had the necessary information in order for him to make a decision within that timeframe?
We're hopeful that will be the case, Senator.
Senator, I think it is important to note here this is a process that involves toing and froing with the
insurance
companies.
Yes, I totally understand.
Even if we've provided information, there may be a need to have other rounds with private insurers to get to the right outcome.
But I'm just trying to ascertain that you think that you're on track in terms of the processes that you control, understanding that they need to be finalised and the Minister needs to be satisfied. Just understanding whether we're going to see an early announcement. Do you have any preliminary indications as to whether the premium will be higher, rise will be higher this year than it was last year?
I'm not in a position to comment on that, Senator.
No. I suppose the question to you, Minister, are you aware whether the Minister or your government is concerned that private health is becoming unaffordable for Australians?
Senator, I think it's very obvious that our focus as a government is on affordable healthcare for all Australians. That focus extends to all aspects of the Minister's responsibilities.
Okay, so what I'm sort of trying to understand is, is there a prioritisation to ensure that we have an ongoing public-private health system in this country? Is that acknowledged of importance to your government?
Senator, I think you can see in the work that Minister Butler's been doing, the areas of focus for him in this policy area. For example, for the first time, the government has released a ministerial statement of expectations to the private health insurers for the premium round that calls for efforts for those insurers to work to support the viability of private hospitals, promote equitable funding outcomes across the sector. The Minister can speak for himself, but I think the government is working in a very focused way within this sector and more broadly across the entire health sector.
Okay, so the private health system is a priority for your government?
Senator Ruston, that statement contradicts the evidence I have just provided to you, which speaks about the areas of priority for the Minister.
Okay. Could I ask you about the intravitreal eye injections, NDIS classification? Oh, sorry. What's the status in relation to the reclassification of, I think it's item number 42738, the intraocular therapeutic injections from type B to type C?
it was extended. It was supposed to change on the 1st of July 25, and it had a 12-month deferral to 1 July 2026. Is the government still committed to the reclassification of this item number?
Senator, I think in December when we last spoke about this, we were consulting and seeking feedback from a range of stakeholders. We have now concluded that consultation. We received a very wide-ranging set of feedback around the proposals on that matter, and we've put advice to government, and government will need to make a decision.
Okay, so as we're sitting here today, we have no sort of understanding or any idea of whether, maybe Minister, do you have any idea as to whether this particular procedure is going to have its classification changed on the 1st of July?
I don't have anything to add to the advice the officials provided.
Okay. So in part of your consultation, Mr McCabe, did you do a thorough analysis of the change in the out-of-pocket costs for patients who previously obviously had this procedure conducted in an environment that would allow them to have claimed it on their private health and now no longer will? As of the 1st of July will now no longer be able to. What sort of change in out-of-pocket costs did you determine that this would have on people who had to receive this treatment?
So I think the way that we looked at this was acknowledging the concerns about out-of-pocket costs. We sought views from the sector around the change, allowing those procedures to occur out of hospital versus the benefit of having it occurring in hospital. Yep. And we've got a range of submissions talking about the positives and negatives in terms of...
I'm talking just specifically about the costs. So, I mean, can you break down for me the cost of an IVI procedure under Type B and Type C in terms of the cost of it and who pays what? Because the bottom line here is this change is probably not going to have much impact on the cost to the government, maybe have a little, but a very minimal impact on the cost to government. It's likely to have a major, major impact to the out-of-pocket costs of the people who are receiving the treatment. I'm just keen to understand if you've done an analysis of what the change will mean to the out-of-pocket costs of the people who need these injections, simply to see. Have you done that?
Senator Nigel Murray, Assistant Secretary, Medical Benefits and Digital Health Division. The way this works is that at the moment there are patients who, if they have the service in hospital, they will get private health insurance.
Yeah, I understand that.
I
completely understand that. I'm just wondering what the costing that's associated. I absolutely understand the difference between the two and the like. I'm just understanding what the cost implications of that are.
Yeah, the cost implications will vary depending on the individual and the fees that are actually maybe or maybe not be charged and how their private health insurance coverage works. So we can't give you a specific figure on that. The point I was just going to make is that the change only affects those patients who don't have a clinical need to have the service in hospital. If there is a clinical need for the service in hospital, then the same arrangements continue as today and there will be no change for their out-of-pocket costs. There would be a small group, though, who currently don't have a clinical need to have the service in hospital, and if they have it out of hospital, would incur some additional out-of-pocket costs, but I can't give you a specific figure on that because it will vary by individual circumstances.
And how many people are in the small group? How many people receive this treatment?
I don't have those specific numbers. Broadly, though, the NDIS task force who looked at this some years ago found that about 13% of people were receiving services out of hospital when only about 3% needed services in hospital. But I don't have the precise numbers, but I can take that on notice if you like.
I mean, I'd be interested to know what your small group is in terms of who's likely to be impacted by increased out-of-pocket costs.
Well, it's at 13 to 3% sort of deviation, so you're down to 10% of the total population receiving those eye injections.
So, I mean, I'd just like to know the number of...
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure. Because, you know, if there was one thing that I have received emails from constituents in the last year in the health space, specifically, it is this one. So, unless every single one of those, this is not a small group by any means of people, and from the information that they are providing us, the out-of-pocket costs are likely to go from somewhere from $80 to in excess of $250 every sort of 6 weeks that they have to have these injections. And I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to realise that the impact of that is likely either one of two things. We're going to have everyone's just going to turn up in the public system and have to line up at public health clinics to get these injections, which I don't know whether the public system isn't able to be able to deliver it, or people will go without them and go blind. So I'd be keen to understand when you think that a decision is likely to make about this, and also what the small group of people are, because that is not my experience from the amount of people that have been contacting me. But if you could come back to me, because this is obviously critical, and we can't wait till the next estimates to deal with this, because there are a lot of people out there that would like some more certainty, but understand you're only doing your job. Thank you. Can I just ask about the PBS investment? In MedNew's publication and the latest reports, and there's sort of some data between the financial year 23-24 and 24-25, and there seems to be some sort of discrepancy in the data that's being reported. But I'm just keen to understand, can the department confirm that net PBS expenditure in 24-25 was $200 million less than it was in 23-24?
Senator, we'll just look for those statistics.
Senator, our net expenditure figure for 2023-24 was $12,671.
$12,671 million.
And then for 24-25, just check I've got the right year, $12,558 million. I'm sorry, I've got just at that level.
Okay, so that's about $120 million.
So the source of that is the PBS expenditure and prescriptions report.
Okay, so the data that we've got, that we've seen in MedNews, suggests it's 200, but you're saying it's 120 or thereabouts reduction. So does the department consider net PBS expenditure to be gross expenditure minus rebates? Is that how it's calculated?
Senator, yes, that's broadly correct. So there's a variety of sources of revenue that come from rebates through various kinds of agreements that we have with sponsoring pharmaceutical firms, and those offset the cost of medicines. Of course, the PBS is a demand-driven program rather than one that has expenditure targets.
Yes.
And so these numbers reflect patterns of use and vary from time to time.
I'd contest it's not exactly a demand-driven system given all the other levers that are put into it, but nonetheless I understand when you turn up to the doctor or turn up to the pharmacist, that's how it appears to the consumer. But in terms of the payments and rebates and the like, that's not how it works. But nonetheless, so gross expenditure minus rebates, we've seen $120 million less expended in this financial year than last financial year. So you dispute the figures that are in MedNews?
I'm sorry, Senator, we haven't seen those figures in MedNews.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the source is, so we'd need to look at them, check them and work out if they're from a different source.
But nonetheless, you can see that there has been a reduction in PBS expenditure between 23-24 and 24-25.
Senator, you would be aware that there are a range of mechanisms within the PBS to ensure that it maintains its cost effectiveness, and in particular there are a range of ways in which pharmaceutical sponsoring firms reduce their prices over time to reflect competitive markets and the move from various medicines from on to off patent, and all of those things interact to give us the total expenditure. We are certainly keen to contain the cost of the PBS to ensure that taxpayers continue to get good value for the money that we spend on medicines, and that gives us the ability to continue to list new and innovative medicines to treat emerging conditions for which there are therapies.
We would also from a department, not read a lot into one year-by-year number. Obviously, there's the factors that Mr McIntyre is talking about. We also get significant new listings coming from time to time, and in fact, in recent times, some of these have been very substantial expenditures, and there is a number in the pipeline that would be quite significant. So we would certainly look at a longer time series for those sorts of things.
Where's the HTA review at?
So the department is getting on with work to implement some of the recommendations from the HTA review that were announced by the Minister last year. There's been further advice provided to the Minister since then from the Implementation Advisory Group that was established to provide more context about implementation of some of the recommendations and work out which ones should be prioritised. So there's been a lot of work and a lot of work continuing on implementing reforms.
Seems to be a lot of talk, but not a lot to be seen for it. So the thing that sort of concerns me is that, you know, you've seen there's a lot of announcements about new medications. We understand how the back end of the system works. We've, you know, seen concerns raised about medicine shortages in this country, and obviously the impact of decisions out of the US in relation to favoured nation status. I'm interested to think, you know, like it appears to me that the continued refusal to actually implement the HTA review with any great urgency, you know, all of these things are happening around us. So we're spending less on the PBS. We've got medicine shortages that are increasing. We've got threats coming out of the US on the back of many issues that relate to matters that are contained in the HTA review. So can we expect measures in the up-and-coming budget in relation to HTA reform?
So, Senator, if I can talk you through some of the recommendations from the HTA review that we are currently working on implementing, because I just don't think that your characterisation that we're not implementing HTA review recommendations is accurate. So there were immediate pieces of work announced by the Minister in response to the HTA review last year, which we now have underway. So, for instance, Recommendation 3 from the HTA review: streamline and simplify health technology assessment processes by removing unnecessary complexity and redundancy. Restructure and develop health technology assessment processes, including level of evaluation.
So maybe you could tell us through those. I mean, so
that's just one recommendation. I can go through many more about particular processes.
I mean, that really is the crux of the whole issue with HTA, isn't it? It's about the streamlining of the process to make sure that people that we're getting quick and easy access, or timely and safe access to new treatments in Australia. So where is that actually hitting the road in the system right now?
So I'll get my colleague to take you through some of the work we're doing at the moment, but I also think that you need to understand the context of the pathways and PBAC processes that have been developed with the medicines industry through strategic agreements since 2017. So we've been on a path for nearly 10 years now of streamlining PBAC processes.
I think that's the point, Ms Shakespeare. We've been on a pathway for nearly 10 years.
Well, and
the sector is is screaming out for action.
The sector needs to work with us on this, and that's how we are implementing the changes and streamlining of the assessment pathways. The pathways have been put in place in consultation with the medicines industry and through agreement under the Access to Medicines Working Group. Before we can restructure those processes, we need to do that with the medicines industry, including because of our commitments in the current strategic agreement with Medicines Australia, Clause 6, for instance. The strategic agreement commits us to working with the medicines industry to continue the current important dialogue to deliver improvements in relation to health technology assessment. So we're working in consultation with the industry to do that at the moment. Now, if I can get Ms Norris or Mr McIntyre to talk about how we're doing that.
Yeah, to that point, to enter into an important dialogue. I mean, I'm trying to work out where the rubber hits the road here in terms of Australians getting a quicker, safe access to medicines. It just seems like a whole heap of bureaucratic gobbledygook. That is what the sector is telling us, is that it's just bogged down in the bureaucracy. So, maybe this is a conversation for a Senate committee, because it strikes me as we have been talking about reform to HTA for an incredibly long time. I mean, yes, there is the strategic agreement in place, but this whole process was supposed to come out at the other end of it with an improvement in how Australians got access to medications. So
the current assessment pathways, which is the ones we're now going to be streamlining, have been developed with the medicines industry to meet commitments, including to reduce the time between PBAC recommendations to listing by an average of 3 months under the last strategic agreement, which was achieved. We've had 4 different categories of assessment pathways developed for the PBAC. We've had different resubmission pathways. These are the things that we're now reforming.
Okay, could I just ask some questions about it? So you're saying that...
Ms Shakespeare is actually responding to your questions.
Yeah.
So we fundamentally do not share that view that has been put to you. We feel we're constructively working with the industry on what are quite complex issues which go down to the matter of detail on streamlining. It's also the case that we would take the view that PBAC is already adjusting its process in a range of ways. A good example of that was last year in considering contraceptives and listing oral contraceptives for the first time, where they really took to heart recommendations of the HTA review on how you dealt with comparators and what was effective practice. So we just don't accept the characterisation that people are sitting on their hands in this one. We're working through those things. They are quite complex.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm just sort of trying to get to the bottom of what appears to be a access to medication problem at the moment, in terms of the number of medications that we've got shortages of, the impacts of international changes, etc., etc. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters here is that Australians are getting efficient access to treatments, and the amount of times that you hear the story that there are treatments that are available in other parts of the world and they're not available in Australia because of the 466 average day time it takes to get a medication listed in this country. And I'm sure you're working on things, but it just seems to be inordinately slow.
Senator, as we previously discussed, so I'm happy to go through it, but I won't volunteer it unless you wish me to. On international benchmark studies, Australia continues to demonstrate that we do provide timely access to a broad range of medications. It is a challenging process. We've been able to successfully reduce the time. We are continuing to continuously work on a range of measures within PBAC to streamline that. Most recently, just a couple of weeks ago, our 2 major subcommittees of PBAC, DUSC and ESC, which look at the clinical aspects of a drug and the economic aspects of a drug, In the past, they've tended to meet separately and then bring that together in a third meeting. They met together most recently as a trial to see whether we could find that as a way to deal with things more expeditiously. We have a range of medications that have tests that need to be done to see whether or not those medications are appropriate, and we have a different committee, MSAC, that assesses tests, and PBAC assess the drugs. Those two committees are working increasingly well together, and we're ensuring that the information between those committees can flow quickly. All of these matters were things that were discussed in the HTA review and are embedded in quite a number of their recommendations, and we are continuing to evolve those mechanisms and finding ways to speed those up for particular medicines where it can be helpful in their assessment.
Sure. What advice have you given the government in relation to the potential threat of most favoured nations?
Senator, we've had some discussions about this in the past. It's a little bit challenging to talk about some of the current advice that we're providing to government, but you can rest assured that we're providing comprehensive advice to government about a range of issues that come up internationally, including the US administration's policies related to pharmaceuticals. Of course, specific questions related to our trade arrangements with the US are matters for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
So in relation to, like, any impact that's flown through to date to your area, I mean, I understand the trade negotiations are this afternoon, I think we've got as estimates. But have you seen any impact so far in terms of supply of drugs into Australia as a result of MFN?
So, Senator, of course this is an issue that we're monitoring very closely.
But have you seen anything? Like, I assume you are monitoring it, but have you seen any impact?
Well, what I can say is that consistently we're seeing a steady stream of applications for our committees, and that the rate of applications is very close to its historic averages. We can take you through those, but what we're not seeing a reduction in the number of requests that we get to the committee. It is, of course, an easy thing for companies to say that their international arrangements are altering their behaviour. We're trying to look at the behaviour rather than what's being said. And what we can say is that there continue to be incentives in the Australian system to make it profitable for companies to bring forward new medicines, and most companies, where there is a profit to be made, would be keen to have us assess their medication and make it available, and that's what we seem to be seeing.
So the flip side of that, still registering, getting applications to provide or supply into the Australian market. What about existing medications that are in the market? There's been no threat of withdrawal of any of those?
Senator, there's forever on the PBS, there are reasons companies give why they suggest they might withdraw.
Only. No, I understand that there's obviously going to be always, they're going to withdraw, but has there been anything that has been related to this in terms of, the pricing threat and impacts of MFN?
We've certainly had companies that have said that they are concerned that they might be put in that position, and I think some of those companies have made statements in the press to that regard as well. However, in terms of the pattern of delists on the PBS, that pattern appears basically in line with its longer term patterns we've seen. So at this stage, we've heard a lot of people talking about this, but in terms of what we're seeing in the system is continuing to operate. We do get medicines delisting, we get new medicines coming on. The number of new medicines coming on tends to exceed the number that are delisted.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we'll just keep watching this space and hope nothing detrimental impacts on Australians' access to their medications. So just finally, any update in relation to Pompe disease? That wonderful promise. Yes, that wonderful promise. Screening. Yes. That wonderful promise made by the Prime Minister in 2022. Unless Wendy has some.
No. I'll be free. I'm respecting the shadow. Good morning, Senator. Liz Devlin, Deputy Secretary of Primary and Community Care Group. There is no further update to what we discussed at last estimates. The MSAC recommendation has been published. That is yet to go to health ministers, which we anticipate happening in the first half of this year.
Ministers, is the government still committed to having newborn blood screening for all 80 conditions, including Pompe disease?
I think the officials have talked to you about the work that we're going through. It's obviously something that requires the engagement of states and territories, and Ms Devlin has previously advised the committee about progress on that, and her update now is really about the timing of when we expect that to be put before all of the ministers.
So the commitment by the Prime Minister in the 2022 election campaign, while he was holding a baby with Pompe disease, to launch Labor's policy to end the postcode lottery and screen 80 conditions nationally, including Pompe disease. Did he make that promise without the ability to deliver it?
Senator Ruston, I think the officials have talked to you about the way that we are seeking to deliver that process, that promise through the existing processes.
MSAC have recommended or advised against newborn screening program for Pompe disease. Does the government not agree with MSAC, and is it intending to continue with this process despite that recommendation?
Senator, I don't have anything to add to the advice that's already been provided to the committee by Ms Devlin, last estimates and now.
So what do we tell the parents of children with Pompe disease today?
Senator, the officials have talked to you about the work that is underway. There will be an opportunity for ministers to consider this later this year, as Ms Devlin has indicated. I don't have anything to add to the material that has been provided to committee previously.
Okay. So just to be clear, is it still the position of the Albanese Labor government to pursue the inclusion of Pompe disease in the newborn blood screening program?
I think the officials have talked to you about the process that is being worked through now.
No, I understand that, Minister. I understand that very clearly. I'm just keen to understand if it is still your government's position that the process for the listing of Pompe disease on this program is still the position of your government.
I think the government has been very clear about the significance of newborn blood screening, about our determination to expand access. The officials have talked to you about the process that we are working through.
So it's still on the agenda?
Senator, I think I've answered your question.
Well, I suggest you haven't answered my question, because right now I don't know what to go and tell the parents of children what the future is for the screening of Pompe disease, because you've given me no indication. The only information that I have since the Prime Minister made a promise to Australian parents in 2022 that there would be 80 conditions screened nationally, you now tell me that, well, the officials have just told me that, you know, it's a matter that needs the support of the states and territories, and we don't know whether they're going to give us that support. So that would suggest that the Prime Minister made a promise that he didn't have the capacity to deliver on. And as I'm standing here today, all I know is that MSAC has recommended against including Pompe disease in the newborn screening program. Does that, I mean, so we are continuing to pursue the inclusion of Pompe disease on the screening program? Is that a matter that will be put to the state ministers at the end of the year? I mean, we're talking it was 4 years ago this promise was being made.
Senator, just to add to previous conversations we've had around this, the decision-making pathway has been that states and territories would agree the conditions that would go to MSAC because they felt there was sufficient level of evidence appropriate for MSAC consideration. After the MSAC process, that obviously makes its way through to health ministers. Some additional information that we haven't discussed in previous estimates is an ongoing process to consider conditions, even if they do not make it onto the screening program now. There is a continual process should evidence change, should the test become more effective or efficient, And we have recently had the public call for new or other conditions, and we see this as a continual process, that as the evidence continues to grow, the reconsiderations can be made of further conditions to be considered if their evidence wasn't sufficient previously. So I don't think we've described that previously, but we have recently gone for the public call for further conditions to be considered, and that will be an ongoing process.
And that's fantastic for the ongoing, the other conditions, but we're quite talking here specifically about Pompe disease. And so from what I've just taken from what you've just said is that Prime Minister makes a promise, newborn blood screening, this baby's condition will be included in that program. We're now 3.5 years after that promise has been made, and the process is included going through MSAC, where a recommendation has been made not to include it. So you're now telling me that unless evidence changes, Pompe disease is out of the equation. Is that correct?
MSAC has obviously considered the evidence around the available test, whether conditions are treatable at the age which it might be discovered, the onset of the disease, those sorts of considerations. And yes, they have made a recommendation which has been published. As I said, that is yet to go to health ministers. The agreed decision-making pathway between all states and territories in the Commonwealth is that health ministers will jointly consider the recommendations of MSAC.
Seems pretty callous of a Prime Minister to hold a baby and make a promise and then knowingly that this whole process needed to take place. The process has taken place, and now we got, there's a recommendation not to list it, but you've only done your job, Dr. Devlin, and I think it's a sad indictment on the Prime Minister that he would use a baby as a prop and then fail to deliver because he didn't have the ability to deliver, and the process hasn't allowed him to deliver. I'd really like to know from the Prime Minister what he would like me to say or what he intends to say to the mothers and fathers of children with Pompe disease that he promised in 2022 would be included in this program. Chair, I'm happy to go to NDIS.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Senator Ruston. We will now move to suspend for a short time to allow witnesses of the next outcome to be called for outcome 4, disability and carers. Thank you, everyone. We are recommencing to now move into outcome 4 on disability and carers. I am going to ask the Minister, who did alert me earlier that she would like to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members, for allowing me to make a short statement. I wanted to provide the committee with an update on our key areas of focus. The Albanese government remains committed to ensuring the National Disability Insurance Scheme's long-term sustainability so that it can continue to provide life-changing supports for people with disability. This includes building on the supports that are available to people outside the NDIS. My focus in the NDIS is on improving the planning experience for participants, addressing fraud and integrity, and enhancing market sustainability so that participants receive value in the services they are able to obtain. I want to start with Thriving Kids and foundational supports. We are committed to ensuring that all people with disability can access the supports that they need, and recently National Cabinet reached a landmark agreement to deliver record investment across health and disability. This includes investing $4 billion to establish Thriving Kids. It's a significant step forward in strengthening the system of disability supports outside the NDIS for people with disability right across the country. And from the 1st of October 2026, Thriving Kids will start to help children with developmental delay and autism with low to moderate support needs, their parents and their families, to access those supports in a straightforward and timely manner in line with the findings of the independent review of the NDIS. The Thriving Kids Advisory Group, led by Minister Butler with Professor Frank Oberclade, OAM, and the Parliamentary Inquiry, led by Dr Mike Freelander and Dr Monique Ryan, have informed the national model. And as we move forward, implementation will be done closely with the states and territories and the disability community. We're continuing to progress fundamental reform to NDIS planning. The NDIS review described how the current approach is inconsistent, confusing and cost-intensive, and it leads to participants having to contest line-by-line items in their plan. One of my priorities for this portfolio is improving the participant experience in planning, and I want that planning experience, that conversation, to be a positive one. The NDIS review recommended a fairer approach that is easier to navigate, and we're in the process of developing such an approach. It should be fairer, more consistent and more transparent. It will be collaborative, it will be strengths-based, and it will move away from a focus on diagnosis and deficit. It will provide opportunities for participants, their families and supporters to ensure that the information is accurate. Now, I appreciate that this is a big change, and I am committed to working with the disability community through this reform to ensure that it works for participants, their families and their supporters. The NDIA continues to work with the University of Melbourne and the Centre for Disability Studies, disability representatives and participants to develop this approach to planning. The NDIA have begun trialling the new support needs assessment process with a small group of volunteer NDIS participants. They have volunteered to assist with the design. NDIA assessors are undertaking simulated support needs assessments with this group to test usability, accessibility, comprehension and participant experience. The NDIA will use the insights gained from this live testing to inform and design the assessment experience before it rolls out later this year. Labor takes fraud seriously. The NDIS must operate safely and with integrity, and those who defraud the NDIS are stealing from the hundreds of thousands of Australians who rely on the life-changing support that the NDIS delivers. We have been progressing further work to address fraud and improve safeguarding. At the end of last year, we announced that mandatory registration for disability service providers in supported independent living, as well as for platform providers, will begin from the 1st of July 2026. This builds on the supports that already require mandatory registration. This includes providers of specialist disability accommodation, specialist behaviour support services and plan management services. We will continue to work through the expansion of registration to more parts of the NDIS provider market. I note that regardless of registration status, all NDIS providers must comply with the Code of Conduct. This includes obligations to provide supports in a safe and competent manner, to act with integrity, honesty and transparency, and take all reasonable steps to prevent and respond to all forms of violence against people with disability. Every dollar taken by fraud is a dollar taken from someone who needs it, and where we see fraud, too often we also see other harms, from low quality services to abuse and neglect and exploitation. After a decade of neglect by the previous government, we have invested over $500 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance, and more than $470 million to ensure that the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission has the resources it needs to ensure that Australians with disability get safe and quality supports. Finally, I want to speak to value and ensuring that people with disability obtain value from the services that they purchase with their plans. The market must deliver value to our participants and to the wider Australian public. Even as we seek to drive out those who are willing to commit fraud and cut corners, we need to reward quality providers who do the right thing and deliver high-quality services to disabled people. Since we last met, the NDIA has completed its public consultation on the 2025-26 annual pricing review. This year's APR is exploring how price limits could vary based on provider registration status, experience, qualifications and participant outcomes. This exploration is an important step as the NDIS moves to greater differentiation of pricing. Finally, I do wish to thank parliamentarians, senators and members across the parliament for the continued collegiality and collaboration. I know that the disability community wants to see us working together to support them. I thank you for your commitment to that approach, and I look forward to continuing that work across the parliament to ensure we are reaching the best possible outcomes for NDIS participants and the broader community.
Thank you, Minister. I now welcome the new Chief Executive Officer of the National Disability Insurance Agency, Mr Graham Head AO, and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commissioner, Ms Louise Granville. Mr Head, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Ms Glanville, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I now call officers both of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the NDIS, the NDIA and NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission and invite questions. I'll go to Senator Ruston first.
Thank you. In dollar terms, what's the estimated extent of fraud within the NDIS? Thank you, Mr Dardo.
Senator, thank you for your question. John Dardo, Deputy CEO in the NDIA and co-chair of the Fraud Fusion Task Force. If I can use a slightly different term to fraud, and the reason I use a slightly different term is fraud's a very narrow term, and to prove fraud you've got to prove intent, which is quite a difficult thing to prove in cases. I'll use a broader term, which is a broader measure, which is integrity leakage. So leakage that is leaking out of the NDIS, and it may be due to inappropriate claiming, incorrect claiming, mischief, and includes fraud. We've been quite transparent for a number of years now about the fact that the leakage out of the NDIS is something that is difficult to put an exact number on, but as we build our systems, we are growing increasingly confident of a range. That range is between 6 and 10%, and that's documented in a public document, an A&O audit report. I can certainly provide that out of session, but there's an A&O audit report that documents that figure between 6 and 10%. And so depending on which year you're talking about, if you took a midpoint of that, 8%, and applied that to the total cost of the scheme, that would give you a dollar figure as an estimate of that integrity leakage, which would include fraud within it.
Do you have the fraud component that is able to be isolated?
It's very, Senator, no, it's an extraordinarily difficult number to isolate because.
So can I just when you started your response to my question, you said that fraud was too narrow because it was X, Y, and Z in terms of you actually had to prove intent, etc., etc. Surely that must be a reasonably clearly delineated group within this broader integrity leakage.
No, I think that the technical definition of fraud that we have is that you've got to have proven intent. Generally, to get to that onus of proof, we're generally reserving that for when we go to prosecutions or court cases.
Yep.
And even in those cases, there is a limit to how much effort you put into those cases to prove intent for the dollar value. I'll give you a really simple example. We may have a case where, pick a figure, $1 million we're concerned about in claiming. In order to prove intent for that $1 million, we would have to go and get witness statements from the participants. We would have to try and get third-party validation about where the money did or didn't go. We would have to try and prove who pressed the button on the claiming. We would have to prove that they were consciously aware that that claiming had intent. It wasn't an accident, it wasn't a duplicate. It is, physically, the effort involved in trying to prove the whole $1 million is often not, you can achieve the prosecution by proving with 3 witness statements a certain amount of that and getting it over the line and moving to the next case, but trying to prove the whole $1 million of that leakage is problematic in most cases. So even in cases where we've taken them to court, what I would say to you is that the figures that we might take to court as the fraudulent amount may not reflect the integrity leakage amount. So we quite often talk about total claimed by a provider or total claimed by a syndicate, but what we don't do is try and, we're not using the fraud number as the total count of what we're concerned about.
No, and I totally understand that and I also understand the process that you've just outlined, but quite frankly, it's a pretty bad message to be sending to the sector that, if you are being fraudulent, just make sure you're fraudulent within a sort of a scope that nobody's going to bother to pursue you because the cost of pursuit is less than the fraud. I don't think that's sending a particularly good message, and I'm sure that's not what your intent was either, Mr. Dardo. So is there any number at all where the department or the agency has pursued through prosecution in relation to matters that are deemed to be fraud? What is the total amount of money that the NDIS has, or the NDIA, considers to be sufficiently large enough to pursue fraud?
We will pursue cases that are in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. We will pursue cases that are in the millions. There is no...
So what are you pursuing? Like, I just ask you for a number, and I absolutely accept what you've said about integrity leakage. I'd be really keen to understand what the fraud component of that is, because it's a much more serious... they're all serious, but that's a very serious element. Surely we have a number of cases that are pursued to the point whether they would receive a classification of fraud, and what is that number?
Yeah. So we have 53 persons that have been referred to the CDPP and are in front of the courts and at various stages. We have 16 that are right in front of the courts right now. We have 9 cases that are awaiting trial, so they're not yet in front of the courts. We've got another 9 briefs that are sitting with the CDPP awaiting finalisation to progress the charges and cases. We've got several dozen cases in the pipeline, so pre-warrant, for example, or pre-CDPP engagement. So But what I want to assure you of is that that is the tiny spectrum of the work that we do to eliminate or reduce the risk of leakage. So if I can...
Yeah. And look, I suppose, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but I'm trying to understand, there is a widely held belief in the community that there is a very high level of fraud in the NDIS. Now, you've given me no sort of answer to what that level is. I mean, you've given me, 97 plus a few dozen that are sort of in the pipeline. I mean, so what are those 97 that you've just outlined to me? What is the value of that in terms of the alleged fraud?
I haven't got a dollar figure of the cumulative amount that was alleged in the court cases, but I can certainly provide that to you out of session.
So in terms of the 6 to 10%, which is 8% on average, what sort of amount of that would you be allocating into the fraud bucket?
Only a very tiny amount would be cases that have gone to prosecution. But again, what I want to emphasise is, the range of interventions here. There are interventions that are very significant that may not result in prosecution. And
I sort of understand that, but it strikes me that we don't really have a handle on. Well, you've also just said to me that there are many instances when the effort of going to actually prosecute is sort of far outweighs what you're going to gain. I'm assuming you've got other means by which you are dealing and taking action against those people. But I mean, don't you think Australians have got the right, and participants have got the right to understand, and the taxpayers have got the right to understand how much of the money that is being invested in a program to support Australians with disability is not being expended appropriately, and a breakdown of those people that are actually fraudulently doing it, and that includes those people who you've chosen not to prosecute because it's not worth it. I mean, there's a really distinct difference between a situation where somebody who has behaved unlawfully. Now, your choice of how you want to act on that, I understand. There are a range of issues there. And then there's a group of people who have probably not broken the law, but have certainly taken moral advantage of a situation that wouldn't meet the pub test in Australia, which means that obviously you need to put some things in place to deal with that. I'm trying to understand how much of the money that we're talking about here in your integrity leakage is actually unlawful as opposed to that which basically is occurring because the system is not robust enough to actually stop it from happening. Do you have a number there?
I think the official has indicated to you on a number of occasions that the way that you seek to establish that distinction is not one that is not an approach that is adopted by the agency. But perhaps I can provide some context about the way that we think about stopping leakage, because as I indicated in my opening statement, this is a focus for our government. Every dollar that is not spent on a person with disability is a dollar that we seek to bring back into compliance. We came to government and honestly, Senator, confronted a situation where there was almost no compliance arrangements in place at all. Stuart Roberts set up a task force in 2018. Then the member for Wannon said that the task force would give people confidence that their money is well spent. 18 months later, that task force investigator resigned, said to News Corp it's simply too much fraud for too few people. Under your government, Senator, there were less than 30 employees working within the NDIA directly on fraud and integrity activities. There are now hundreds. There were very significant blind spots systemically. Claims that were submitted between 4:30 p.m. and 6 p.m. on a weekday couldn't be reviewed in NDI systems before they were paid. Claims made every second weekend couldn't be reviewed in systems before they were paid. We have made very substantial investments to remedy those problems in people, in systems, and in laws. We have laws before the Parliament at the moment that will strengthen penalties against people doing the wrong thing. We have put more than $500 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance, and as I said, that has included people and infrastructure. We have referred more matters for investigation to the AFP or state law enforcement during the in our period than during the entire tenure of the opposition overseeing the NDIS. And we have stopped very substantial amounts of money in fraud, and Mr Dardo has committed to coming back to you with an exact quantification of that. So this is an area where there is no single response. We require a multi-layered response to deal with this. And the final thing I want to say is that this is important for lots of reasons. It's important for people with disability, but it's also important for those many providers, all of whom get up every day trying to do the right thing by their clients to support people with disability, and the people who are doing the wrong thing really are very upsetting to those people. Those people talk to me about how sad it is for them to know that their work is brought into disrepute by this group of people who are behaving badly. We are determined to deal with it, and I did want to get that on the record, Senator Ruston, because it's a very high priority for the government and one where we are making progress, but there is significantly more to do.
Thank you. So, Mr Dardo, I'm just keen to understand, like, in response to a question in Senate budget estimates in October last year, Senator Thorpe asked a question on notice that said, does the NDIA have a policy of transparency in its investigations? What is the scale of NDIS fraud? And how many ongoing investigations are there? And what is the total Australian dollar figure of these investigations? And the answer to that was questions 1 to 3, yes. All administrative, civil and criminal investigations are undertaken within line with the government investigation standards, the policy standards for all Australian government entities that conduct investigations. Yes. So, what is the scale of fraud? The answer is yes. How many ongoing investigations are there, and what is the total Australian dollar of these investigations? The answer is yes. Could somebody explain to me how those questions could have an answer of yes?
Senator, well, the first answer is yes. We do follow the AGIS standards. As I've explained on the value, the definition of fraud, it's a very problematic number to define and to quantify, but I will take on notice to give you the figures that are associated with the cases that are before the courts or have concluded in front of the courts. It'll be a combination of those two figures.
Yep. Okay. So I'm just keen to understand if it is possible to get a figure in relation to this average 8% integrity leakage number that you're talking about. If you could define the difference between, can you tell us how much of that 6 to 10% is matters that are unlawful and matters that require system changes to prevent them from happening in the future? Because I think that is the number or the breakdown that I think Australians will be comfortable with understanding. Because if it's a very small amount that are unlawful, then the question has to be that the system needs to be redesigned so these things can't happen into the future. If the number of the unlawful behaviour is high, then I think, obviously there is further work which I'm sure you're currently undertaking. And to the Minister's point in relation to there are a lot of amazing providers that get up every morning and all they care about is making sure that the people that they care for are getting the care that they need. And the fact that we have this sort of lack of clarity around the bad actors in this space, causes great pain and anguish to them because, quite frankly, everybody just puts all NDA
NDIS providers in the one bucket. They think they're all bad, and we know that's not true. And the way that is best to fix that is to actually clearly define what is going wrong, where it's going wrong, who it is, and being more transparent about it, because then that way it shines a light on them and allows the good providers to be able to be congratulated for the amazing care that they give Australians. That is my concern about the lack of answers or the lack of clarity or transparency we've got around fraud and non-compliance in the NDIS, as opposed to your nice word of integrity leakage, which I understand why you're using it. So,
Senator Ruston,
yeah,
I will
sure.
need to share the call
I'm
shortly.
I'm fine with leaving that.
That's
to
the end of
Senator
your question?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you. Well, actually, I'm going to continue on with this. In the NDIO annual report, that in 22-23, 43.2 million in fraud was reported. In 23-24, 34.5 million in fraud was reported. In 24-25, blank, nothing. So can you explain why there's no reporting for 24-25 of fraud?
I think, Senator, the numbers that you're quoting...
Sorry, I can't...
Sorry, Senator. Historically, the agency had a process of counting what I refer to as payment error rates, and so they would count the error rates in relation to payments, and the systems were not particularly sophisticated. So what I mean by that is, you know, if and I'll just compare claiming. Like, I'll just give you a comparison of how claiming worked. You know, back in 2022, if an individual came in online to make a claim, they could make a claim without providing an ABN, without providing a text description, and without uploading any evidence. And those claims would happen through the day, the evening and the weekend, and for a number of those claims, the agency did not even see or could not see those claims before they were processed. So it was, you know, whatever the statistics were in those reports, there was a blind spot for the agency about the money that was going out the door. And so we received an investment from government that would allow us to uplift the systems to make those claims more transparent. And so, for example, today, if somebody's making a claim as an individual, a participant, we can see the ABN of the provider they're paying, we can see a text description for the claim, we can see the evidence that's being uploaded to support that claim if the claim is over a certain threshold. We've built analytics that analyse all those claims. We've built a 24-hour payment delay to allow us to analyse those claims. We've built a whole bunch of really sophisticated mechanisms that allow us to identify and extract the risky claims and to then reach back and check those claims before they're paid. That level of sophistication now allows us to see things that we could never see in 2022. And that level of sophistication is surfacing higher error rates or leakage than was identified in 2022. Now, we treat that. We actually treat those claims. So, you know, we are on average rejecting from self-managed participants $13 million of claiming a month. So that wasn't happening in 2022. In fact, we now review more claims per day than was reviewed in all of 2022.
Isn't that a shocking statistic, Senator Hanson?
What I'm asking, you're telling me the process. Wonderful. I've asked you, why haven't the fraud figures been published for 23, for 24, 25?
I think, again, the word fraud is a technical definition for it. What we measure is not aligned to that definition, and what we're working on is improving the processes to increase the accuracy of claims before we process them, so we don't have to prosecute people or we don't have to try and recover debt.
Isn't it true that you've actually changed the definition of fraud reporting methodology, that you've changed it? That's why you can't, that's what you're saying, is that fraud's different now. Fraud is fraud. But you've changed the definition of it, haven't you, over the period of time under this government?
The technical definition of fraud has never changed. You know, the technical definition of fraud...
But you've moved the goalpost, haven't you?
I think what we're saying is the measures that were there were incomplete and not sufficiently sophisticated. What we are identifying now would exceed those numbers, and certainly we treat more than that every day and every month than we did in 2022.
And Senator Hanson, I think the point I've sought to make in my contribution really is that this is a very significant area of interest for the government. It's why we've made the big investments we have, and the evidence Mr Dardo has given you is that as a consequence of that, we can see much more of the behaviour, some of which are fraud, some of which is improper claiming behaviour, and we are determined to put in place the systems to eliminate both of those things. It involves systems, it involves investment in people, so we've got the people to do the work, and it also involves new laws, and you'll know that there are laws in front of the Parliament at the moment in relation to these issues. They're subject to a Senate committee inquiry.
Minister, could I just add to that? Louise Glanville from the Commission. I think the other point that is really significant, and that's why we so much enjoy working with the NDIA on this work, is that a lot of the compliance actions that can be taken respond essentially to trying to mitigate risk and to fraud and to prevent that fraud occurring. And so things like compliance outcomes, banning orders, revocations of registration, other regulatory outcomes, enforcement actions are all things which are early on so that we can prevent the fraud actually occurring. So the fraud itself is important, as you say, but what is as important is trying to get in early, trying to look at what is occurring across systems, and the Commission itself has also been assisted by government with significant resourcing to improve our systems that are currently in place, and that this provides a very holistic response to, I think, events which happen always when government spends significant amounts of money and have over history and still do now. And I think this way of working, where yes, strong focus on fraud within the courts, but also a strong focus on trying to mitigate these risks earlier on by other compliance and enforcement actions that the Commission has at its disposal, is a really important part of this puzzle.
Is it true that fraud is only reported once it's been proven or confirmed? So you can have a lot of fraud that's going on, which you've said is happening, but you don't pursue it because the cost of pursuing and finding the evidence, but if it's actually happening, but you don't put it in your figures because it hasn't been proven in the court system. Is that right?
No, I think if we can just separate out a couple of metrics, and I think that measure of integrity leakage is a measure of any money that is going out that we think should not be going out for whatever reason, including fraud. And Senator, I just want to reassure you, the effort that is going into every layer of this, whether it be detection up front to prevent it, or whether it be treatment of it after a claim has come in, or whether it be a mitigation after the money has gone out, is mind-blowingly awesome compared to 3 years ago, and I'll give you some numbers to prove it. We've stopped over 2,500 providers from being able to claim from our systems for a combination of reasons. Some of them because we referred to the Commission and they banned them. Some of them because we looked at their claiming behaviours and went, that looks like fraud, we're going to prosecute them. Some of them because we looked at their claiming behaviours and went, actually, we're not even confident that their business systems are accurate. But 2,500 providers where we've stopped their ability to claim from the scheme. Before we stopped those providers, they had historically claimed $5 billion from this scheme. And we've stopped them from claiming from this scheme. And we currently, right now, have several hundred more that we're working through our pipeline that we will stop from claiming from this scheme. Now, it is mathematically impossible to take 2,500 providers and prosecute every single one of them, and in fact, you're not even sure that you should or need to, because you're not sure that all their behaviour was criminally malicious. But stopping those providers from claiming against the scheme means that genuine providers are actually getting the work and the business they should be getting, and it means genuine participants are not being ripped off. And it protects participants from providers that are dodgy. That's a phenomenal, like that is a really significant shift in the provider market.
2,500 over what period of time?
Since June 2024.
Right.
So
and how many providers do you have on your books?
There's over 200,000 providers that are claiming against the scheme.
It's only 300,000 providers, aren't they?
And I can assure you that the risk treatments that we are putting in place to identify providers and to progressively remove them from the scheme where we've got concerns far exceed anything that existed 3 years ago. The stuff we have built in the last 2 years is extraordinary.
So the ANIO did a review of these matters, Senator Hanson, and they said this, and it's a direct quote: prior to 2024, the NDIS lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. And so when I say to you that this is a focus for our government, that was totally unacceptable. We came to government and saw a scheme that was not set up to deal with these problems, and we have found the money and the resources to start to fix that. And as Mr Dardo is pointing out to you, those systems, we're now starting to see results. We are exiting people from the scheme, providers from the scheme who are behaving improperly, and we hope that that makes room for the good providers. Later in the hearing, it may be that people direct questions to the Quality and Safeguard Commission about the work they've done recently, reviewing site visits, reviewing the work of providers. They see good practice and quality care in all sorts of places. But we have to get rid of the people who are not behaving well. And Mr Dardo's work that he's describing to you is very significant, but very recent, because prior to us coming to government, none of this infrastructure to deal with these challenges was put in place by the Liberals.
Look, I totally agree. I think that Bill Shorten did a far better job than what the Coalition did in reining in the problems where the money was going. So I'll give you credit where credit's due, and I totally agree with it. But, things like this Begman Kantara, K-N-T-A-R-A, she was a 60-year-old former migration agent who was banned from the profession for serious misconduct, yet still managed to register and run an NDIS disability support service in Melbourne, and allegedly stole nearly $300,000 from the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Now, this same woman, despite her migration agent ban for fraudulent applications and failing clients, she was able to operate the Elite Smart Community Care NDIS company, raising serious questions about oversight and how someone with a history of misconduct could be allowed to re-register as soon before sentencing. Now, what are you doing with that sort of thing? Because I'm hearing constantly all the time that people are creating fraud. Do you investigate these people who get it onto these schemes as providers?
Senator Hanson, it's a really important point, and we are conscious of people who target government payment programs of one kind or another, sometimes operating across more than one government payment program. Mr Dardo can talk to you a little about some of the steps that he has taken working within the Fraud Fusion Task Force to let us have better visibility of these people who are working in more than one scheme. It's also the case that the ledge that is before the Parliament at the moment provides some additional powers for the Commission to ban certain people from operating within the scheme, and gives them expanded powers essentially to prevent a person from operating in any capacity within the NDIS. But I'll let Mr Dardo talk about those cross-sector questions that you specifically ask about.
Yeah, Senator, there's a couple of layers of defence that we've been building up. The Fraud Fusion Task Force, which is the most powerful task force ever assembled to deal with fraud against government payments and programs, not just against the NDIS, but it's also dealing with fraud in other programs, has 24 Commonwealth agencies on it. And in addition to that, the state and territories enforcement agencies are also supporting us in a range of different ways. That task force has had two streams of work. One is around intelligence and operations, and one is about building preventative capability. The intelligence and operations capability now is becoming more and more mature by the month, and so we now are able to data match across those agencies, so data match across agencies that administer different government rules or regulations, and start to identify persons of interest that might have been banned or might have been flagged for fraud in other schemes or systems. And then we take those intelligence reports, which are produced out of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, a member of the task force. We distribute them to agencies such as us, and we then use it to identify risk and exit providers from the scheme or stop them from claiming. That did not exist 3 years ago. We've been building that. That is becoming more and more mature, but keep in mind it's limited by law as to what we can and can't share, but within the bounds of law, that is becoming an extremely mature system. The other thing that's really interesting is that this agency did not have a way to properly identify registered providers prior to an investment called Crackdown on Fraud. And that investment, that $300 million investment, one of the things we did was we implemented digital identity on the front of our online claiming interface for registered providers. And in parallel with us, the Commission also updated their online interface for people attempting registration to put digital identity in front of it. Before that, we could not be sure who the providers were. Now, we are sure that we've got a digital identity that we can match to an individual, and we know that that person, you know, is a real person with a real identity that matches an identity in Australia. Before we did that, we could not be sure who the registered providers were and who were representing them. So there's layers of defence that we're building, whether it be in data matching across agencies, whether it be in casework. So some of these cases that you may read about in the press, what you may not know from the press is that the effort to take those people down was multi-jurisdictional. It was us, with the Federal Police, with the Tax Office, with Services Australia, and we took them down across multiple schemes at once. So we are working right across the board to detect, to data match, to prevent, to take them down, and in the agency and in the Commission to build systems that identify them. Can I flag that we've still got a long way to go? You know, we can't make up, you know, the historic weaknesses in just a couple of years, but we are streets ahead of where we were only 2 or 3 years ago.
Senator Hanson, just checking on whether we could leave this block. I just need to share the call back to the Coalition. Before we head to the break, if you're happy to leave it there, and we can come back to you after the break.
Good, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to have a chat about the NDIS funding agreement as it relates to the NHRA. Cool. As of today, precisely what have the states and territories agreed to in relation to the funding of the rollout of Thriving Kids?
So the states and territories have agreed that Thriving Kids would have overall $4 billion of expenditure on it, $2 billion from the Commonwealth and $2 billion from the states and territories over the 5-year period. Of the $2 billion that the Commonwealth is contributing, $1.4 billion of that will be allocated to the states and territories. So they will have $3.4 billion in total to deliver.
Yep.
They have committed to begin the rollout of the Thriving Kids program for state-based programs from the 1st of October this year.
2026?
So 2026, with full rollout up and running by 1 January 2028. So having effectively 15 months to scale the programs up from 1 October 2026 to the 1st of January 2028.
Okay, so in his press release on the 30th of January, the Prime Minister indicated that National Cabinet had agreed to several key reforms in relation to NDIS funding and thriving kids. But then only a few days later, the Health Minister indicated at a press conference on the 11th of February that no agreements with the states and territories had been locked in, which is correct.
So there is the sequence of the NHRA, the overall deal, which included the NHR and disability, was that the heads of agreement were signed at the National Cabinet that was held on the 30th of January. And then there was a subsequent process to finalise bilateral agreements and the Thriving Kids Agreement, with an intention of that being finalised in the next few weeks.
Okay. So in terms of the Prime Minister's statement, several key reforms in relation to the NDIS funding and Thriving Kids had been agreed at National Cabinet. What were those several key reforms?
Well, the ones I've just described to you on Thriving Kids. So the heads of agreement provides the overall framework. The bilaterals
so
really...
what were the reforms? They've agreed to the program. They'd already agreed to the $2 million. That was something that happened a long time ago. So they've agreed to the start date and the
roll out
rollout.
The programs. They also agreed in that thing to support the access arrangements that would happen with respect to children with autism and development delay with mild to moderate support needs from 1 January 2028.
Okay. But the Minister then subsequently said that no agreements with the states and territories have been locked in. So we're sort of arguing about the difference between the word agreed and locked in, are we?
Look, I think the point is that the heads of agreement has the clear spirit of what those agreements are. There's been a lot of engagement with states and territories on a bilateral basis as to what the content would be, but the formal signing of those bilaterals hasn't occurred yet. So I can throw to Ms Devlin if she wants to expand, but it's nothing more than the heads of agreements provides a fair bit of structure. There's been a lot of engagement with the states and territories on a bilateral basis. There is still some details to work out, which is in fact why the states and territories are not required to start rolling out the programs until 1 October 2026 to allow the sort of final detailed scheme design to be undertaken.
Okay.
Dr Devlin, do you want to add anything?
Did you want to add anything or not?
Morning, Senator. I would only add that the bilateral agreements that the Secretary has referenced will really give effect in terms of the detail of the services the states and territories will plan out. It will obviously include the Commonwealth's commitment to services. There'll also be implementation plans. So it really is a far more detailed document to describe the funding arrangements between the Commonwealth and the states and the interplay between the services that they will deliver in the Commonwealth.
So to that effect, if you're talking about the services that we provide, how they'll provide them, etc., so do we actually already have a plan as to what this Thriving Kids program is intended to look like? Because, I mean, obviously in order to put into place these agreements for the delivery of these services starting to roll out from the 1st of October, there must be a product that Thriving Kids is. Do we have that?
Senator, we've had quite a series. I mean, the consultation on foundational supports, which is now described as Thriving Kids, has gone on for a couple of years. This is not new. What has been more recent is the work of the Thriving Kids Advisory Group, which provided to governments very much a conceptual model of what would be best practice and the elements of a national framework. And we've also had the parliamentary inquiry, which was in a significant consultation process with the sector. I think the best way to conceive it is that the Thriving Kids Advisory Group recommends the elements to governments of what should be included in any model. So that will include systems and services that help with the identification of children, both from a universal perspective but also to those that might have more targeted needs. It also provides comments on the sorts of settings that these services should be offered. It also talks about the sorts of information and where parents should be pointed to. It also talks about targeted supports and who should deliver those sorts of services. So it very much provides the framework framework, which we obviously then respond to with the states, and we anticipate the bilateral agreements will describe the state services to offer early identification.
So just in terms of the agreement and the $25 billion that was put on the table for the NHRA, and the additional $2 billion from each of the two jurisdictions, what requirement or what undertaking did the states and territories give in relation to their commitment to roll out Thriving Kids? Is there still a capacity for the states and territories, if they're not able to negotiate an agreement between what they're doing and what the Commonwealth is doing in relation to the cohort of people that would previously have been on the NDIS and now going into this new program? What is the binding commitment as part of the NHRA agreement that means that the states have to undertake this program? Is there anything in there?
That is a key feature of the Heads of Agreement around this split of the $4 billion that will be towards...
Oh, sorry, just the split of the $4 billion. It doesn't actually apply to the $25 billion. So we've handed over $25 billion for the NHRA, for the hospitals. At the same time, we're sort of talking about that we got agreement on the NDIS component that sat with it. But is that now a completely separate negotiation to what happened with the $25 billion?
It's an integrated agreement.
Yeah,
so
sure.
the condition of getting the $25 billion was that you would roll out the Thriving Kids.
And so there's no mechanism or capacity for the states and territories to not do that now. That's totally binding.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That was all the question was. Okay. So as part of that agreement, the escalation rate of the NDIS, which currently the states are capped at 4%, and there was an agreement to move to 8%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that doesn't come into effect until 2028. Is that correct?
Yes, right.
Okay. So you obviously project forward quite a way in terms of the trajectory for the growth of the NDIS, and I think the Minister had said that it was 6% was his target?
So let's go back a step. The commitment on the states and territories is to bear a risk share up to 8%.
Yeah.
If the scheme growth is less than that, then they wouldn't pay the 8%.
No, I get that.
They would pay whatever it is.
But previously they would only have to have paid 4%. So the Minister is seeking for it to be 6%, and I mean, actually probably the Minister, that's you, seeking it to be 6%. So if previously it had been capped at 4%, and now if it's capped at 8%, it'll be fully, that they will pay their full share of that growth factor. What's the savings to government over the next 10 years of the decision by the states and territories to accept an 8% cap as opposed to a 4% cap on your 6% trajectory?
Would you like me to have the first crack, Minister? So we'll come to the question of the quantum of savings, but I think you have to think about this, Senator, as a risk-sharing arrangement, not something that you say this is the precise number that's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, etc. At the moment, prior to this agreement, the states and territories did not bear any of the upside risk associated with high growth of the NDIS. And it could be argued that has led to perverse incentives in terms of the incentives for the states to ensure that people did not end up in the NDIS. What this risk-sharing agreement does is increase the incentives of the states and territories to lean into both their own services but also potentially scheme design issues. Obviously in the NDIS there are a range of rules that need to be agreed that require the agreement of the states and territories. In the past they haven't borne that upside risk. So, at the moment the growth rate of the scheme, I think last year, and the actuarial, Graham, my comment from memory was around 10%. There have been years in recent time where we've had 20% growth rate in the NDIS where the states have been capped at 4%, which is why the original conception when the NDIS was put in place was it would be a 50-50 cost share between the Commonwealth and the states, and it's got much closer to 70 or 75% Commonwealth contribution. So the commitment, the heads of agreement signed by the states and territories in the Commonwealth committed to an intention to try and achieve a growth rate of 5 to 6% in the scheme as being something that was more sustainable in the long run, which is more in line with the growth of other social expenditure programs. The precise amount that the Commonwealth would benefit from the states and territories moving to 8% for those last 3 years, which of course the last one at least is outside the forward estimates, but the first, I think, 2 are not. Depends on what the growth rate of the scheme would be, and that would be something at the moment I could defer to the NDIA, probably the current guardians of those estimates. But those estimates are, around the 7 to 8% per year mark, and therefore
7 to 8% savings per year, or 7 to 8%
the growth rate is around 7 to 8%. So the saving would be the difference between the 4% cap and whatever that turned out to be, whether it was 3 or 4%.
Yeah, so that's what I'm just wondering. I mean, obviously you must do some actuarial sort of assessment in terms of the potential for this. So I'm just trying to understand, what the value to the Commonwealth of the agreement of moving from 4 to 8% might be on the basis of, best information that you have before you. I mean, that's the only way you can deal with your forward estimates. So what is the...
Just flagging, this is the final answer. We're at the hard marker, and we need to break.
So I suppose, just to make it simple, I mean, like, if the projected growth rate over the next 5 years is 6%, which is clearly where everybody's trying to get to, what would be the savings to the federal government of the arrangement for the states and territories to now be contributing 6%, up to 6% as opposed to previously at 4%, if it was at 6%? Because I'm assuming that's what you're modelling, because that's what you're hoping it's going to be.
I think, Senator, the answer is that these are questions that you'd imagine being dealt with in the ordinary course of the budget. I mean, we do provide, regular updates to the budget over the course of the year, but as the Secretary has explained, there are interactions between that growth rate, the timing of those changes coming into being, and the decisions that are yet to be taken by states and territories and the Commonwealth about exactly how that 5 to 6% ambition is to be obtained.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to leave it now, and if you could come back after with that, it gives you a bit more time to work it out.
That's great. Thank you, Senator Ruston. We are at the hard marker of the lunch break. We will be returning at 1 p.m. in Outcome 4 on disability and carers. Thank you. Back in session. We are in continuation in outcome 4, disability and carers, and I'll hand the call to Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you tell us the number of non-providers whose businesses have collapsed in the last 3 years?
Speaking, I'm the Deputy CEO at the agency responsible for partners and providers. So in terms of providers who have left the market, we only have information about registered providers that leave the market. So I can tell you the number of registered provider exits that we have.
I've asked for the number of businesses that have collapsed.
So I can't tell you individually which providers leave the market if they're not registered.
I want the numbers.
So in terms of the total numbers of providers that there are in the market, that has grown year on year.
I'm aware of it. It's nearly 260,000. I'm asking for the number of providers that have collapsed in the last 3 years.
And we don't collect that data at an individual level. The only data that we have is the total number of providers who are making claims, and where a provider is a registered provider, we do have numbers about how many registered providers have exited the market.
Right. Well, in total, you've got about 64 million that it's owed to the tax, unpaid tax, in superannuation and wages from providers that have actually collapsed. That's $64 million. And that's why I'm asking, and I want to know what you're doing about it.
So we don't have information about their tax that relates to how much unpaid tax or superannuation that an individual provider would have. That'd be questions for other departments. We don't collect that.
But you must know that you've got providers on your books that these organisations have collapsed. One, for a case in point, is Cocoon collapsed and left the debt of payments owing millions. Now, if you're allowing these people to get on your books and to act as a provider or a company or a business and that type of thing, that's taxpayers' dollars that are paying them. These are either scams or your governance of your organisation is hopeless. So which is it?
Senator, John Dardo, and I am very aware of the issue you're raising and I'm very concerned about the issue that you're raising.
Can I just ask the nameplates be put up? Sorry, it just makes it easy for us to reference who's at the desk. Sorry to interrupt.
I might continue while that's coming.
Yeah.
The first thing to note is that under current tax secrecy provisions, the tax office is not allowed to share data with us before we register a provider or before we pay a provider. So that is just something that is not allowed under current tax secrecy provisions. So even if we wanted to see that today, before we register or before we pay a provider, we are not allowed to see that. In the Fraud Fusion Task Force, Senator, we have created the ability to see tax data for very specific cases that are referred into the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and we treat those cases holistically, including having the tax office. We refer cases to the tax office, and we have the tax office work with us to treat those cases. We've been very transparent about this gap in the law, and we went to, it was included in a consultation paper that was distributed in December 2024 by Treasury on the tax secrecy provisions, and there was commentary provided by the sector, by the professional associations, the accountant professions and others on the fact that that secrecy provision exists and what the future may look like. But I just want to be really transparent. That is not a new thing. That's always been a thing. And unless the law is changed, we will not be allowed to know the tax circumstances of a provider before we register or pay them.
I'm quite well aware of that. So what I'm saying is, if you've got all these businesses that are folding, going under, owing millions of dollars, so along the way you have not done your job properly in having a clear governance over how this money is spent, especially when organisations get to millions of dollars that is owed, not only to the tax debts, but other debts and payments and wages. That is taxpayers' dollars. Now, I've asked you questions now for a figure. I've got the figures here of 22, 23, 23, 24 of fraud payments. And you tell me that it's probably a lot bigger than what you said, because it's $77 million over 2 years. You won't give me the fraud figures for 24, 25. You are moving the goalposts, you're moving definitions, you're not being upfront with the Australian people of what's going on. That's only recorded what you've caught them out to proven or in the courts. How much more fraud is going on there that you're not telling the Australian taxpayer? We're talking about a 52 to $55 billion industry that is going to blow out to $100 billion by 2032. And I know constantly I'm hearing from people the number of scams that's going on. I'll ask you this, this question also. The NDIS Integrity Program blocked $86 million in payments in 24-25. What are you going to do to rein in and eradicate this fraudulent behaviour? If you've picked this up to block it, why did they get to a stage that they can actually be providers? So is it, again, your governance?
So I think, just to be very, very transparent, there are multiple layers of work that we're doing to give us an assurance that providers that are working in the scheme are the right providers. For registered providers, and keep in mind there's the difference between registered and unregistered. For registered providers, we have now improved the way we identity proof them. We've improved the way we identity proof their staff, so we know who we're dealing with. There is a lot more work happening in identifying those providers that need to be removed at an earlier point in time because of their claiming. As I shared earlier, we've taken out at least 2,500 of those that have previously claimed $5 billion, and we've stopped them from being able to claim. We are referring to the tax office every provider that we think has a problem with their affairs. We are referring them to other agencies if they've been involved in any other agency process, and we're using the Fraud Fusion Task Force to take them out. We're referring to the Commission for the Commission to treat through a range of mechanisms. The breadth of the interventions is unprecedented. It's never been done in any government program in history. And some of these interventions never existed before we built them in the Fraud Fusion Task Force. On top of that, we are, there is work that will happen, in reform about unregistered providers and what they may need to look like in the future. And so as we go forward, we have, a forward work plan about how we make payments more transparent, so we can see the bank account that they're going to for every provider, and so that we can report that information to the tax office in a more timely way. And so that will mean the tax office will be able to see that. We are already working on that design, and we're already building the systems for that. But there is no doubt that there are things that we are not allowed to see and not allowed to do today under current law. We are not allowed to see today, for the 270,000 providers, something that indicates for us whether they have or haven't paid tax for the last year or the last 3 years. We are not allowed to see that by law. That is not a fault of the NDIS or the NDIA administering it. That is just a fact of law. So
is that government policy?
It's been the law for decades. So that is the current state of the law. As I said, the consultation has occurred around what that may or may not look like, but the question that you're asking that limitation is a limitation of the law, not our administration.
Then I've got to ask the question then, these providers that come on board, what investigation is done into them that they're actually going to do the right thing by the client? Because a lot of these people that they care for have no ability to actually manage money or do anything like that. What qualifications, if these people have got past criminal convictions and different things of fraud or whatever, are they still allowed to be a provider? Is there an investigation into them?
Senator, can I say one broad thing, and I might ask the Quality and Safeguard Commission to give you information about how we assess whether or not providers are doing good quality work or not. As a whole, your observation that this is a big market that needs to be well regulated is perfectly correct, and I agree with that. In this market, just like other service markets, we expect every business that's participating in this market to pay their taxes, pay their workers, including their superannuation, make only those claims on government that are actually owed, and deliver quality services. We also expect them to offer services to consumers that are good quality and perform the function that are advertised. Just like in every other market where businesses are offering a service, those expectations are managed by different regulators. So the obligation to behave fairly and in line with consumer law is regulated by the ACCC. The obligation to pay your tax is regulated by the ATO. The obligation to pay your workers is, regulated by a number of agencies, including the Fair Work Ombudsman. But the NDIS system, which includes the NDIA officials who are here and the Quality and Safeguard Commission officials here, have some particular obligations to ensure that services are delivered safely and to ensure that services are delivered with integrity and that the payments that are claimed are genuinely owed. And I just offer that perspective because that's not uncommon. We've got lots of markets where there's more than one regulator. I think the really important development in the last few years, which Mr Dardo's evidence alludes to, is we created this Fraud Fusion Task Force, and it brings together a lot of those different regulators so they can share information, compare notes effectively, and conduct joint operations where they identify that a particular business is in breach of more than one of their obligations to the Australian government and the Australian people. I just offer you that perspective because that's how we think about the problem. We want this market to work well, but we recognise it's going to involve drawing on the levers that are available in different bits of government. Thank you for indulging that explanation. You asked about how quality is secured, who can work in the system and what businesses can provide services.
What investigations is done into them? Because on one case there, you had Anne-Marie Smith, that incident of what happened to her. So I want to know what qualifications these people should have in taking on these jobs and positions, because if you don't do it, your department, NDIA or NDIS, doesn't look at the qualifications of these people, we're going to have many more Anne-Marie, and we've seen it out there, the care that these people are supposed to be getting are not getting it.
Senator, absolutely critical, and it's why we've put additional resources into Ms Glanville's organisation. There are an additional 320 staff working there. It's another area of investment because people have to be safe. And we have a worker registration system, we also have a provider registration system and a compliance system for quality that Ms Glanville can talk about.
Senator, they're really good questions you ask, and I'm very pleased you're asking them. And I've asked one of my colleagues to come up to give you the detail you're seeking, because you're asking what do we actually do before someone gets the ticket to ride, sort of thing. So I'm going to ask Mr Eaton just to explain the steps we take in terms of registration of a provider, for example.
Senator Tim Eaton, Acting Deputy Commissioner, Regulatory Operations. Senator, there's a range of legal tools available across the agency and the Commission, some of which are preventative and some of which are reactive. Amongst those preventative tools, for example, we have requirement for registered entities on registration to be found to be a suitable person, which involves a number of checks in terms of their integrity, both going to their criminal history and work performance and so forth. So they must pass that suitability test, and then they have an ongoing auditing requirement as well to ensure that they remain suitable persons, and that applies to all key personnel in those organisations, so essentially the people that run the place. Also in terms of individual workers, where those workers are providing a certain range of supports, the higher intensity type of supports, they are subject to worker screening criteria. That's administered by the jurisdictions, but we in our agency keep a database that looks across the entire country. So there's some of the preventative mechanisms that are in place. We also have a range of instruments to look at, I guess, a responsive or reactive approach to things that do go wrong in the system. And my colleague mentioned earlier, criminal prosecutions is of course one of those. But in our agency, we have a number of other tools that are able to be deployed in a more timely fashion, and they're immediately effective. So, for example, we can issue banning orders on key personnel, on our organisations, or on individual support workers. Those banning orders turn on a balance of probabilities rather than the criminal test. That means that we can respond to bad actors in the market in a prompt fashion and ban them, oftentimes for life. We of course recognise that some of those banned people will seek to phoenix under other organisations, other companies, and of course that's why we continue to invest in our data systems to make sure that we've got improved data matching so that we can better detect those sorts of phoenixing activities. So it's a comprehensive mix of preventative and reactive legal mechanisms we've got available to us that help us deal with the entirety of the problem. The problem is very significant. In our organisation alone, we receive 25 to 30,000 complaints every year. Those complaints can range from the trivial to the very significant. To triage and find the right priorities amongst those 30,000 or so complaints and 100,000 or so reportable incidents, we have to have a risk-based system in place. That was noted by the ANAO when they audited us, and we continue to build a risk-based prioritisation system that lets us find the most important thing amongst those complaints and incidents.
Senator Natalie Wade, Associate Commissioner, I just wanted to highlight the importance of determining quality service to be by people with disability, and the Commission we are firmly committed to and have put effort into ensuring that what a quality service is and the way in which registration, practice standards and other levers that the Commissioner has available to her underpins what people with disability see to be a quality service for their life, so that they can deliver the human rights that they want to see in their everyday life. And so a part of that is absolutely central to ensuring that we set regulatory frameworks that reflect contemporary and modern expectations for people with disability that is led by them.
And Senator, just to add to the couple of bigger picture things, the Commission, I'm certainly very pleased that there is a bill before this Parliament, and we don't talk a lot about that bill because it's been referred to a committee, but I will soon be appearing before that committee with one of my colleagues to give evidence to that committee about why the reforms that are in that bill, which relate a lot of them to the regulatory powers of the regulator, that's the Commission, and enhancing those powers. A good example is, for example, auditors, and how we monitor what might be the role of auditors in the sorts of things that Mr. Dardo has been talking about, and how we understand that. So that's a really important piece. And the other really significant thing I'd have to say that I'm very pleased government has done is commence the process of us registering areas of highest risk, as Mr. Eaton said. So supported independent living, platform providers. These are provision of services that we understand from our regulatory work and our understanding of what what we see in markets, that these are areas of the highest risk. And so we've started the process, and the process of registration for those areas will commence from 1 July this year. That's very significant because, albeit everyone has to comply with the Code of Conduct, whether they're registered or unregistered, once they're registered we can look at those things more thoroughly.
It's just why I raise this, that it's been brought to my attention to look at the immigration agents across Australia. Look to see if they are importing people as students or as new workers in NDIS and aged care. This is where harm is stemming from in a majority of cases. Additionally, they are often NDIS providers, RTOs, or the front for an RTO which is funneling people into recognition of prior learning qualifications. Now, they are not as robust as the RPL as they should be, and that's why the concern has been raised. Have we got a lot of people coming in the country as students or as migrants to take up positions in the NDIS and are not qualified to be taking on those jobs, and just a way of backdooring into Australia?
I can't comment on that specifically, but what I can say is that when providers are seeking to become registered within the NDIS...
Yeah, but hold on. You say registered. Yeah. You've only got about 25,000 people that are registered, and you've got about 260,000 that aren't registered.
Yes, I understand.
Can we just let Ms Glanville complete her
No, but I want the question to be right, what I'm getting an answer to.
So both registered but also under certain provisions in our Code of Conduct, it is essential that employers of staff can support their staff and understand that their staff are actually able to do the work that they're being given. That is a critical and fundamental component of providing quality and safe services. And as recently as I think the week or the week before, we've been putting out material and we've done quite a big circuit around the country in different parts to explain the importance of, for example, mealtime management and that the level of skill required to assist people with eating when that is part of what they need must be done by with the appropriate training, the appropriate understanding of what the purpose needs, the appropriate diet plan. So all of these things contribute to the issues you're raising about better quality services and safer services. And to be honest with you, I don't like the thought of workers being asked to do work that they actually can't do. I think that's a shocking position to put anyone in, and I think it's really important that we consider not only the quality and safeguards for people with disability, but what workers need to make them feel safe in the work that they're delivering. That is very important to the lives of people with disability.
We've got to say about 280,000 providers.
I think
registered,
a bit more,
unregistered,
probably, or 290.
Up to 300,000, right. So somewhere between 280 and 300.
Yeah.
When is it enough? Why are you still registering more providers?
There's many answers to that question. Of course, we want a rich and diverse market. The scheme is based on choice and control for people with disability, and it's always been contemplated from the very early days of the scheme in 2012 that there would be a rich market in that way. But let me say this, that of course we want the right providers in the market, and I think there's already been some conversation about that here at Senate Estimates. We want providers who are committed to the work, who understand their obligations, their very critical obligations in part of delivering that work, and who on the whole, as we find them, are complying. And that's what we want to see, much more of that within the systems that we work in. And that's a pretty important part of the sustainability of the entire scheme.
I agree.
Senator Hanson, just flagging that I will need to share the call shortly.
One more question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, we do want people there for the right reasons, not ripping off the Australian taxpayer as well. Ali Bayag is a Sydney Southwest, owns a registered training organisation, an immigration agency and an NDIS service. He belongs to a broader network of NDIS providers where the directors' names are constantly moved around a group of NDIS registered organisations. The providers, all shared ownership, refer only to their networks. Isn't that against the choice and control element of the NDIS is built upon?
I think thank you for your question, Senator. Mr Eaton briefly referred to phoenixing, and I think Mr Dardo did as well, which is where organisations take on a different role and take on different work obligations and different names and all of those sorts of things.
Which can be a scam.
Is that
investigated?
That is definitely part of the fraud work, to see what movements are happening and where people are going, and that is a particularly important part of that work, to understand movement, change and shift in organisations. And when we are given material that indicates these sorts of very serious issues, particularly where people with disability are not getting the quality and safety in the services they receive, then, as Mr Eaton has pointed out, we have many ways of taking action, and that is what our desire is, particularly mine and Ms Wade, who is the Associate Commissioner. We are dead keen to see these things get better and better and better, and I'd have to say I am feeling far more optimistic than I did when I started a year and a half ago, because I can see some of the changes and the impact they're having, and I would be hopeful at future sessions here of be able to talk much more thoroughly about that.
Just on that note, thank you, Ms Glanville. It's a precedence that I've continued in this committee, Senator Hanson, of offering a private briefing with witnesses if there are senators who would like to take advantage of that. I am very open to organising a private briefing so that there is much more conversation that can flow, not just here at Estimates, but also for an area of interest that I'm sure other senators share. Very, very happy to facilitate that.
Thank you.
I think that would be worthy. Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Okay, where were we? Oh, that's right. You were going to try and get me some numbers on the projections in relation to the impact on budget of the 4% to 8%.
I think I actually said that they would be updated at budget in the ordinary way, because they, as the Secretary described to you, they interact with a range of other things, including the way that the states and territories will work with the Commonwealth to move from the target of 8%, which it was the target until the recent meeting of First Ministers, to the goal of reaching 5 to 6% rate of growth.
Do you think the public should be concerned that neither you, Minister, nor your department are able to answer fundamental questions about the budget?
Senator, I think the public will understand that the budget is produced in May and has been for some time.
Your government made an investment in the states and territories hospital system through the NHRA of $25 billion and another $2 billion over 5 years in relation to the Thriving Kids program, and you're telling me that we just have to wait for the budget. I'm sure, and I'd ask the department, I'm sure you have done some work around the impact of this, Mr Head, on the NDIS going forward.
Sorry, Senator. Yes, we've clearly done some work. We have scenarios. That's a different thing to putting a published estimate out ahead of the budget. That's what I think what Minister McAllister is saying. I apologise, I had to step out the room for a moment. But that's not unusual for us to do scenario analysis but not necessarily publish that or put it in the public domain.
You must have had an outcome that you were trying to achieve in relation to convincing the states to increase their preparedness on funding growth, the funding growth change. And you're sitting here today, neither the Minister nor you can give us any indication at all as to what the budgetary impact of that very big decision. You know, you make funding announcements all the time before the budget. You're quite happy to make a funding announcement if it's, going to go out there and buy a vote. So I just don't understand why you can't provide clarity here about a funding announcement in relation to the NHRA and Thriving Kids, but you won't give us any budgetary implications of those decisions. I mean, we know we spent $25 billion and $2 billion. What is the save?
Well, sorry, so no, I think as I described, the primary motivation of that agreement was to change the risk-sharing arrangements between the Commonwealth and the states. It wasn't
I understand that.
Well, that is the fundamental part of this, which actually then potentially changes the trajectory. On an ongoing basis, we are looking, and I mean this is obviously advised by the NDIA actuary and then goes through a budget estimates process. We continually update the view of what the forward trajectory of the scheme is, which will have an implication for that risk sharing, but we will publish that in the budget.
Okay, so quite frankly, there's one of two things. You either don't know the answer or you're not prepared to give it to me until the budget.
There's a third option, Senator, which is that we are following the ordinary conventions about how budgets are prepared. You could contemplate that as your third option.
Well, I could contemplate that apart from the fact that you're quite happy to make lots of budgetary announcements outside of the budget cycle, but apparently this isn't one of them. In his press release, the Prime Minister indicated that Thriving Kids was the first phase of foundational supports, and I think you might have mentioned that in your opening statement, Minister. What additional phases are forthcoming in relation to financial supports, foundational supports, and when will they be made public?
Well, I'll make the first comment, and Ms Wood and Mr Mansfield may want to comment. Way back in December 2023, the NatCab agreement at that time foreshadowed that there would be, in fact, $10 billion of foundational supports over the 5-year period of the agreement. $4 billion was the initial component for what has now become known as Thriving Kids.
Yep.
The $6 billion is the balance. There has been no final decision on what the allocation of those funds are. There is a lot of discussion both at Commonwealth and Commonwealth State level that there would be potentially significant needs with respect to psychosocial supports, but the design of those has not been undertaken at this point in time, and in the negotiations it was viewed that the priority was to stand up Thriving Kids particularly because of the intersection with the access changes. I don't know if Ms Wood or Mr Mansfield want to say anything more at this stage.
Senator Luke Mansfield, First Assistant Secretary, Thriving Kids Task Force. The only other thing that I'll add, Senator, is as part of the agreements that have been reached between the Commonwealth and states, it does establish both that $10 billion commitment remains and also establishes the process by which there would be engagement between the Commonwealth and states in relation to the remaining $6 billion.
So what is the time frame that the $10 billion it's been allocated through? So it's $10 billion. What is the 5-year window?
Till 30 June 2031.
2031, so it's 26 to 31. Okay, thank you. So we've got the announcement now, but no undertaking at all as to when we're likely to find out what the other $6 billion is. So how's it been profiled in the budget?
I think that's a question that would need to be directed to the Department of Finance.
Isn't this in your agency?
So
it hasn't been allocated. So it's a $10 billion announcement, of which now $2 billion. So it's the $10 billion announcement, is that a joint $10 billion between the states and territories? So it's 5 and 5.
Senator.
So $2 billion has been drawn down into your budget papers as the NDIA, and the other $3 billion still remains in some sort of contingency reserve in Treasury. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, the first instance, the $2 billion is not drawn down to the NDIA. The NDIA will not be the delivery agency. 1.4 billion will go to the states and 600 million will be retained by the Commonwealth, but they're not intended to be programs that are run out of the NDIA.
Okay. Fine. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Okay. What was the basis of why the change in the contribution from the states, the 4% to the 8%, doesn't come into effect till 2028, but the agreement starts, I'm assuming, in the middle of this year?
I mean, look, broadly, Senator, that was a negotiated agreement to just provide a longer period before the states commenced making that 8% contribution.
Okay.
And to be honest, to also, in the conversations, it was to provide an additional couple of years to increase the likelihood of getting the growth rate below that 8%.
We're very generous to the states, aren't we?
Well, you might say that, Senator. I'm happy for you to say that quite often. I couldn't possibly comment.
No, yes, I'm not asking you for opinion. That would be inappropriate.
That would be inappropriate.
Oh my gosh, they did well out of this negotiation, didn't they? You mentioned the 1.4 billion going straight through to the states, and there was 600 million to be spent by the department or through federal mechanisms. Can you just explain a little bit about what that $600 million is to go towards?
I'll ask Mr Mansfield to outline that.
Yes, Senator. So in terms of the overarching focus of thriving kids, the Minister's talked about 4 pillars: improving awareness of development, better identifying developmental delays, first pillar; second pillar, support for parents in terms of better information and understanding of those issues; third pillar, building skills and confidence of parents and families in development and how to apply that in the context of supporting their own child; and fourth pillar is access to targeted best practice group and one-on-one supports by allied health professionals where it's assessed as needed. The states and territories with their $3.4 billion out of the 4 will be delivering the focused supports, the targeted supports, and the vast bulk of capacity building. The Commonwealth will be focusing in areas where there is the most benefit for it to be national. And we are working through the details with states about the precision of services at the Commonwealth and state level so that they operate together. But in broad terms, the kinds of things that we would expect that will sit in Commonwealth service delivery are things like information and advice that can sit at a national level, conducting the evaluation that will underpin the program, a focus on uplifting and supporting the key workforces that interact with children and families in relation to development across the system, and some other measures that go to information, supporting identification of children, communications with families and parents and workforces across the country. But the precise arrangements around that are being settled through the process of the bilateral negotiations that the Secretary has referenced are underway.
Well, it seems like $600 million is an awful lot of money to be spent on creating awareness and providing information and making sure we've got a workforce, notwithstanding the fact that having a workforce is incredibly important. So based on the announcements by the Minister and the Prime Minister and the advice that you've given us here today, am I correct in saying that the effective responsibility for developing the actual Thriving Kids program and the delivery of that program has been handed to the states and territories? And I suppose my question is based on, is there any mechanism by which you can require the states and territories to deliver a uniform program, or can the states and territories just choose to deliver the program as they wish to within the mechanisms that are available in their own jurisdictions?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I wouldn't describe it as giving over responsibility for the states for them to do whatever they like. That's not the arrangement. The National Agreement on Foundational Support sets a national model of support and sets both the domains or the areas of support, which are the pillars that I've described. It sets some principles around expected service delivery. We're currently going through the process through bilateral discussions of confirming the specifics of the arrangements that states would deliver and that the Commonwealth would deliver and how they interplay with one another. And that is very constructive discussion that's going on right now. And the aggregation of that will be a national model of support. There are provisions that will be in agreements
Sorry, so you said
that
a
go to
national model
roll
of
and
support. So then the federal, there will be a national model that the states must implement in order to get their share of the money.
That's correct, Senator. Of course, they will be able to have flexibility for local adaptation of implementation, noting that each jurisdiction is starting from a different base. You know, in WA, they've got an existing developmental service, for example, that they would scale from. In New South Wales, they've got various health and other services that they will scale from. Each jurisdiction will have some level of variation, but it will be consistent with the overarching principles for the design, and those principles have been built from the Thriving Kids Advisory Group work that's been undertaken. That's been very instrumental, as has all of the input from the community over the last 2 years that's informed these arrangements.
So just as a, you know, not a hypothetical, but just as an example, is it correct that, you know, potentially services could be offered through a school system in one state and through a different community service sort of mechanism in another state? I mean, everything you're saying is very high level. It all sounds, you know, lots of words. I'm just trying to work out how does it actually get on the ground.
Well, Senator, there'll be a lot more detail that's made available to the community once agreements have been reached as we get closer to 1 October when services are provided. But there will be variation between different jurisdictions. The principle...
What about that example I just gave you?
Well, the principle is that services, the vast majority of services are to be delivered in settings where children live, learn and play. That's the principle. There are multiple settings.
That's not my question. My question is in the live, learn and play. I get that.
I'm coming
so
to you.
Could you do it in one setting in one state and a different setting in another state?
There will be different arrangements for how individual jurisdictions connect with each setting. Schools, early childhood education and care, community hubs, community health facilities, playgroups, existing third-party provided services. There will be a mix of services, Senator. However, all of them will be expected to connect with those settings, with schools, with ECEC, with other community settings.
Just to be very clear, each state or territory could choose to deliver its services by a different means. The requirement is only that the services are delivered. Is that correct?
That's correct, and they have to. That has to be agreed by the Commonwealth.
Okay, no worries. So I'm interested in terms of the development of these, what measures are in place to ensure that the states and territories actually do adhere to the fundamental principles outlined in the Thriving Kids Agreement?
So there are measures in the national agreement that provide for governance arrangements, that provide for reporting, evaluation activity, measurement of performance. In bilateral agreements, there will be milestones associated with the rollout, and those arrangements provide for accountability for all parties around the delivery, including the Commonwealth, who's also delivering parts of this national model of support.
Okay. So you're saying the Commonwealth actually ultimately remains responsible for the outcomes and the service delivery in terms of at the highest level?
No, all governments remain responsible for the system design and the outcomes.
So when something goes wrong, who takes responsibility for that?
There's joint responsibility for the delivery of this. That was the commitment that was made by First Ministers in December 2023, and that remains the arrangements. It's a shared responsibility.
I hope some more mechanisms have been put in place, because we certainly know that the accountability and for the federal government, the ability of the federal government to prosecute what the states are doing with the money that goes into the NHRA is pretty opaque. I would hope that you had some stronger transparency measures put into the expenditure of this funding. The other thing I'm sort of interested in, the Prime Minister announced in his press release that the dates for the rollout and full implementation of Thriving Kids had been delayed as the Commonwealth had listened to stakeholders including parents, health professionals, disability advocates, educators and states. Don't you reckon it might have been a good idea, Minister, that the Prime Minister actually did that before he made an announcement?
Senator, we've been through this before.
No, we haven't.
This program or this project had been under discussion since 2023, and when Minister Butler was appointed as the Cabinet Minister, he, I think, correctly assessed and said publicly that development of this program had drifted. He went to the National Press Club, laid out a set of ideas that the Commonwealth was keen to pursue, and made the argument for why reform was both necessary and urgent, and proposed a set of ambitious timelines. I think that intervention was critical in getting this negotiation moving. And we now are in a situation where states and territories have been able to work with us, along with the expert advice that we sought from Professor Oberclade and the many people who made submissions to the committee that was chaired by two well-respected paediatricians who sit within this parliament. Those things were very important interventions that allowed very important developments that have allowed us to reach agreement and to start to take these next steps. This is a big reform, Senator. It's a big change. It arises from a review that was undertaken by Professor Bonahady and Lisa Paul, which itself consulted with many people. It's really important that we get on with it. It matters to children, it matters to families, and there is a sense of urgency about it, Senator.
Can the NDIA outline a typical process for reassessment under NDIS eligibility criteria? Because my understanding in this program that children, so in your F&Q document, it says, and the Prime Minister's press release, that all children under 8 and enrolled in the NDIS prior to the 1st of January 2028 with developmental delays and or autism with low to moderate support needs will be subject to reassessment under the eligibility criteria in place prior to January 1, 2028. So I'm interested to understand, what is the typical process in terms of a reassessment under NDIS? And how many young Australians are likely to be caught up in this on the 1st of January 2028?
Hello, my name is Amity Durham. I'm Deputy Chief Executive covering specialised services, children and scheme interfaces, and that includes our access and eligibility team. In terms of your question about our current process for eligibility reassessment, I can work through how that works at the moment.
I was sort of thinking more about the timing.
Those arrangements will continue to apply until the new access settings commence on the 1st of January 2028.
So I'm assuming this is done at a participant level. Your normal reassessment process is all done at a participant level. So how many people are you anticipating will require reassessment on the 1st of January 2028 when this change is coming into place?
Well, Senator, the usual reassessment arrangements will apply. So that means the usual triggers for a reassessment will continue to apply. And they occur in a number of circumstances. So for the children who are on the scheme, a reassessment is triggered when a child with developmental delay turns 6 years old, when a child with global development delay turns 7, and so those will be the usual triggers, dependent on the child's age at the time.
Okay, so. Can I just get a bit of an understanding about how this will work? So as of October 2026, we'll start seeing some change, and then by January 2028, it will be fully operational. Is that correct? You're shaking your head, Mr. Comley.
Well, Ms Durham may comment, but the whole point is that nothing changes until 1 January 2028 in terms of the criteria applied to people being reassessed.
Yep.
And furthermore, if you happen to have been in the scheme and then past 1 January 2028, you would be reassessed when that would occur naturally under the current criteria, not what the criteria will be for those who are seeking to enter the scheme from 1 January 2028 onwards.
So you're not going to have a great big cohort of people all reassessed on the 1st.
Right.
No.
That's all I was trying to get to. Sorry? Okay. So is it envisaged that at least some of the cohort who are currently receiving NDIS supports will be found ineligible for NDIS supports and then transition to Thriving Kids? That is an expectation, is it?
Senator, where children, today children under the early childhood pathway within the NDIS can be reassessed and found that they no longer require supports and they exit the NDIS and access general other services in the community. The same will be true into the future. It's the focus of Thriving Kids is very much on the children and families that are not being supported today around development and also providing an alternative so that children who may have otherwise continued to go into the scheme don't need to go into the scheme because there is an alternative, high-quality system of support that is meeting their development needs.
Okay. So I suppose I'm trying to understand, is that under current criteria, children would be eligible for the NDIS? Under the change criteria, there's two separate pathways in which they could be directed depending on what their assessment might be. I'm just trying to understand the cohort of children between now and 2028 who currently would be assessed as eligible for the services through the NDIS that are likely to be found ineligible for the NDIS but eligible for the Thriving Kids because of the change in the criteria and the development of the new
So the criteria has not changed for anyone before 1 January 2028.
No, I get that. So on 1 January...
I think what you're really asking, Ms Durham, is if we look at what's currently happening, what is the number of kids or the proportion of kids due to the current reassessment process who are in the NDIS and drop out on a regular basis? I think that's what you're asking, Senator. So, you know, how many per month or how many per quarter?
No, I'm sort of just trying to understand if there will be any children on the 1st of January 2028 who are currently receiving NDIS services who will be found through the reassessment process to not be eligible for NDIS services, but actually but still be eligible for Thriving Kids services, not the ones that, you know, fabulously are able to just go into mainstream. But those, so are there any children are you anticipating that there will be children on the 1st of January 2028 who will move from the NDIS into Thriving Kids?
That is generally not the expectation, Senator. Families may benefit from Thriving Kids, the advice, the information, the other elements, but where children have been assessed as no longer needing developmental supports because their needs have been met and exiting the scheme.
That's my point, Mr Mansfield. It's not about the ones whose needs have been met, which is fantastic, and that's obviously what we want to see happen. What I'm trying to understand is those children that their needs have not necessarily been met but have been found to no longer, you know, meet the assessment for the NDIS and are being moving to Thriving Kids. Are we envisaging that there are going to be anybody moving from one scheme to the other directly?
There would be some.
Okay.
And those people would be the ones that the same person, if they were reassessed tomorrow, would be ineligible for the NDIS if they didn't meet the assessment criteria. At the moment, they don't have the support system like Thriving Kids to access. From 1 October this year, there would start to be a Thriving Kids option available to those children if they are reassessed outside the NDIS.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get from what you're talking to try and understand. If nobody's going to be moved from the NDIS to Thriving Kids, what are we trying to achieve here from an NDIS perspective? I understand that you're trying to have the right supports for children in the right place in terms of assisting them with their developmental issues. I mean, I get that. That's great, and which is why we've always been very supportive of the concept of thriving kids and states and territories delivering the services within a community setting. But if there are no children, you're saying that these children would have been assessed as not needing the NDIS anymore. What is the purpose of what we're doing here from a Commonwealth perspective, not to deal with the children?
Well, I mean, the Commonwealth has always got the children's perspective in mind, but the point really is from 1 January 2028 onwards, there would be a cohort of children who may have currently been assessed to be eligible for the NDIS that won't be assessed at that point in time as eligible for the NDIS.
Okay.
Those children with mild to moderate autism and development delay with mild to moderate support needs. And at that point, they would not go straight into the NDIS because a lot of the expert advice is that individualised package support is actually not the best setting for them.
Yep.
But there will be a service offering in terms of thriving kids that would deal with the needs of those children at that point in time.
So maybe the simple answer is, Mr Mansfield, are the eligibility criteria for the 1st of January 2028, have they been designed as yet, or is that part of the process going forward?
It's part of the process that will be collaboratively done between the Commonwealth and states.
Okay, so...
We just get a sense of how much more time you need. If I can shift the call now to Senator Hanson. She just has another block of questions. Senator Hanson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just about the thriving kids. My understanding is it's basically identical to the program for childhood intervention services that are now provided in NDIS. Is that correct?
No, Senator. The intention is really to have a much greater capacity building focus that is really helping families around the development of their child. The best practice approach for child development is to deliver services where children live, learn and play, and is to really support families around that development process. What has been seen, which Minister Butler's talked about at some length in his press club speech, is the development of really high intensity therapy models for children who actually have quite low to moderate support needs. And so this reform will move away from a pure therapy-based model to one that focuses on, sure, there might be a little bit of therapy that is evidence-based and needed for the child to achieve milestones, but there's a much greater focus on supporting families in community where they're already interacting with other services and building the capacity of the family and the child through those existing mechanisms.
Is Thriving Kids actually looking at doing it in the educational system, whereas you actually have schools for these kids with autism, that they go there and get the decent help and attention and care that they need, rather than putting them in a classroom of children or where the teachers are not trained to deal with it. You've got failure in the classroom of disruptive children, whereas the children really need to have that special care and attention. So are you looking at actually the educational system, put them into special classrooms?
Senator, I think what you're referring to is more around the broader inclusion measures within school systems. The primacy of education and the focus of school systems being about education rather than about provision of therapy is something that was actively discussed by the Thriving Kids Advisory Group, and there is no intention to place an additional impost on teachers associated with this reform. What this reform will do is identify children earlier, enable them to get support earlier, enable many children who may have some level of delay compared to their peers to receive services that allow them to catch up to their peers, so that by the time they reach school, there are better developmental outcomes for the child.
But doesn't that happen now with NDIS? Because I know parents with NDIS, so they have the services available to them to do it under NDIS. So if you're going to set up another, this is going to be another department, isn't it? So this is going to be billions of dollars to the taxpayer to set up another department that's going to oversee thriving kids.
Senator, no. The model is to build off existing service systems that exist in states and territories today, and the agreement has been that that is the predominant way that these services will be delivered. Scaling existing services, improving those existing services, and only where needed, adding new services to the mix that improve developmental outcomes. There will be a focus on supporting the workforces that interact with children. That includes supporting EC educators, early childhood educators and teachers and general practitioners and others who are involved in the system so that they can be well equipped to support children. But the focus is on good connection with schools. That may be that children who are identified in schools are referred to services that are outside the school grounds or outside school hours or are at a local community centre where the child can get the support and family that can get the support that they need. So it's not about taking children out of a setting and moving them into another setting.
All right, I'm going to change. I'm going to go back to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission publishes non-compliance decision logs identifying which quality standards a provider failed to meet. Why does the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission generally not publish even high-level breach categories for regulatory actions, and what prevents it from adopting a similar approach?
Tim Eaton, Acting Deputy Commissioner. Senator, you'll be aware, possibly from your briefing there, that we publish a public-facing register of the compliance action that we undertake, which includes banning order details, including the tenure of that banning order, so for how long it is. It clearly identifies the individual that it applies to, and it stays on the register for the life of the ban itself. So that has a very public-facing impact in terms of whether a person applies for employment in future, etc. It's permanently there and it's permanently available. So we think that's quite a transparent way of going about promoting the banning orders that we've made and making it clear that those individuals should not be working in the sector.
The aged care do it. It's my understanding the aged care put up the information of why someone's been banned. So you're really not by putting up what they're responsible for. Why have they been banned as a provider? So you don't put up that information at all. My understanding that why someone has been banned from being a service provider with the NDIS.
We put up the information that we think is prudent and useful in terms of the objective here is to remove the people from the sector and make sure that the public knows that they're excluded from the sector. So providing additional details around the nature of the particular breach that they committed, we don't think is necessary. We'll provide it at a broad enough level to make it clear that those people should not be engaging in the sector. As I say, it's very public-facing.
Senator, what is important for the public to understand is that a provider or worker is not permitted to operate in the NDIS, and for people with disability, most centrally, to have that information available to them. There may be a variety of reasons as to why the Commissioner would ban a worker or provider from the sector. That may be very sensitive information, and would not, in our view, be helpful for a person with a disability or a member of the public to make decisions and exercise their choice and control about services that they want to purchase under the NDIS.
Well, you could put up whether they've been banned because of fraud or because of governance rules and regulations. You know, that just says that someone else is going to get a job. Okay, case in point is, how did Simon Johnson get banned from the NDIS and then register as an aged care, home care provider from which he was banned also? So if that information is up there, then the people say, okay, this man's been banned for this reason, now he's gone to aged care and he's been banned there. So he's not a good provider in either of these services. So why shouldn't the public know that?
We work very closely with other regulators across the care economy to ensure that workers and providers that are not fit to work with us are made known to other regulators where that is prudent to be known.
But that's the same thing as I said before. This other woman who was a migration agent, and she ended up working there and ripping off nearly $300,000 as a provider. So where's the investigation in these people? If people go and want to get a provider, they go to the site and see the names. Oh, I'll get them. But if you saw beside it, no, they've been banned because of fraud or because of lack of decent care, then you'd say, I'm not touching them with the barge pole. Why aren't you looking after the people out there who are desperate for good providers and not take on those who might be, you know, the worst ones they can actually have in their homes? So why isn't it? Why are you protecting these people and not putting it up there? Well, they've been banned because of this reason. Why do we protect them and not look after the victims?
Senator, just to perhaps reiterate in a slightly different way what Mr Eaton has said, the fact that we are banning someone from being an NDIS service provider, and that is on the record, that people can read it and see it. They only have to consider what's in the Code of Conduct, which most people know anyway, to understand that if we've taken that action, which is an incredibly serious action, but sadly often necessary, then the indication is that that person is not suitable to be providing services for the NDIS. It's a plain way of saying this is a risk, and you know we've banned this person because they're a risk. We've made that assessment as the regulator. We've made that assessment, and that's a really important piece of information that we put out publicly for the very reason you're describing. We don't do it lightly, but we absolutely do it when it needs to be done.
Well, if the unregistered providers, if they don't know, they don't get their staff a worker screening test check, which is many of them. And remember, I'm asking you a question, who gives the unregistered provider a code of conduct?
Well, all providers have to comply with the code of conduct. But interestingly, and I was only just reading about this recently amongst our own material, with unregistered providers, many of them still check to see whether their workers that they're employing have actually, you know, they're part of that worker screening process. So there's lots of different ways of it happening, but just because a provider is unregistered doesn't automatically mean anything for the capability of their workers. That is also part of those processes that we have.
But you spoke about a code of conduct, so who gives the code of conduct?
Everybody has to comply with the code of conduct.
Right. And how is it investigated?
Or
how is it investigated? Who follows up? Who investigates it?
Well, the way in which regulators work is that we often get lots of tip-offs about providers that aren't complying with the code of conduct. Sometimes it'll be family members, sometimes it'll be people with disability themselves, and as Mr Eaton explained slightly earlier today, we look at all these complaints that come in risk proportionately. We look at them in a way which identifies the most egregious harms first, and we move from there. And that's because we are risk-based and interested in addressing what are the most serious and offensive practices in supporting or not supporting people with disability in terms of good quality services that they can rely on and trust in.
So, Senator, the Code of Conduct is published, and then the legislation that establishes this organisation, the regulator, sets out what the penalties can be if a person breaches the Code of Conduct when they're supplying a service as part of the NDIS. And then as our government has then provided this organisation with substantial extra resources so they can actually do the work. Because it's one thing to have an offence, but it's another thing to have a group of people who are capable of enforcing it. This organisation, the Commission, is on a journey to maturity. My view is it was not properly resourced under the past government. We've added some hundreds of staff to the organisation, and as Ms Glanville and Mr Eaton have started to explain, they are revising the way that they do enforcement. They will have much better data available to them, and it will allow a much more targeted approach in going after the people who are doing the wrong thing. And I want to see them doing that work. Last year I issued a statement of expectations to them. It's a key way a minister can communicate their expectations to an agency, and I made it very clear that protecting people's safety and prosecuting people who or taking compliance action against people who do the wrong thing should be an absolute priority for their organisation.
And just to giving examples of those, Mr Eaton's reminding me of the number of matters we've taken to the federal court recently in the last few years, where the awards that judges, there are 4 or 5 judges in that court now that hear our matters, the awards that are being made against providers who have behaved poorly or badly or egregiously are very, very significant. They're in the millions, and we see these awards becoming larger, and that is because we cannot tolerate unsafe or bad quality services being delivered to people with disability.
And I don't want to stretch the tolerance, Senator Hanson, but the ledge before the Parliament increases the penalties that can be levied by by the Commission or by a court, in some instances up to 40 times, particularly where the safety of a person has been put at risk.
I can appreciate that it gets to court and it's dealt in the courts, but isn't that been reactive? What I'm saying is, who actually gives the unregistered providers the Code of Conduct?
So the Code of Conduct sits with the Commission. So in order for them to be providers, they have to comply with the Code of Conduct.
How do they comply with it?
But the other point, Senator, is that... Sorry?
How do they comply with it?
Well,
you say they have to comply with it.
That their responsibility is to comply.
So it's an article that they read.
Yes.
Is that complete? Is that right? It's an article.
No, it's a set of requirements that they have to adhere to. And if they don't adhere to them, there's many ways that regulators get information that that's occurring. That's what the job of the regulator is.
Such as? You said they have to comply with it. Just give me an idea, a sample of what
to treat people safely, to treat people safely, to give people services that are good quality, to ensure that their workers are well trained. That they're the sorts of... We can provide the Code of Conduct to you if that would be useful, and we're very happy to talk to you about that further. Just one point on your comment about the matters in the court. The reason why we take them to the court, often to the federal court, is not just for that provider to understand and for the court to make a determination about what they've done is right or wrong, but it's also to act as a deterrent. It's to act as a deterrent to other providers who may perhaps not have been as good either, but have not been seen or no one's made a report about that. It's a way of saying, if you do not do the things that the Code of Conduct requires, this is what we will do. Now, I say that knowing there are many terrific providers out there, and I want to be very, very clear on that. I know many of them, and they're wonderful, and they're absolutely, terrific in what they do. But there are many out there too that think they can get away with the sorts of things that you're talking about, which I completely sympathise with. So this taking it to a court makes it a deterrent. It points to, you can be fined not only 2.2 million, as one has recently been fined, but also you can be forced to pay the agency's fees for the Commission's fees. The court can order you pay costs. All of these things are a signal to say, don't do this bad work. Get out of this work if you're going to do it badly, because this is what will happen to you. Because the stronger we become in the way the Minister's been talking about, the more we become better at the work that we do, bearing in mind we're only 6 years old, the more we become sophisticated as a regulator, the more we work, as Ms Wade has said, with other regulators, and we do that so much now, and we will be able to do that even more when our systems are improved from our data and regulation transformation process. It will actually deal with many of these issues, which I think are being dealt with now, but we will get better and better at it, Senator. And I think that's the key. I think the key is we want people to see what they're allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And we will not look past that. And quite frankly, when you sit in my role, or indeed more, the Associate Commissioner's role, who is herself a person with a disability, and you watch the number of people with disability that die from the services you receive, it is chronic, and we are serious, and that is what we will do, and we will take whatever steps we need to do to rid these practices by poor providers in the way that you're suggesting.
Well, I'm pleased to hear it, and so would a lot of Australians as well. So people have died because of
people do die. People do die.
Poor care and attention that they actually get.
Yeah.
But the code of conduct, my understanding is, do you act on something if a complaint comes in? Then you may act on it and go investigate that person, or do you do audits on these people?
Yeah, we do. Do you want to talk about the audits?
I'll invite Mr Eaton to provide some operational insight, but before I do, I think it's really important to frame this in the context that information will come to the Commission from a variety of sources. It will come from people with disability and their families first and foremost, but it also will become compulsorily from providers when they're required to report incidents to us, but it will also come from the public, Senator. They will tell us when they see things in their local communities that are not happening and they're not happening well, and we as the regulator enact where we can swiftly to ensure that those bad actors are removed from the NDIS market, and that we ensure that there is quality and safety in services. For registered providers, there is an audit process, and there are practice standards that offer guidance and require providers to deliver to a certain degree of quality. But I'll invite Mr Eaton to talk you through the audit cycle that ensures a continuous improvement for providers who are registered.
Before you get started, Mr Eaton, I just want to signal Senator Hanson that I will need to share the call. So if this is the last question in this block.
And then I'll finish for the day, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. Just want to ask you...
Did you want to give Mr Eaton the opportunity to give you some more context? And then I'm happy for you to ask your last question.
Senator, in terms of monitoring what's happening with the Code of Practice, we receive, as I mentioned earlier, some 25 to 30,000 complaints every year, and we need to triage those complaints to work out which are the most egregious so that we can invest our investigation energies in those. When we receive those complaints, they are triaged, we act upon them. Even in the last quarter, we banned 75 individuals from the sector. Most of those are permanent bans, so they are removed entirely from the sector. We also do other things like, for example, as you've mentioned, we place conditions on their registration. We audit them on an ongoing basis to make sure that the operation retains its integrity. We also take some matters forward for civil penalty proceedings, and as the Commissioner has pointed out, we achieve fines in the order of over $2 million and recently one for $1.1 million. They are breaches of that code that we have received through tip-offs, if you like, or complaints, through a sophisticated complaints mechanism that involves triage so that we're focusing on the most egregious things. And we publicise that to try to get that general deterrence effect.
Last question, just tell me, how close can a provider be to a family member? Can a provider apply for an ABN to take on a job and do that for their family member? is there stipulations? You can't be closely associated with that person?
NDIA. I think it's probably one for the NDIA to talk through.
Senator, it will be a question for the NDIA around what participants are able to spend their funds on.
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Head and perhaps Mr. Data to talk through that.
My understanding of the current arrangements under the NDIS legislation are that they do allow for family members in certain circumstances to be involved in the provision of supports, that the Act itself doesn't preclude that from happening, and that there are circumstances, particularly in very remote parts of Australia where families have...
But you've got to ask for permission from the agency first.
In
special
as I
circumstances.
understand it, it's usually the agency is usually aware of these circumstances, but my understanding is that there's no hard preclusion of that from happening in the Act. Mr. McNaughton could talk to you about how that's managed on a day-to-day basis.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Service Delivery. So yes, we have some policies under the Act and our own operational guidelines are called paying family members as carers. As Mr Head said, we try and limit that to avoid the conflict of interest issues, of course, but there are limited circumstances due to market challenges, especially in remote communities where there could be, but you have to ask for permission. What we tend to do in those circumstances then, Senator, is try and work with the family, maybe to go and get registered through a provider, so as there's a quality or safeguarding overlay to that. But we do have we have safeguards and practices, so we're trying to have oversight onto those arrangements if they do come up. So there are some cases where we do allow for it. We're very mindful of the conflict of interest. And of course, we want to make sure that the participant is getting quality care in all cases. So it might even be a short-term arrangement that we allow for, and over a course of 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, we might build up for that family member to get some training or work through a service provider and to get registered through that process.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Hanson. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. I'm just keen to understand what triggers or what is the process when you select a particular individual to do a reassessment of their plan. I mean, you gave me the triggers in terms of the children with developmental delays and autism, and it's an age thing, but disregarding the age aspects, if somebody was on the scheme, what triggers a reassessment?
Senator, while officials are coming to the table, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the scope of the question. Okay. Are you asking about adults and children?
No. I think we've got the answers. There's certain time age limits that ages that you do. So I'm talking about adults. So what triggers a reassessment of an adult's plan by the NDIS as opposed to, I mean, I'm assuming that people on the NDIS would often seek for a reassessment, but when the NDIS chooses to reassess, what is the process?
Thanks, Senator. I think Mr McNaughton can talk you through that.
Thank you, Senator. Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO of Service Delivery. There can be a number of triggers for a plan reassessment. One of the more common triggers is when someone's scheduled plan is about to expire.
Yep.
So this is a scheduled plan reassessment.
Yep.
Plans typically range from 12 months to 2 years or 3 years. At the conclusion of that period, we'll start working with the participant to get ready for their upcoming plan review.
Yep.
So look at reports or additional evidence and so forth. So that's what we call a scheduled plan reassessment. And then there could be circumstances where a participant or their nominee or one of their supporters lodges a request for a plan change.
I didn't want that one.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So that could be an unscheduled plan reassessment. Where it could be because of a change of circumstance, so that's another type of plan reassessment.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to understand the times when the NDIS would actually do that as opposed to the person themselves.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So that's the third category, is when the agency could initiate a plan reassessment.
An unscheduled?
An unscheduled plan reassessment.
Okay.
And what is the rationale behind that?
The criteria could be that we have information that we need to make a reassessment because there are some errors in the plan that's been built by the planner. We have new information, or for argument's sake, we've got a quote that's come in from a plan we've previously just approved and we need to update that plan with new information. So there can be a range of factors that under the Act, through the CEO's delegation, we can initiate our own plan change request.
So it's not just a random, like 10% every year. There's got to be a catalyst for it to actually occur.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there a, it's sort of like what is the decision process once you've undertaken a reassessment for whatever the reason? What is the process in terms of reducing or cancelling a participant's plan? What is the process that you go through with the participant and under those circumstances?
So, Senator, we obviously reassess tens of thousands of plans each quarter.
Sure. I'm only worrying about that, talking about the ones that you make a decision at reassessment that you would either reduce or remove the plan.
So, in all cases, we have to make decisions based on the Act, the guidance, reasonable and necessary support criteria, and the evidence available to the delegates who are making those decisions. So we weigh up all the evidence available through what we have about the participant already, plus any new information that's come in from treating professionals, allied health reports, physiotherapy, speech pathologists, all the the reasonable reports that will come in from the allied health.
Does the participant have to pay for those reports for the reassessment?
It depends. Sometimes we might fund for those in a plan. We might have funding in a plan for additional behaviour support plans where we're actually paying for those assessments to be done.
How often does the participant have to pay?
I don't know if I've got structured data on that, but let me take that on notice. I can give you information about how often we might provide funding in a plan for participants through getting different therapy reports or behaviour practitioner reports. We keep data on that, and I'll take that on note if I can't get it through this hearing, Senator.
Yep. Okay. So what is the time period? Is there a minimum notice period that's afforded to a participant that their plan is going to be reduced or removed?
Senator, there is a participant service guarantee across a range of metrics that we work on, everything from access to first plans to when a plan, someone has lodged a change of circumstances for a plan. And we will work to those. It's usually 28 days for us to make a decision about whether to accept it, and then we've got another period of time to build that plan.
No, it's more like if you were told, like you had a reassessment and the decision had been made to reduce the plan or to remove the plan, what is the period of time that before that actually occurs?
Senator, can I just clarify the question a little bit? We wouldn't be making a plan reassessment to remove the plan. That's not something.
So you never do that?
We do. That goes back to what's called an eligibility reassessment, where we're doing a assessment of someone's eligibility to the scheme. So we're not actually removing a plan. There's an eligibility reassessment process around scheme eligibility.
Yeah. Okay. So what qualifications are required of the NDIS staff who would be in the position to reduce or override the recommendation of a clinician, as an example? So what is the minimum requirement in terms of the skill level or the qualification of the person who is a staff member of NDIA to undertake that process?
So, Senator, across our entire frontline service delivery group, we have staff with a range of different, who are at a range of different levels under the Australian Public Service levels. We have a range of staff with different allied health backgrounds and skill sets. We also have a team through our technical advice and practice improvement who provide a high level of clinical advice and technical oversight in more complex circumstances. And then for some of our more complex, our participants who need more complex supports and a high level of case management, we have a complex support needs pathway where those delegates, those planners are at a higher APS classification and generally have a lot more skills and qualifications in disability.
Sure, but we're talking about somebody who has the power to override the recommendation of a specialist or clinician
I'm just interested to understand, if you were going to override the recommendation of a specialist clinician, what are the skill set of the person who is the one who is making that decision?
So, Senator, as I said, our staff will have a range of different skill sets and backgrounds, and we make those decisions in accordance with the Act.
What about the qualifications as opposed to skill sets? Let's talk about qualification. Is there a minimum qualification that you require in order for a person working for the NDIA to override a specialist clinician?
Senator, our staff are recruited on a range of different capability and competencies. We do have staff in our technical advice branch who have a range of clinical skills, and we'll use those clinical skills if we need more complex technical advice to help with decision making. But those decisions are made in accordance with the Act and the instrument of delegation and the capabilities that the staff have. We don't have a team of allied health professionals who just make certain planning decisions. They're our technical assurance team in a way, who provide a higher level of technical advice and oversight for our entire frontline team.
Right. Can I just follow up on some response in the same area of questions that I noticed that you've responded to from Senator Steele-John, who's unable to be here today, in which you provided some information about the how many people had who'd been reviewed had their annualised value of their plans either increased, decreased, etc. I think that, and you provided some notice, and I think it's some question on notice NDIA SQ 25000146. So just following on from that, I'm just wondering, what is the total amount of these plans that you've got here? I think it said it was people who had their plans reduced, 21,056 people, you said in that answer to that question, had a reduction in the annualised value of their plan. So this may be something you need to take on notice unless you've come very, very prepared. What is the total dollar amount by which those 21,056 plans that were reduced by? What was...
Yes, Senator, I can give you that information.
Yep, cool.
I'll give you the information to the 3 months to the 30th of September 2025.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, it would be really good to be able to... Oh, is that a different number to the 21,056?
Yeah, I'll give you the total number of plan reassessments we did in that last quarter through our published quarterly report.
Yep.
So of that group, so we...
so can you just give me the dates again? Sorry.
It's the quarterly report data to the 30th of September 2025.
30th September, and it's for a 3-month period?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So out of all the plan reassessments we did in that period, 69% of the reassessments increased in value. So 69% increased in value, that was 36,791 plans increased.
36,709, yep.
91. 31% of the plans had a reduction in their plan value. The net number of plans was 16,885. The annual, were you asking for the annualised amounts?
No. Well, I mean, just as long as they're comparable, I just need to know what the value of the increase versus the value of the decrease was.
So the annualised plan increase was $1.69 billion.
1.69 billion, yep.
The annualised decrease was $436 million.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are you able to provide that data for 24-25 financial year as a whole year?
Can I take that on notice, Senator?
Sure.
But we will have that for you.
Great, thank you.
I'm just checking how much more time you need.
Okay. I've got quite a few more questions, but on this particular issue, I've just got one lot of questions that Senator Cash has asked me to ask. And then
Okay, if I can just go to Senator McKenzie for a 10-minute block, 15-minute block.
No, I'm happy
and
to
then,
cede to Senator Ruston and wait my turn.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just conscious you've been talking for half an hour.
I can't believe that.
And she can do it underwater.
Timer doesn't
With a
lie.
mouthful of marbles.
To give you a bit of a break. I'm just conscious of your...
Do you want a break?
No, if I can just get there, and then we can move on to a completely different topic, unless...
No.
Okay, if you want to ask your questions, and then I will come to you, Senator McKenzie.
Coalition.
I like the way the coalition's finally working together. Over there.
I love you.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, thank you. I'm just really interested to understand
if there is any world in which you would think that a quadruple amputee would no longer require prosthetics to go about their daily life.
Really?
Anyone?
Senator Ruston, Scott McNaughton again. I honestly don't know the circumstances of the case that you're talking about. I'd really like if I could have some information through the CEO's office so we can have a look at it. I don't know the case you're talking to, so it's hard for us to comment.
I think the thing is, Senator Ruston, that I do know the case that you speak about. Senator Cash has made direct representations appropriately to our office, and we've sought advice for her. It does make it difficult to speak when it so directly relates to an individual participant. We wouldn't ordinarily do that in an open forum.
Okay. Well, I'm not speaking about anybody in particular. I'm just asking.
Okay, well, perhaps we can just agree this, that officials may be constrained in providing general rather than specific information.
So I suppose my question is, is there a circumstance under which you would think it was reasonable for a quadruple amputee to have their NDIS funding and supports for prosthetics removed?
Senator, without the specifics of the case, as the Minister referred, more than happy to look into those matters, of course, as we do when we get those representations, but we don't know the bona fides or the circumstances, so I'm not going to speculate, sorry.
No, there's no bona fides. I'm just talking about a quadruple amputee having had their plan reduced and their access to prosthetics removed. Can you imagine a scenario within the assessment of the NDIS where that possibly could occur?
I think, Senator Ruston, Mr McNaughton's been clear, and also the Minister has, without speculating on hypotheticals, that they don't have the circumstances in front of them and aren't going to provide an answer. I think the Minister was quite clear around that Senator Cash has already provided some representation. So,
which is appropriate, and I'm very happy to assist
That's right.
Senator Cash or indeed any other member or senator directly. There are really significant prohibitions on providing information about an individual participant.
I haven't named anybody. Okay, well maybe I can ask a different question. How many people are in the NDIS? Currently receiving supports in the NDIS?
Approximately 750,000.
Okay. So
what's the most up to date?
751,000, I think 446.
Okay. So in the experience of in the NDIS, have any of those 750,000 people had their funding taken away for the provision of 4 prosthetics?
Senator, we'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Could you also perhaps then take on notice if anybody who has had 4 prosthetics taken away from their plan, whether they any people under those circumstances, a quadruple amputee has had their occupational therapy access removed or reduced, whether they've had their exercise physiologist support taken away or reduced. Is that possible?
As I said, Senator, we can take those questions on notice, see if we can get some data for you.
And just interested, in correspondence to a participant, particularly a quadruple amputee, would you ever write in correspondence to them that a reduction of $30,000 of funding in their plan for an NDIS participant was nothing major? Would that ever have been written in any correspondence you've ever sent to anybody?
Senator, it does not sound like any of the standard text we would put in, but again, we would have to take that on notice, but that wouldn't sound like any of the standard type of wording we would expect. That would go into a plan decision explanation letter.
Okay, well, I look forward to receiving back your response to that. Thanks, Chair.
thank you very much, Senator Ruston. Senator Mackenzie, you got the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions around registered and non-registered providers. Right. Great, ladies, thank you. I can look to that end. I would just like to know how many providers, registered and non-registered, there are in postcode 2195 in Western Sydney.
Thank you so much, Senator, for that. Louise Glanville speaking. We would have to look to find that information. I can't give that to you immediately.
Someone is coming with a big folder.
Not from my area, but certainly from a partner area in John Dado at the NDIA.
But you do arrange data for registered and non-registered providers by postcode? Or do you do LGAs? How do you... Someone's coming to be helpful.
Senator John Dado, NDIA. Thank you for the question. I might try and explain how that data comes about, because that might help explain what these counts are. So let's just take the unregistered providers. A definition of an unregistered provider is a provider that has been paid, so they've had a claim made against their ABN.
Yep.
That claim may come from a self-managed participant. So a self-managed participant says, I've paid this ABN. It may come through a plan manager.
Yep.
But it's a claim against an ABN.
Yep.
I'll just give you an example of what one of those claims could look like. It's really important to understand that before we do the count. If a participant decides to use a lawn mowing service once, calls that lawn mowing service once, uses that lawn mowing service, comes in and claims against that lawn mowing service, and that lawn mowing service does not even know that they've mowed the lawn of a participant, that will appear in an unregistered provider count.
Okay.
And so it's really important to understand that while we've had some really big numbers floating around, about 270,000 providers, that includes providers that may not know that they've ever serviced a participant and may have only been paid once and are just a normal business out there doing the normal thing.
Thank you, Mr. Dado. I appreciate what you're saying. That's not my line of questioning, so I do appreciate it. So how many registered and non-registered providers are there at postcode 2195 in Western Sydney?
I would have to look up to...
That would be great.
But I could give you an equivalent breakdown for one that's appeared in the AFR recently, such as Liverpool, 2170.
I'm interested in 2195. So if you've got Liverpool, fantastic. I'm interested in Lakemba.
I actually can get Lakemba for you.
Excellent, thank you. Will that take a little while? And I'm happy to cede the call until that data comes, because I've got a whole series of questions. Thank you. Come on, Rusty, you're up. Thank you, Mr. Dado.
We'll put you on ice, Senator Mackenzie.
Perfect.
Oh, finally. Shaken, not stirred.
Okay.
Dirty.
I'm just wondering if anyone can just give me a little bit of an update about where we're at with ICANN.
Thanks for helping.
So Mr. Verlin can give you some details, but obviously we're well into the process of testing, working with individual participants on their feedback about the experience of going through a support needs assessment using ICANN. Mr. Verlin can give you some extra detail about how that process is going and the type of feedback we're getting.
Aaron Verlin, Acting Deputy CEO, Service Design and Improvement Group. At the previous estimates, we described the first phase of our implementation of the ICANN, which was our desktop reviews. That will continue until the end of this month. What we have also progressed from the start of January is to move to our trial and testing with actual participants. And so that will run right through until mid this year. The purpose of that is three parts. The first part is participant experience. How are the ICANN assessment being conducted between the assessor and the participant? So the first part is the experience. The second part of the ICANN is then to start to see the results that are coming out and understanding about how that looks compared to the information that we have under their current old framework plan. And then the third part is then really working through the budget outcomes that it's providing in accordance with their plan. What we are doing side by side with the University of Melbourne and Centre of Disability Studies, the contract that we have, we are also working with them around a quality assurance program for the ICANN, so the results that we're starting to see through the assessment. How are they looking? Are they providing an accurate representation of the support needs of the individual? And also, as part of the contract, we are starting to work through the accreditation of the assessor workforce. So it's really in that testing, validation process that is underway at the moment.
So now I hope I'm not saying verbally anybody here, but is it my understanding that the government has said that this new assessment isn't automated?
So the assessment is not automated.
Okay.
The assessment is an individual discussion, a guided discussion between an assessor and a participant to understand their support needs.
Okay. So is there any role for algorithms or AI in this system?
Not in the support needs assessment.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. So if it's not in the support needs assessment, is there any, are we using AI or any algorithms in any other part of the assessment process?
The delegate will be looking at the budget that it is provided and be making a human decision around the final plan.
Okay, so they'll be using, you're saying AI or algorithm, what is the basis of the information that's been provided to that assessor that they're making the decision on?
If I can jump in, Senator Graham Head, the CEO of the agency. I think we traversed this in quite a bit of detail at the last estimates hearing. The support needs assessment interfaces with the budget model, which will be expressed in the rules. Those rules are under development at the moment.
So
the department,
budget.
The budget, as we said last time, the budget application to a support needs assessment will be expressed in the rules. Those rules are under development by the department at the moment, and it's the rules that will underpin the budget decision. The final decision is made by a delegate in the process that's outlined.
So what is included in the ICANN assessment tool? What are the components of the ICANN assessment tool?
So I think we actually provided a copy of the tool and the adjacent assessment that looks at personal and environmental factors in response to questions on notice. Mr. Verlin can take you through in some detail, if you would like, the different domains that are looked at in the tool.
It's more around, I'm just sort of trying to understand that like the system you say is not automated. There appears to be some role for algorithms or AI. I'm just sort of trying to understand where that all sits. So, I mean, I suppose who ultimately determines the eligibility and a participant's budget?
Senator Ruston, I'll start because I do think that one of the things that the conversation around AI, which is a very important one for government to have, has unhappily produced is a sense that every use of a computer represents AI. Of course, delegates will record information digitally, as they do now as a consequence of their interactions with participants. And I know that that seems like an obvious point to make, but well, there is some measure of confusion around this in the public discussion about it, and so I really just wanted to make the point that as Mr Head has described to you, there is a support needs assessment. It's a structured conversation between an assessor and a participant. It's then a set of rules associated with setting a budget. We'll provide a budget for a participant. These things are, and these rules will be quite transparent, and the final decision will be made by a delegate, as occurs now.
Okay, look, I do know the difference when
I know you do, Senator Ruston, but this is a communication which extends more widely than a private conversation between you and I, so I thought it was worth putting it on the record.
So back to this. So ultimately, who determines the eligibility and the participant's budget? Is that is a manual process by an individual?
When you mean, sorry, Senator, when you mean eligibility, you mean undertaking the assessment to understand the support needs for the participant? That is an individual.
That is an individual, and then the participant's budget is also determined on the basis of the individual making the supports needs assessment. Then another individual makes the decision in relation to the budget as is going to be contained in the rules.
That's right. The delegate will make the decision on the budget.
Yeah. So if a participant or a family member, representative of a participant, believes that this process, this ICAM process, has delivered an unfair outcome, who will undertake the review of that process, and how quickly does that happen?
Yeah, you're right. There is an opportunity to review the outcome of the support needs assessment. And so that is a reviewable decision, and I'll, if there's specific questions about that, I'll ask Mr Swainson to elaborate on those. And then what we are doing is then, as Mr McNaughton outlined, we have participant service guarantees under the existing old planning framework. We are working to understand what is an appropriate time frame from the request for a review to do a new support needs assessment and an outcome. What we would do is, consistent with planning today, is we would approve that plan so there is a continuation of funding while the review is being undertaken. I think that's really important, that there is a continuity of supports through that process.
Yeah, great. So it will be like a person will undertake that review. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. When I think it was 2 estimates ago, we identified the fact that the NDIA didn't have an FOI disclosure log to the same degree as the department, and certainly understanding that we're not going to identify individual people by the process of this. So just wondering if you could provide, and you came back and said that you were going to look at it, so I'm just wondering if you can provide me an update on how the NDIA disclosure log is coming along so that it aligns with the disclosure log of the department.
Yes, Senator. I'm Matthew Swainson, Deputy CEO of the NDIA. I think in the last estimates I confirmed we were going to start producing a disclosure log. I'm happy to report that that disclosure log has commenced, so we've started uploading documents on it. Over the course of the following months, we're going to undertake a back capture process, so we're going to, obviously, any prospective FOIs that need to be disclosed on that will be disclosed on our public disclosure log, and then we will undertake a back capture. I don't have a time frame on the back capture at the moment, but prospective FOIs will be disclosed.
Great. I look forward to you coming to the next estimates and telling me that it's all up and running.
Oh, we will try our best, Senator.
Fantastic. Have you got Senator McKenzie's information yet?
Here we go.
You're finished, Senator Ruston?
I think so.
Okay. Senator McKenzie, you have the call.
Right. I know what that's like. Hello. So, can I have the number of registered and non-registered providers at 2195?
Yep, you absolutely can. I might start with the total.
Yep.
The definition is active, and the
Yes.
definition of active is active in the last 12 months.
In the last 12 months.
So these are providers that we've paid in the last 12 months that
The
are
last this financial year or the 12 months year
from
to
now.
date?
12 months backwards from now, from today.
Okay.
And so and the definition of that means that somebody has claimed for that ABN.
Yes, you gave that evidence before, Mr Duddo.
The figure is
Good
200.
memory if you've said it in the last 15 minutes.
222.
222 providers.
Yep. Now, just to give you some
And
comparisons.
what about the previous financial year? So they're total registered and non-registered?
Total registered and unregistered.
Okay.
And registered is 17.
And registered is 17, so I can do the grade 3 maths on that. I want to understand within the 5 kilometre radius of that postcode, given there was an investigation by News Limited Harrison Christian, which I'm sure you're aware of this article, the 1st of January 2026, who revealed that within a 5 kilometre radius of postcode 2195, there were more than 1,300 providers.
Yeah.
Do your records show whether these providers were providing services within this suburb or elsewhere across Sydney more broadly?
Yeah, I might explain the difference between the numbers I've provided to you and the numbers that are being reported.
I'm happy for you to answer my... I'm going to take that article as read. So my question...
Senator, the problem is that Mr Dado does have information that I think would be useful to you about
well, when
the
you're
analysis.
sitting over here, Minister, you can ask whatever questions you like, not what questions you think I should be asking or that I might like to ask or that you as the Minister would like me to ask. My question to Mr Dado was...
Senator McKenzie, the Minister's comment was meant in the spirit of ensuring that we as parliamentarians adhere to the Code of Conduct where we allow our witnesses to complete their evidence.
He's not answering my question, Chair.
Then when he's finished providing an answer, you can clarify that. Interrupting him and shouting over the top of him isn't helpful. And I think that just what the Minister had said, he is providing information that might be helpful. If it's not and it requires clarification, then I'm sure you will be able to
again when he's finished.
Point him in the right direction. So I would ask that you wait for him to complete his answer. If it hasn't been helpful, it isn't the question you asked, then I would invite you to clarify that. Mr Dado, you have the floor.
Thank you. Senator, the article is misleading, and I'll explain why. I think that article used a function called Provider Finder and was literally looking at Provider Finder, typing in a postcode and getting a search result. That search result the point of a Provider Finder is to show the businesses that have offered a service in that area or within that area, and there's different filters you can use. But you've got to keep in mind that any business in Australia that offers a service to an NDIS participant can say that they offer a service in that postcode or in that area. And there are businesses that have a valid reason to say they offer a service in that area. A plan management business can offer a service in Lakemba because they might be online and there is no reason for them to be physically located in Lakemba. So that means every plan manager that wants to offer a service to an NDIS participant is probably appearing in the Lakemba search results in the 1330, regardless of the fact that they're not in Lakemba. When we take that Lakemba number, that 1330 number, and the other issue is that in that finder results, you might get duplicate hits. The same business may appear 2 or 3 times because they've got different types of services that they offer. And so they've listed themselves 2 or 3 different times, and they might be having multiple hits because they've got a head office and a branch. Once we take the 1330 and we do a reduction to unique ABNs, so single ABNs as opposed to duplicates, we get down to 939. Once we then look at the numbers of the 939 that have a physical office, a physical presence in the area, which includes, you know, within a radius.
The 5 kilometre radius? Sorry, Chair.
No, it's a broader area than that. I couldn't tell you the exact kilometre radius because it probably depends on the geographic location. In metro areas it's smaller, in regional areas it's slightly bigger, but it's an area. But let me be very specific. The physical addresses that are located in Lakemba is 17 registered providers for the postcode of Lakemba.
And non-registered?
Your question there, Senator
And unregistered is 205 active providers. They are slightly different counts. The 17 is active in the last 3 months. The other number, the balance of that, is active in the last 12 months.
So what I wanted to understand was whether these providers are primarily providing services within this suburb or elsewhere across Sydney, or indeed the country.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with the provider finder search. It's geared towards allowing a participant to look for a provider that is willing to service that postcode. And that means in that 1330, there will be providers from all over the country appearing in that finder.
Mr Dardo, I wasn't asking about provider searcher. If you are a registered or an unregistered provider in this postcode, are they primarily providing services to that community or elsewhere?
I would have to look at each one individually, and let me explain why. No, there is no reason why a provider that has a physical address in Lakemba might not be providing services to other parts of the country if they are, for example, a plan manager and they're offering an online service with a phone service. If they're a therapist, a physical therapist that actually needs to provide hands-on service, then it is likely that they're only offering services that are geographically close to them.
So then, how many plan providers are at this within a 5 kilometre radius of 2195?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, if you could also take on notice, given the numbers you've given me, where they are providing services to. You said you had that data, but not on you. Is that correct?
We can certainly analyse the geographic distribution of the participants that are claiming to use those providers, absolutely.
How many NDIS plans are active in the postcode 2195?
I will have to come back to you on that. But what I can tell you is that when we've done the analysis of postcode by postcode, registered and unregistered providers against population and against participants, Lakemba doesn't appear anywhere near the top of the list. The top of the list is Port Macquarie. The second one is Hervey Bay. The third one is Sunshine Coast. The fourth one is Frankston. The fifth one is Southport. So if the metric of saturation of providers is supposed to be an indicator of something, they are the top 5 that appear in the list. Let me give you some equivalents to Lakemba and to Liverpool. You know, they are more like some of our outer other suburbs. So, for example, you know, they've actually got a lower saturation than Caboolture. They've got a lower saturation than Ipswich. They are not anywhere near our top 40 suburbs for saturation.
Thank you, Mr Dardo, for the comparative analysis. Can you answer my actual question, which were how many active NDIS plans are in the postcode I asked for, not all the ones you just gave me? Please just answer my question, which was quite specific.
Point of order. There's no need to be so disrespectful to the officials.
I believe so.
All right. I mean, you can dial down the contempt. Okay, he's trying to be helpful.
Thank you, Senator Nataraja. I believe the official did say that he would take the original question on notice, and so I think that given Mr Dardo's trying to be helpful in that, I think taking that question on notice to provide that back to you, Senator Mackenzie, will...
473.
473, thank you. And is that within postcode 2195 itself or within a 5 kilometre radius?
No, that's the postcode. And,
that's the postcode.
And you know, I think I will also flag that I've read the articles, and the articles are very misleading for a whole bunch of reasons. The data that we have that we use to identify our integrity treatments include looking at things such as claiming behaviours and risk profiles, and I will, you know, the risk profiles that are associated with those participants are pretty spot on average for the country.
Thank you, Mr Dardo. How many actions have been taken against workers and providers in the postcode of 2195? Has there been any investigations into registered or non-registered providers?
I think the difficulty with an accurate response to that is that we will take actions against providers where they may have multiple entities across the country or across Sydney, and so we don't track by postcode the interventions that we do. It's not an accurate representation of what we do.
What metric do you use to track?
Sorry, Senator, can I make a broader point here, which is Mr Dardo's talking, of course, about work that he leads related to payment integrity, fraud, etc. Of course, the Commission is the primary regulator of entities for quality and safeguarding purposes. So it would be
more
no, I'm saying it would be a mix. You're asking about quantum. There are different types of activities performed by the agency and performed by the Commission depending on the particular kind of behaviour that's subject to the intervention.
Okay, so mine is a general question to both the Commission and the agency then, given your separate but similar areas of responsibility. Can I understand if there's how many investigations or prosecutions there have been of NDIS providers in postcode 2195?
Thanks for the question, Senator. We will need to take on notice that information.
Thank you.
But it is important to highlight what Mr Head has said insofar as we are the responsible authority for conducting those investigations both against registered and unregistered, but also important to underscore that unregistered providers are not visible to us unless their breaches of our code of conduct are made known to us.
And reported to you.
Right, right. That's right.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. Thank you. I know Senator Ruston has already asked some questions on fraud, but there are actually claims in that same article about bogus providers. One provider having an email address of email@email.com and the phone number 00000. I just want to understand the process you have internally, like that's like 101 Year 8 dodgy as. What process you have internally that says, hello, that looks like a dodgy, bogus provider.
Senator,
so would that be a question to the Commission or the agency?
Well, I'll start, Senator, and then I'll ask Mr Dardo to supplement my answer. I think the issue is that this is incredibly well traversed over the transcript over really the last 4 hours. Like, it was the subject of extensive questioning from Senators Ruston and Hanson. So Mr Dardo can provide, I think, a top-line description of the extensive investments that have been necessary to uplift integrity after the failures of the last Liberal government. And the ANAO found that prior to 2024 there are essentially no controls. on payment and no capacity to manage compliance in any meaningful way. We have had to resolve that through investments in systems and people and in new legislation. So we've had a very long conversation about it in the committee, and Mr Dardo can assist you, but probably reviewing the transcript may be equally as helpful.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your helpful response. Mr Dardo, could you please answer my question?
Yeah, I think the provider finder information.
Sorry, Mr Dardo, what I'm wanting to understand, given email@email.com and 00000 were examples of a provider, my question isn't, it's about the mechanism internally that when someone registers to become a provider or sends you a bill as a non-registered provider, what mechanisms are in place internally to identify and reduce unnecessary funding? Because I don't know if I would be actually...
Have all been canvassed in really
Okay,
a lot
well,
of detail.
I'm here, Senator McAllister. I've been busy in other committees, so I would appreciate Mr Dardo's response.
So I will let the Commission answer the question on the registered side of it, but let me from the NDIA talk about the transparency we have for a provider that is claiming registered or unregistered. They are slightly different, so I'll start with two different descriptions. If the provider is coming through and they are making the claim themselves in our online interfaces, up until last year, we had very little visibility of the person at the end of that claim. I could not tell you with any confidence the name or the identity of the person behind that claim up until last year. And that was what had been built that we inherited. In the last 2 years, we've built a new digital identity requirement on the online interface for providers making claims directly with us. And so I can guarantee you now that a provider making a direct claim with us in our online interface has to provide digital identity for themselves and all their staff logging in, and I can prove to you the name and the person and the attributes of that individual as they claim. And that digital identity is whole of government digital identity, so it's the same identity that is being used in tax office and for issuing CRNs and so on. So that's on providers that are claiming directly from our online interface. For providers that are claiming through plan managers and for providers that are being paid by participants where the participants are making the claim, we do not have today transparency behind the actual claim from the plan manager or the participant. And what I mean by that is the plan manager gives us a file saying they paid an ABN and we do not today have the system that can see behind that to see the evidence for that claim. That was never built and never existed. We are building it. In the next 3 months, we'll turn on another feature which will allow us to mandate evidence collection from certain ABNs, but it does not exist today. We have to manually audit that by exception. For evidence that is being submitted by a participant, we're requiring a participant now to upload their claims. That did not exist. We've built that in the last 2 years. We've been turning more features on. As recently as this Monday, we turned on a new mobile app that is now progressing through adoption of the participant database. That mobile app, as you scan your evidence upload, is checking the evidence you upload so we can start to look at that ABN and the invoice and get confidence that it's a real invoice and a real ABN when a participant is making a claim. Now, we've been building these systems out for the last 2 years. We've turned on more things this week. We'll turn on more things in a month and in 3 months. But right now, today, we do 660,000 payments per day. The level of scrutiny that we would expect a mature system to have is not where we are. We are still building that out.
So, thank you, Mr Dardo. Given that these type of bogus providers currently, as of today, are, and up until quite recently, are able to be in receipt of payment because you can't see behind, as you were saying. Do we have any quantification of how much money is being paid to bogus providers versus legitimate providers?
I can tell you that we identify a percentage of claims through risk indicators and we treat those claims. And for example, we now review more self-managed claims per day than used to be done in a year, 4 years ago.
So how many what's the proportional difference?
So for the last few months, and we've been increasing our capacity to do that, like we didn't have any capacity to do that. So we've been building systems and capacity. We are now routinely rejecting about $13 million a month in self-managed claims from self-managed participants. And
how many from managed?
Can I come back and describe that differently, because it is a different thing?
I do know it's a different thing, but if you set up the right systems in a managed plan, you can also potentially, I'm not saying it's happening, but potentially be in receipt of funds inappropriately. So I just want to, you've got a system in place that audits and risk stress tests the self-managed claims. Do you apply the same rigour to the managed, or do you see them as less risk and therefore?
No. We are applying. It is a different set of rigour, but it is, in fact, we are moving to a higher standard over time. And I'll just explain the difference.
I might ask a range of questions on notice about that, because I think that I've just got a series of questions.
And on that note, I know you have been busy, Senator Mackenzie, in other committees, as you've stated, that there was an offer to Senator Hanson and other senators on this committee around a private briefing with both the NDIA and the Quality and Safeguards Commission to pose further questions. So really happy if you wanted to join us for that and or put your questions on notice. So
yes, so I will on that matter. I now have a series of questions from Dr. Anne Webster, who's the National Party member for Mallee.
Just checking how much time do you need?
I've got 11 questions, so it'll depend on our answers, but I know that officials are being super helpful with my questions. They might want to answer not just mine, but their own as well.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to start when you are happy to give me the call.
You're stretching your 10 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So this is on behalf of Dr. Anne Webster in Mallee, in my home state of Victoria. She wanted to understand how many transferred ex-state government SIL services in Victoria have closed or exited the market in the past 24 months.
Ms McKay will come up to answer that.
SIL stands for Supported Independent Living, and just so we're all talking about the same thing.
Supported Independent Living, group homes with people with a disability.
And will often be referred to by officials as a SIL service.
As a SIL. Okay. Hi, Ms McKay.
Senator Penelope McKay speaking. So as I understand your question, it's about how many SIL providers have ceased providing SIL services in
the last 2 years that were ex-state government run SILs in Victoria. So it's a very local question.
Yeah. So in Victoria, there were about 2,500 participants who transitioned into the scheme as part of a bilateral arrangement in 2021. There are now about 2,000 of those participants who are still in receiving services from the legacy providers, what we call them, those original 5 providers that provided services to those participants. Those 5 providers are still providing services in the SIL market, so haven't withdrawn from SIL services.
But I think what the obviously Dr. Webster, you know, it's a very big rural electorate, and her concern is about participants that have had to relocate. So not that the SIL provider has withdrawn from the market completely, but may have withdrawn particular homes in particular areas, causing participants to have to relocate, often hundreds of kilometres away from family.
Thank you. It's a really important question because obviously part of the goal of the scheme is to ensure that participants can have a housing arrangement that suits their needs and the sort of housing desires that people have in this space. What does happen? So the houses that the transitioned participants lived in are owned by the state government.
Yes.
And the SIL providers provide services. SIL providers across the country will from time to time have to make business decisions about the houses and the places that they can operate in and what their offering is to participants, and they will have to work with participants. And from time to time it does happen that SIL providers need to work with participants to say, we can't offer you a service in this house anymore. Here's a different location where we could offer you a service.
So,
we don't have, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so there's no, in your understanding of the Victorian market, there hasn't been a withdrawal of a large provider. The 5 providers that started the scheme back in 2021 are still in operation in Victoria.
That's correct. Possibility is one of the current providers that was recently acquired by the Independence Australia Group, so it's had a change of name, but those 5 legacy original SIL providers in Victoria remain in the SIL provider market, providing services to 2,000 SIL participants in Victoria who transitioned across as part of the original transition.
So as that, there are mechanisms in place to ensure continuity of care when a Victorian transferred ex-state government provider exit the market. There is an assumption that there will be a continuation of care, irrespective of who owns.
Senator, I'm using the captions, and I missed that, so it was a bit of a jump there, and I missed what the question was. Do you mind repeating it?
No, it's okay. What mechanisms are in place to ensure continuity of care when a Victorian transferred ex-state government provider exits the market?
To be clear, none of those 5 SIL providers have told us or the Commission that I'm aware of that they're planning to exit the market.
Right. What I might do then is I will put these on notice because I think there is a very local issue for the Mallee region that you may not be aware of yet, and then we might be able to cut it off at the pass.
You know, Senator Mackenzie, the other pathway would actually just be for Anne to give me a ring, which would also be very welcome. Both pathways are fine.
I will leave this. That's action in action, Minister. Thank you.
That's it from you, Senator Mackenzie?
It is.
Thank you very much. And we are now in a position, that concludes the committee's examination of the Health, Disability and Ageing portfolio. I want to thank all the witnesses who have appeared today, including all of our departmental officials, the National Disability Insurance Agency and NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Thursday, the 19th of February 2026, and the answers to questions on notice are due by Thursday, the 9th of April 2026. We'll now take a short suspension while we welcome the Department of Social Services. Thank you. We are reconvening and moving into the Department of Social Services. And so I invite those officials to come to the table. I now welcome the wonderful Senator and the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, Government Services, Finance and Public Service, representing the Minister for Social Services. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Michael Lyle. Mr Lai, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I now call officers from the Department of Social Services in relation to whole of portfolio corporate matters, and I will invite questions. And Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Lai, Mr Lock. I've got some questions in relation to advertising, specifically to the Stop It at the Start campaign. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Evans.
Afternoon, Senator.
Hello,
Evans, the Chief Communications Officer.
How are you?
Richard Algar,
How are you?
Manager, Corporate and Government Services.
Thank
What's
you.
your question, Senator?
Thank you. As you know, the Stop It at the Start campaign commenced in 2016 under the former coalition government. Phase 5 of the campaign was in the market from the 17th of June to the 30th of April 2025. Can you tell me what was the expenditure for stage 5 of that campaign?
You've got that. From 1 July 24 through to 31 December 2025, we spent $13,425,347. That's exclusive of GST. That was on Stop at the Start.
Yep, thank you. That's just on that campaign.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you. And what's the comparison generally between stage 5 and the other parts and phases of that campaign? Is that a ramp up or is that a ramping down, or where's that at?
I'm not sure if we've conducted
I can go
a review on that. Have you got previous years there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just so campaign expenditure by phases and financial years. So if you wanted me to sort of go back from
just give me the phase and the amount.
From 2020 to 2021, we spent around 9 million.
Yep.
2021 to 22, 10.4, 22 to 23, about 10.3, and
Sorry, I was just going to suggest, Senator, the phase 5 over the years, including in the previous financial year, which included the design and all of the initial research work, was a total of 19.6 million.
Right.
And phase 4 was 23 million. Phase 3 was 21.7 million.
Oh, okay.
And then we combined phase 1 and 2 because of the way they were actually conducted, and that was 30.9 million. So in your question was this phase 5 a ramp up or down? It was approximately 20 million, and those other phases were about the same, with phase 1 and 2 30 million, but that was sort of 2 phases. So I mean,
slightly less.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have said it was a ramp up or down. It was roughly around the same numbers.
And the difference between what you told me initially is the actual advertising, and the other one is
that was just in that
creative.
financial year for 24-25. Sorry.
So it combines advertising and creative.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ta. So which creative agencies were actually used to develop phase 5? Was it the same as any other phases of that campaign? Did you go to market
creative
each time?
agency is BMF, who does the actual advertising for phase 5, and they have run the creative all the way through.
Since phase 1?
Correct.
Right. So So what sort of media channels did you use in phase 5, given that there's a fair bit of technology change and usage change of consumers that might be accessing that information? What sort of changed in that time?
We still used the broad media channels that we have used before, so television, cinema, digital video, social media, search. We had some really significant media partnerships as well through phase 5, through Nine Network, NITV and SBS for our First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse audiences. I think where we really lent in was with the partnerships and the influences, which were strengthened both in phase 4 and phase 5, because we know that a lot of our audience is online, but there is still a strength in the television and above the line as well.
So do you know if is it BM? Is that what you call it?
BMF are the creative agency that did the advertising, but the media placement is through Universal McCann, which is the government's master media buying agency, and they advise us on the best split for our target audience for that campaign, which is really adult influences of young people. So we're not necessarily talking through that campaign to young people directly. We're talking to mainly parents of young people, coaches, teachers, influencers, to call out acts of disrespect and talk to them definitely in phase 5 about the hidden trends of disrespect online. And that was really prevalent in phase 5 and probably a new element brought in from phase 4, because we knew that a lot of those children were being heavily influenced online and looking at things that may not be explicitly to them disrespectful, but teaching them by watching elements of disrespect online that might be normalised. So really teaching the parents to call that out through the resources and advertising.
So in terms of, I'm wanting to understand about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific content and call content. Can you tell me, did you go separately to other creatives to inform what BMFR was doing, or did BMFR engage any creatives that might fit the definition of called an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander to inform their work?
So ETCOM was the agency that we worked through Ogilvy for our First Nations and culturally and linguistically, our First Nations creative. And they look at doing a bespoke creative for our First Nations audiences, so it has a slightly different look and feel, and some videos that were slightly different to the mainstream, and those were tested with First Nations audiences, and that would be adults and influencers of young people in those First Nations communities.
And that ETCOM, is that a Supply Nation company?
Correct.
Or is that right? Okay. The spend for those two groups, are you able to give me a breakdown? If you don't have it right with you now, you can probably provide that to me.
We might need to take that now.
This is the actual advertising creative spend.
For ETCOM, I can come back to you and let you know what that was.
Okay, thank you. So can you tell me a little bit about the benchmarking, the tracking and evaluation only of phase 5? How do you actually register that that's actually had impact as you intended?
Just make sure this is the right phase that I'm talking to you about. So for phase 5, it really achieved strong campaign recognition. So 49% of those who saw the campaign recognised the key messages and takeout, and that's higher than what typically is seen for government campaigns. The campaign was considered engaging by the audiences that saw it, and was reported to encourage those influencers to not only be conscious about the negative online influences, but also talk to young people about the hidden forms of disrespect online. So for phase 5, we had 219 million video views through our media buy. And as at 31 December 2025, the campaign website, which is respect.gov.au, has received more than 77,100 page views.
Thank you.
and that campaign evaluation was undertaken by the whole of government campaign evaluation supplier Hall and Partners.
Yep. So what's the current status of phase 5, and when is phase 6 set to hit the market?
So phase 5 is completed, and we're currently undertaking developmental research for phase 6 of the campaign.
Do you expect, I know there were in earlier phases there were some issues, I think it was COVID, with the delay, and they were concerned about the delay between those two campaigns and the retention of the messages and the continuity of those messages. Do you perceive any reason for a delay, or is that all on schedule?
It's on schedule, and I think with phase 6 we're really looking to link it to respectful relationships in schools, which is continuing to run. So I think that means that we're not losing too much ground, hopefully, in the time that we're out, because those messages are still out in schools, and we're seeing a lot of that narrative out in the community and the media.
Yep. Are you able to provide the findings of the review, or are they going to be provided publicly on the website or anything like that? What are you planning to do with that?
The developmental research?
Yeah, the research that informs that it actually had an impact.
Or the evaluation?
The evaluation of 5.
Yep.
We have yet to release it, but that will be a decision to
with the
government.
other
We'll
ones?
take it to the committee. Yep.
But what have you done with previous ones? Have they been released? On
Elements of the
public?
previous research have been released publicly for some phases in top lines, which is available on the respect.gov.au website.
So what would determine reasons for not releasing the evaluation report in its entirety? You said elements.
I think normally we just pull out the top lines because it is a pretty dense document.
Right.
So we try and pull out those key metrics which inform the next version of the campaign, next stage of the campaign.
Right. So phase 1 of the consent can't wait. We'll move on to that one. Campaign, that was in the market from the 26th of May 2024 to the 31st of May 2025. Can you tell me what the expenditure for that campaign was and that stage of that campaign?
Yeah, so in the 24-25 year for Consent Can't Wait, the expenditure was $12,635,410.
Okay. And what creative agency did you use for that?
It's in the same village that we're provided by finance, so it was also BMF.
So it's them as well?
Correct.
And did they follow the same process for their Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander and called?
Yes,
creatives?
they did. Yep. So we had bespoke creative for First Nations communities.
Can you also, I know you weren't able to do it earlier, can you also give me a breakdown of the called specific and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific spend in relation to that?
I can definitely
campaign?
bring that back for you.
Thank you. Including that the channels that were used and anything that might have been different about that phase than previous phases?
Yeah, I've got the channels. So for Consent Can't Wait, that was the first phase of this campaign that we've run to date. And the channels that we used were television, digital, social, cinema, out of home. We also did a media partnership with Southern Cross and NITV, SBS, and we did First Nations specific and culturally linguistically diverse translations, and we did translations for culturally linguistically diverse audiences in Arabic, Cantonese, Greek, Italian, Mandarin, Korean, Punjabi, Spanish, Thai and Vietnamese, and it was also supported by public relations activities that were really specific to those groups as well. And in our First Nations communities, we also did public relations activities specific to those groups.
So was this much more comprehensive with greater reach? Is that fair to say? Because you didn't mention all of those things in the last, I was asking the early ones.
I just have the information to hand, but it would be very similar. Very stop it at the start, yes.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. And when will phase 2 start?
for the Consent Can't Wait.
Yes.
We've currently got a maintenance burst running for that campaign that will finish up in March, and we're in development this year for the next phase, so phase 2 of the Consent Can't Wait campaign. I think when you discussed regression, we've also got supporting elements running, like the Chanel Contos Teach Us Consent campaign is also in market, so we hope we won't get too much regression in that space from March to when we launch the next phase of the consent campaign.
Okay.
Senator, can I have a slightly different... I had Cultural Perspectives was the name of the organisation for our call, and we gave you a different name before. So I'm just going to double check, and when we take that other on notice, we'll make sure that we've got the correct one, because it could have been that they were used for a slightly different purpose in the campaign. So we'll make sure we provide you with very clear the organisation, what their role was for each of those functions there for both the Stop at the Start and consent.
So, Ms Evans, you raised the issue of the risk of regression for any campaign where there's a bit of distance between them. When will you know if there has been an effect? And what I'm really asking is, when will you have the review of the effectiveness of that phase of the campaign, and therefore any impact?
We do have the evaluation for the first phase of the consent campaign. So phase 1 of the consent campaign achieved strong campaign recognition. So 49% of those that saw the campaign recognised the key takeouts. And we saw an increase in the number of key attitudes and perceptions, including an increased understanding that sexual consent can be withdrawn at any time. That's not as simple as saying yes or no, and it's part of a suite of skills that are really foundational for healthy relationships, and those were really the key elements we were trying to get across in that campaign. There were 655,000 visits to the consent.gov.au website, 218 million video views, and an estimated media reach of 51.5 million people in our audience segment. We did an integrated media partnership with Southern Cross, which supported our overarching media, and we did a 4-part branded series hosted by a podcast, The Briefing, and that was really successful as well, with 7,300 views across that. And I can talk you through our PR if you'd like.
Right. I'm kind of just interested in the general feel for these. Hanging Out to Help Out campaign is another one. Pretty much the same questions. I'm just trying to get a sense of how you're going with those campaigns. If you can I can go through each of those questions again, but I think you probably know them by now.
So the Hanging Out to Help Out campaign was ran from the 20th of October 2024 till the end of June 2025, and it was really promoting volunteering amongst young people 15 to 18 years, and really volunteering, as you know, is fundamental to strengthening the Australian community and plays a vital role in improving health and wellbeing of Australian families across the country. That campaign, the developmental research, was a slightly different researcher because it sits in a different village. So Oromel research was used for that campaign, and the creative was design and editorial services were done by TBWA. The PR was run by Think HQ, and for our culturally and linguistically diverse communities, Cultureverse ran that element of the campaign. The evaluation highlights, so the campaign achieved solid recognition of 37% cut through with the target audience, which is sort of in line with government norms. There were a significant increase in overall perceptions of the benefits of volunteering since the benchmark, and the campaign had positive behavioural impacts on the target audience, with a strong proportion, 51% undertaking a campaign-related action as a result of seeing that campaign. We don't have... Yeah.
It was a one-off campaign.
Yeah, so there's no other phases. It's just... No. Okay, so how do you link that campaign? You've said 37% was the rate at which people recognised that campaign and understood the messages, but the actual success is the increase in volunteering in that age cohort. Can you tell me how that links to the success of that campaign? Where do you get your data from for that?
So the objective of that campaign was really to raise awareness overall of the benefits of volunteering, and that's what we're testing, whereas the other two campaigns were really behaviour change campaigns that needed to be run long term. Therefore, for those two campaigns, we're measuring how are people taking those actions, intervening in acts of disrespect or calling it out and understanding consent. Yeah. So we don't directly correlate it to an increase in volunteering, for example.
So that's what I'm interested in. How do you actually work out what the outcome was from that? Is the outcome that you got 37% connection with the messaging, or is the outcome an increase in volunteering as a consequence from that cohort that you're actually targeting? Because the data must be available somewhere.
Yeah, so I think Ms Evans did read out, but a strong proportion, 51%, undertook a campaign-related action as a result of seeing the campaign. And the top-cited action was talking to friends or family about volunteering. So they actually saw the campaign, responded, and actually talked about it with others or took action some other way.
So what data exists that you're currently not intending to use to actually kind of see if there's something you could hook onto and go, well, that was the message, there's the outcome. I mean, at the moment you've got message was heard and they had a conversation. If you have a campaign which is, don't smoke, whatever it might be, there'll be a corresponding piece of work that says,
I think we know generally during COVID we did see a huge dip in the rate of volunteering. Those numbers have definitely increased, and this campaign was a response to seeing those dip in numbers. So obviously volunteering goes into multiple sections of the community. Looking at aged care as one example, we know there was a significant decrease in aged care volunteers, and we know if we look into that market now that has definitely increased since COVID. This campaign was an overarching awareness campaign to raise awareness of the benefits of volunteering. Across the board we have seen an increase, but I don't think that could be solely attributed to this campaign.
Okay.
We have programs, Senator, in Outcome 2 to help improve the rate of volunteering. So there's multiple ways in which we're trying to stimulate that.
Okay. So are there any other campaigns that you've got in the market at the moment?
No.
Any other campaigns? That's it?
Those are the three.
Right, okay. I have some questions, probably not for you, but about, could be you, Mr. Beaumont, about the Employee Assistance Program referrals from the Department. Thank you. I've got quite a few more. Yeah. So I'll just keep going. Hi. So we've got a question reference number on notice which shows a pretty significant escalation in EAP usage within the department, particularly in 2025, where referrals in just 9 months exceeded the total for the entire previous year. I'm interested to understand that a little bit more. So total referrals rose from 425 in 2023 to 598 in 2024, and that went to 750 by September 30th, 2025. Can you tell me what specific internal and external factors contributed to such a significant number? I think it's about a 76% increase in 2 years.
Senator, so we were somewhat concerned with the previous provider and their ability for staff to actually get in contact with them. So we did change provider during that process and found that there might have been a bit of a backlog in staff wanting to approach. That's obviously difficult to quantify. We also were going through a machinery of government change during 2025, and so we do know that staff were unsettled by that. It's part and parcel of working in government, but we do know that there are quite a few people who were making inquiries regarding that during that process. I don't have the current quarter's figures, but we're obviously monitoring that to sort of see how things progress. But we do have a culture in the department of supporting staff to make inquiries and to seek assistance if they need it, and that's kind of probably the biggest things I think I can add.
I think, Senator, also, I mean, we have staff dealing with quite sensitive issues, dealing with, you know, in the redress space with people highly traumatised, and so some of the nature of the work of the department means that we need to have a really well-functioning and well-promoted EAP service within the department. And, you know, I think that, so in some ways, people reaching out and accessing services is a good thing for us. And, you know, I'd be concerned if we were seeing elevated levels of work cover claims or other activity in the department. But those things are all within reasonable bounds. So, yeah.
So I'm going to kind of go through this so I really understand that, because that's a significant amount, 750 in 9 months. Did that surpass 1,000 in 2025? Can you tell me that? I know you just said you haven't got the quarter figures.
I don't have that figure on me. I'm just seeing if my office can find what the final figure was for 31 December, Senator.
Thank you. Now, I noticed, Mr. Lai, you said that you know, your staff have to deal with some sensitive, difficult situations at times, and I have a reference to workplace-related harassment or bullying. That's all I have. That was cited as a mechanism in accepted claims for 23-24, 24-25 and 25-26. Did you see a change in the reason for people? Have you got more detail about the reason for people actually seeking EAP? Was there anything that changed in terms of the trends?
Grant Lovelock, Acting Chief Operating Officer. I think, as Mr Baumgart touched on, there's been some change in the department. Outside of that, we don't have significant other factors, and as the Secretary spoke to, we're not seeing other significant shifts in other metrics. So, for example, around bullying and harassment complaints, we're not seeing an increase in that in our other data.
Okay. So I'm just wanting to understand, you mentioned about you changing provider with 750 EAP referrals but only 4 accepted compensation claims in 25-26 period so far. Is EAP being effectively used as effective as possible as a preventative measure, or are staff feeling it because other processes are just too difficult to navigate?
I think, Senator, those take-up rates suggest that the service is effective. Staff are wanting to engage with it. They are finding it useful. I would also highlight that it won't only be workplace concerns that people might be engaging with the EAP on. Those services are available if there are other circumstances that they want some support to work through.
So you've given me an explanation, but have you actually done a bit of a deep dive to understand that, or is it you're just relying on?
We've certainly done some reviewing of our own data and information. There's nothing there that's raising significant concern that there's something in that EAP kind of access data that raises further action for us.
Okay. Right. Have you given any consideration to actually releasing the full findings of any of those reviews that you've done, or is that, or will you continue to release that kind of aggregate data?
So certainly continue to release the aggregate data and provide that detail in our annual report, and we will continue to monitor it.
So we should see in the annual report the full scale of what's happening.
Okay. Senator, I think, the staff census is also provides insight into issues. So as both the other witnesses have said, we've had a lot of change in the department with machinery and government changes. Our staff do not like change, and I think I've found that in every department I've worked. People find it takes time to adjust to that, and then they tell us that in the staff survey results, and I think there's some indicators there, and so we're keeping a very close eye on all the data that we get from these things.
When's the next census due? When are you going to run that? May?
Yeah, we get the results probably closer to October, but the census happens in May.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to just refer now to performance targets and meeting of those. And my references come from the annual report. I'm interested to know, the department stated it does not believe there are systemic reasons for missing 1/3 of those performance targets. Given that 33% of your performance targets were missed or only partially met across a wide variety of outcomes, how does the department define a systemic reason, and what threshold would you determine that it's not systemic failure?
So, Senator, there are a range of reasons why performance targets might not be met. So, for example, in our performance targets in relation to the National Redress Scheme, there are timeliness measures which we are undertaking a range of activities to improve but are not being met. That reflects increased demand to the scheme, but because that performance target was set at a point in time, it means that in a particular cycle it may not have been met. There will be a range of factors that contribute to why that happens, and certainly through the performance target monitoring process and through our work, including with the ANAO in looking at those, we consider whether those are systemic issues or not. And I think it's reasonable to say that while 33% on the surface looks like a reasonable number to have not realised, because they are quite diverse in terms of the specific targets that sit across a range of programs and desired policy outcomes, it's not necessarily a view that you can take in aggregate because they are such disparate measures.
Right. I just want to ask about, you mentioned the sensitive nature of the National Redress Scheme. Can you tell me what specific factors in relation to that particular scheme led to some of those performance targets not being met? And have you actually looked at the impact of that on people who are relying on that service?
So absolutely, Senator, and I think in our last appearance we talked through some of the steps we're taking specifically in redress to look at increasing application timeliness and throughput, and certainly through the work that the ANO did through their performance audit of the scheme last year, which we also canvassed last time. That highlights the work that we need to do to increase our performance in that case, recognising that part of that has been driven by some of those applications taking much longer than they should be to get an outcome on.
Okay. And in a climate of rising living costs, the department also was challenged in meeting its targets for financial wellbeing and capability. Can you tell me what that was due to?
So, for example, Senator, we have a measure around advice to ministers, which would inform our kind of capability measures, while that, and we've noted, including in the detail in the annual report, further work to do to lift our performance in relation to that target. And I think the capability review highlighted that there is a range of work the department needs to do in relation to managing some of our financial pressures, particularly where we've got reductions in revenue for some of our cost recovered activities that we need to be planning for and managing in relation to the preparation and allocation of budgets across the organisation.
Thank you. And I think you actually answered a question I had next, which was about advice to ministers. So we'll move on to consultancy contractors. I'm interested to understand how many consultancy contracts are active in the financial year to date and the total expenditure for those contracts. Thank you, Ms Connolly.
So, Senator, I think we've got data that takes us to 31 December of last year.
Yep.
I might just pass to my colleague, Ms Connolly, to take you through the detail.
Senator Thea Connolly, Chief Finance Officer. In relation to consultancy contracts for the year to date 2025 to 26, we have 57 active contracts. Total expenditure, including GST, $7.1 million on those contracts year to date.
Right. And all of those contracts are done within the Commonwealth's procurement guidelines. Do you do any contracting outside of that?
No, Senator.
Right, okay. Are there any current, what you would maybe refer to as non-consultancy contracts that are active?
Yes, non-consultancy contracts, there are 403 active as at 31 December. Yep. Total expenditure, $128.8 million.
Right. Okay, and again, they've complied with all those requirements?
Yes, Senator.
We're comfortable with that. Okay. Are you able to provide or is there somewhere where you can provide where I can access a list of the contracts, both types of contracts that the Department awards?
So, Senator, AusTender contains a listing of all contracts awarded by the Department above $10,000. And we also comply with the various Senate orders in relation to transparency of procurement arrangements.
Right, thank you. Okay, I'm interested in just asking a couple of questions about boards and that support your work. Can you tell me how many boards there are in the social services portfolio?
Yes, Senator. So there are sorry, I'm just. I think I've certainly got. Have you got? I've certainly got.
Should we have a board?
No, so I might just need to take boards on notice, okay. Senator.
Okay.
But I have portfolio agency head appointments and other statutory roles.
Okay.
That I can give you the detail of.
Just hold that thought a minute. I'm interested in asking the department, when we've talked to the Department of Health, we tried to understand the contracts that the Department of Health actually has with providers where even those providers are currently in administration, have the same boards that they were before they went into administration. I'm actually wanting to understand what kind of work you do in terms of due diligence with providers who you're entering into new contracts with. So when I've talked to other departments, in the context of, say, funding to, in particular cases, Aboriginal community controlled organisations, some of them have been in administration, and some of them continue to get payment while they're in administration. Some of them continue to get paid for quite some time after it's really quite public that there are significant issues. I'm just trying to understand if, because it seems different departments do a different level of due diligence with organisations that they engage with in terms of grants. Yeah. So I'm interested in how you make sure that taxpayers' money is protected.
So we have a grant sub, Senator, and we do some work on behalf of other departments as well as the Department of Social Services, and Ms Payton runs that part of the department, so she can help you with that question.
Hi, Senator.
Hi.
We deliver a whole lot of grants on behalf of 13 different agencies. Yep. Our funding arrangement managers have relationships with providers and assess the information that comes into us and work closely with those providers. If we find that an organisation has something that's not in line with the agreement we've got with them, we work with them to try and fix that arrangement. If we're not able to do that, we'll escalate the issue to either the relevant policy agency to talk about how do you want to take this forward, or our audit and assurance team, and then we decide how to proceed. And we could pause payments to that organisation until we're
sure that they'll be able to deliver the services that they're being paid to deliver, or work with them, or we can cease the grant if it's a serious non-compliance issue.
Right, okay. Can I ask you how many grants are due to cease by the 30th of June 2026? Can you provide that?
In DSS, sorry, just let me get to... In DSS, there are around 518 grants due to cease on the 30th of June 2026.
Okay. I'm just wanting to understand the process for you advising these organisations that grants are coming to an end, and the alignment with other grants that might allow them to continue. Because I get contacted sometimes from organisations that say they're quite surprised that their funds are not coming to an end. Sometimes it appears like it's quite obvious, and other times not. I'm just trying to understand whether consistency is here and how you ensure consistency.
So when a grant has a service delivery component to it, we try and make sure that we've notified the organisation within more than 6 months out from the grant terminating. Where there's not a service continuity issue, so for example the volunteer grants, where that's a single year grant, or research grants, that's kind of not part of the consideration. It's where there's a service delivery component.
Thank you. I might put those questions about the board on notice. It might be an easy way to do that, if that's okay, Mr. Lai.
Are you after statutory boards in the portfolio as well as, or are you more focused on that grant issue?
I'm after boards in the social services portfolio.
Yeah. I do think we can help you on that.
Okay. All right, we can do that.
If that's easier.
Second to last one. Okay. So it's how many board positions are there in the social services portfolio?
There's one statutory advisory committee. That's the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee.
Right.
And then I think just for completeness, there's obviously 3 agency head positions, which are sort of statutory officers. So that's AFS, Institute of Family Studies, the Domestic Family Sexual and Violence Commissioner, and the National Commissioner for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People.
Right.
And then there's 2 non-statutory boards, Our Watch and the Australian National Research Organisation for Women's Safety, ANROS.
Okay. I'm interested to know how many of those board positions are currently filled by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
We've got a gender balance, 65%.
Right.
I think women, and I did think we had the... We'll come back to you with the other. We'll come back on notice with the other bit.
And if you can get me the called as well, that'd be great. And the number of vacancies that you've currently got on all of those boards.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Yes.
To be sure.
Thank you. The last set of questions relates to the separation and redundancy expenses. I didn't read that. Thank you. Can the department provide an itemised breakdown of the 2.1 million reported on page 173 of your annual report? I'm interested to understand how much of that 2.1 is attributed to involuntary redundancies, planned redundancies, standard separations, settlements related to action taken by employees against DSS, directives of fair work.
I noticed, Senator, I don't think we have any involuntary redundancies.
No, but sorry, I don't have that detail with me, Senator. Happy to take that. I would just note the majority of that will be leave liabilities in any instance.
Okay. I might actually give you those questions, I think, as a package together as a con. And thank you, Chair. Thank you. That's the corporate one.
That completes all the questions in the corporate matters, whole of portfolio area. We will now move to outcome 1. I will call officers from the Department of Social Services in relation to Social Security and invite questions from Senator Little. You have the call. Thank you. I think we're just waiting on officials to change rooms.
So we're here.
We'll suspend for a minute. I'll now call officials from the Department of Social Services in relation to Outcome 1 Social Security and invite questions from Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Favell. These questions relate to the Commonwealth Ombudsman's investigation into the actions of Services Australia to address an ongoing issue of compliance with legislation. The Ombudsman, as you know, found that briefs regarding the non-compliance were drafted for the Secretary and Minister in 2020-21 but did not progress past the SES Band 1 level. Can you tell me or explain who was responsible for stopping those briefs and why there was no records kept of the decisions to block them?
Senator Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary, we provided a lot of information to the Ombudsman to assist with his investigation, and there, I think he mentions in the report, there's no evidence of why those briefs didn't progress beyond the levels that he identified.
Mm-hmm. Right, so you would have given that evidence to the
Yes,
Ombudsman?
yeah,
Right.
and I should add that
party.
included extensive email searches.
Right,
so
okay.
The fact that there had been briefing at that time was only effectively found out by going back and doing email searches from that period.
Are there any other examples of DSS policy positions that are overriding legislation that we know of at this time? Or is that the only one?
Senator, I think what I would say is in the wake of the Robodebt Royal Commission, there's been a very sharp focus in the department on identifying any instances of deviations between policy, law and implementation. And there's been a strong program of legislation, including a bill that was introduced into the House this week with technical amendments to fix any of those things as they arise.
Was anything about that issue provided in the incoming government briefs in 2022 or 2025?
Not that I recall, but I'm happy to check on notice.
If you can do that, that would be terrific. And what system measures and matters that go to the organisation's culture have been implemented since this was brought to your attention to ensure there is future compliance with the Act and that the Minister is notified as soon as practicable on those matters?
Yeah, so on the 6 recommendations the Ombudsman made, all 6 of those have already been implemented. In fact, the Secretary issued a statement on this matter back on, I think it was the 25th of November, which was, of course, ahead of when the Ombudsman's report came out. There were other recommendations he made in terms of briefing ministers and communication with staff that have also been taken care of. I think one thing to note is, of course, the issue came to light because it was proactively raised by Services Australia and DSS with the Ombudsman. So in terms of cultural change, I think the strongest indicator of that is proactive engagement with the Ombudsman where those issues have arisen and then working expeditiously to fix them. That stands in very stark contrast to what we know prior to Robodebt, where there was, in effect, a culture of hiding things from the Ombudsman and not escalating things.
Has any work been done to understand the impact of that particular issue on customers or clients of DSS?
Senator, there isn't an impact because at all times the strong policy outcome was always maintained. In other words, that there shouldn't be payments of child support to people with less than 35% care. The Parliament has enshrined that in an Act. So by definition, by deviating from the law, nonetheless, there was still the right policy outcome, which was that children of those parents were getting the right amount of child support at the right time, notwithstanding the fact that it wasn't consistent with the law as it applied at that time.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you've already responded to the recommendations that were in that report. So there's now no more work for you to do in relation to that in terms of the recommendations of that Ombudsman's report?
We've implemented those, but of course, as I said, we have a program with Service Australia to ensure and regular meetings at senior levels, so that there's a forum that if any instances of deviations between policy, law and implementation that come to light, we can work to resolve those. And consistent with the Ombudsman's recommendations, that would involve early briefing of ministers and having a clear path for remediation and communication.
Right. I wanted to ask in relation to the Ombudsman's reports on weaponising child support when the systems fail families. Can you tell me the work that's been done to date to address recommendation 1?
I'll ask Mr Peoples just to start on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator. I can talk in some broad terms to the work that we're doing with Service Australia in responding to that report, and perhaps can take on notice if you'd like kind of a line-by-line recommendation response. I don't have recommendation 1 right in front of me at this moment.
Okay. All right. What about work that you would be doing or involved in that relates to those recommendations that actually involves the work of other agencies? Are you doing that work? Have you completed that work? Where's that currently at?
Yeah, so there's a range of work that's underway to improve the child support scheme in relation to work that is being undertaken across agencies. Services Australia, Department of Social Services and ATO have actually established a cross-agency program board, and so that works with a number of departments, including Treasury, PM&C and others, looking at both kind of the responses to the Ombudsman's report as well as other improvements that can be made to the child support scheme. There's been work undertaken looking at improving arrangements about data sharing with the tax lodgement enforcement program, looking at training and operational matters within Services Australia as well.
There's a Secretary's level subcommittee of the Secretary's board that is looking specifically at weaponisation issues.
Right.
And obviously that brings in the Office for Women, AGD, Attorney Generals and other agencies. And that forum is also a mechanism where the Ombudsman has presented, the Tax Commissioner has presented, and we've also had civil society representatives who have an interest in this space and a technical knowledge in this space consulted as part of that process.
Right. So in terms of the work that you're actually doing to understand how perpetrators would use the system to exploit or abuse victim survivors, when or how will you work on actually communicating your understanding about where those system gaps and risks exist? When can we expect that information? Is that going to be released periodically, or is there a release of the information? How is this going to happen?
I think, Senator, it sort of happens at 2 levels. Some of those things are things that can be addressed through existing additional effort. So, for instance, one of the strongest forms of weaponisation is failure to lodge a tax return, which often results in an inaccurate child support assessment. As the Secretary said, there's strong work amongst agencies to look at things that can be done to improve tax lodgement. We'll also continue to look at a range of policy settings to make sure that where we understand they could be weaponised, we seek to give advice to government about ways in which that could be reduced.
Thank you. So in terms of the safety by design review of your processes and delivery arrangements, what involvement did DSS have in that review and with the implementations of the review's findings?
So Services Australia undertook the safety by design review. We obviously work very closely with Services Australia, including a lot of work as part of the review and just ongoing discussions that we have on their implementation as well. So,
okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over some questions to Senator Askew.
I'm going to take over.
Oh, Senator Askew.
Just for a few minutes.
Yes, having a break.
Thank you. My question's relating to the ANAO report into the administration age pension. Are we right to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The ANAO report, the administration of the age pension, found DSS had not made full use of oversight arrangements to ensure that performance standards are met and issues that impact service delivery are promptly managed. Does the department agree with their finding, with that finding?
Yes, Senator, indeed. The department agreed with, so the ANAO made 4 recommendations, the department agreed with 3 and 1 in principle, so yes, there was agreement to the 4 recommendations made. Okay,
So between July 2021 and June 24, the estimated age pension payment inaccuracy was $5 billion, which included $1.33 billion in underpayments to seniors. Did that come as a surprise to you? It seems like an awful lot of money not being paid.
No, it didn't, Senator. Each year, and this has been the case for at least the last decade, as part of the assurance arrangements between DSS as the policy owner and Service Australia as the service delivery entity, we run what's called a payment accuracy program, which basically means going and sampling a range of payments, so engaging with customers who are selected at random, checking the information they've provided and then assessing whether they're getting the right payment. That program is done to give assurance to the Secretary in terms of the very large dollars that flow out through the social security system. So that program is reported in our annual report each year, and so figures for the age pension, along with all payments, both underestimates and overestimates, we provide. So it actually wasn't a surprise. Effectively, the ANAO was just, using the same methodology as us for the purposes of their audit.
So just following on from that, what happens then with the underpayments? Are they actually corrected when they've been identified? Is there some way that there's a reckoning for people to be actually paid what's been underpaid?
So, it's important to note this is an assurance exercise, not a compliance one. That said, if people come in and are getting the wrong payment, then Service Australia will work with that person or couple in some instances to ensure they're getting the right payment.
Okay. So you've addressed the next one. If the top 2 risks, undeclared assets and unearned income, account for 74.21% of total inaccuracies, so $3.71 billion, why has the department or DSS not required Services Australia to implement compliance activities that directly target these high-value risks?
Well, I think on the payment accuracy program, we get the results each year, and that then we have ongoing dialogue with Services Australia about ways in which we can seek to try and get payments more accurate. That's the goal. All that said, of course, overall payment accuracy for the last year was around 95%, which is the target. So it is at least meeting the benchmark that's set as part of the bilateral arrangements. We engage with Service Australia on things that could be done to increase accuracy. So in relation to the one you mentioned on employment income, the use of single-touch payroll is a really strong way in which we can reduce inaccuracy, because instead of people having to make their own estimates, that information essentially gets pre-filled and they just simply confirm that. Service Australia works with other agencies too to look at ways in which they can data match according to legislation in order to use data already available around assets, for instance, in order to try and get more accurate estimates of people's underlying assets.
Okay, single touch payrolls rolled out has started. Is that how far out is it in that rollout? Is it
quite far? I think
Yeah.
last time I checked, I think more than 95% of businesses were using it.
95%?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
obviously run by the
I've
tax
been
office.
on the committee for a while, so I haven't had an update on it.
I mean, that's the tax office, and then that information is then used with consent of recipients for the purposes of pre-filling employment earnings.
Good. Excellent. So this may not be relevant, but we'll just ask in regard to the evaluation. So following on from the findings in the ANAO report, can DSS outline the monitoring and evaluation it undertakes in the areas of job seeker, DSP, child support, family tax benefit, youth allowance, Oz study and AB study in regard to those findings? So I'm not sure
I'll take that on notice, yeah.
Okay. So in late 2023 and early 24, seniors waited an average of 48 to 84 days for claims to be processed. Did DSS provide any policy guidance or resource redirection to address these excessive wait times or guidance?
No, I mean, those are ultimately matters for Service Australia. That said, whenever, as the policy owner, we see, so we have timeliness benchmarks, wherever we see claims timeliness that's falling behind, we would actively engage with Service Australia about that, look at what might be possible in terms of resource allocation. Secretary regularly meets with his counterpart, the CEO, where some of those matters are discussed. So it's, you know, the policy settings are hard to change, but we work as part of the partnership we've got with Service Australia to try and look at ways to reduce claims waiting times.
Senator, I think there was a resource investment into Services Australia that has then consequently reduced wait times and improved timeliness across a number of their measures.
Yeah.
So I think you'll find that followed those outcomes.
Okay, so the next question does actually touch on wait times. So for 57.3 of the audit period, maximum phone wait times exceeded 1 hour. And so does the department consider that is a failure to meet the legislative requirement for fair, courteous and prompt service delivery?
So, Senator, as Mr Flavell said, we obviously have a role in a discussion with Services Australia when benchmarks or those indicators are not met, and the conversation with them around resource allocation happens. But there's a point here where the question is really better directed to Services Australia.
Probably will.
Yeah, they appeared
okay.
on
Tuesday
night, I think, yeah.
Is it possible for you to provide us with an annual breakdown of underpayments to aged pensioners?
I just refer you, Senator, to that table in the annual report. We're happy to find the last page reference, but as I said, that's been published for at least the last 10 years.
We have that. The Auditor General's report reveals between 2021 and June 24, overpayments to aged pension recipients totalled an estimated $3.67 billion, representing 73.4% of the total $5 billion in payment inaccuracies identified during the period. What actions are being taken to address the main causes for overpayments?
So that just goes back to the earlier answer that the two biggest sources are people underestimating the assets they hold and in some cases underestimating the income they earn, single touch payroll and continued rollout of measures to communicate with recipients, and also I think just general communication on asset holdings as well, particularly for the age pension cohort. To ensure that they understand what's required in terms of the statement of assets they need to give in order to calculate their pension each year.
So,
Senator, it is a bit different to someone earning income and reporting that income earned in the fortnight. It's an asset or an income stream often, and so people, age pensioners aren't going back and looking at that every day.
Yeah, that's true.
In most cases, and so that's where. But your question's well raised. I mean, the question is, how do we? Are there better ways for us to get more timely information from pensioners that don't necessarily require them to do a heap of paperwork too? And that's obviously
it's an awful lot of paperwork.
Sorry?
It's a lot of paperwork for them.
Yeah, so our challenge is working with Services Australia around ways to, as Mr Flavell said, thinking about data matching and the like to try and improve that.
So it's a lot of money that's been overpaid. So how do we recover that? Or is it recovered?
So separately, Service Australia has a compliance program, and that involves them looking at where there may be some recipients who are deliberately or in some cases inadvertently overstating or understating assets. So it generally gets picked up as part of that compliance program.
So would there be many pensioners out there that have actually got a debt to the Commonwealth as a result? Would you have the numbers of that?
I don't. We could take the numbers on notice, but there's a compliance program that Service Australia has and has had obviously since the beginning, where across all social security payments they raise debts where there might be valid reasons to raise those debts.
If you could take it on notice, but also and the average amount of those debts.
Sure.
So how many, and also the average amount. The audit found that 6 out of 11 reviewed debt letters failed to explain the rationale for the debt, using only generic phrases. Is the Department aware these letters likely do not meet the legal standards required by Section 1229 of the Act?
So, Senator, just a reminder that this was a joint audit, so both of Service Australia and DSS. That is really a matter for, that was an issue that was raised for Service Australia and that they're actually ultimately responsible for ensuring the letters adhere to the relevant legislative requirements. As the Secretary said, obviously as the policy owner we have a strong interest then in ensuring that occurs, but formally that's their responsibility.
Yep, fair enough. Okay. So the recommendations to you, recommendation 1 requires DSS to demand that Services Australia disclose limitations and risks in their annual assurance statements. Has the department received the first of these revised statements, and what specific IT risks were disclosed regarding the ageing ISIS system?
We might take, in terms of where we're up to, I might take that on notice, Senator.
Yep. Given that it took over a decade to identify the superannuation IT error, what formal, timely manner triggers has DSS established to ensure Services Australia might need to take some of these on notice?
I think in some cases we'll need to allocate questions to them.
It's hard to do the two departments.
Senator, just, for reference, we have a governance mechanism with Service Australia, and we will, this is a very recent audit report. We will work with Services Australia through that governance mechanism to address all the recommendations and acquit those.
No, that's fair enough. I think the rest of them we might put on notice, because they will relate to that as well. So if that's okay, we'll put the rest on notice, but thank you for that.
Thank you. Senator Little? Yep. Thank you. I'd just like to ask some questions about income support payments, please. So is the department able to explain why the number of Australians reliant on job seeker and other income support payments has actually increased significantly compared to pre-pandemic levels, despite claims of a strong labour market?
It's true, Senator, that numbers of recipients of job seeker have increased, but of course, as a proportion of the population or working age population, it hasn't been an increase.
Okay. So do we know, are you able to provide, I've got job seeker payments, I've got them going up per month for job seeker, youth allowance, student and apprentice, they're all going up. Are you able to tell me, do you have something that tells me quickly the percentage change in relation to the population increase?
We'll take that on notice, but we have looked at it at a broad level. Obviously, population's been growing strongly, and so I think it makes more sense to think about the number of people on these benefits as a proportion of the population or the working age population rather than the absolute number.
Yeah, if you can provide that on notice, I think that would be particularly helpful in understanding what's actually happening here.
I think, Senator, we've got a figure that my colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but prior to COVID, March 2020, unemployment payment recipients represented 6.72% of the labour force population, seasonally adjusted, and based on December 2025 data, this proportion is lower at 6.59%.
Right. Okay. If I can have that broken down, that would be really good, because I would like to compare even in more recent times, what's actually happened with that trend?
Yeah, I think that gives you quite a recent figure, but it's all unemployed payments.
Yep.
So.
Okay. And we know we've got people that are spending longer on job seeker payments, longer on youth allowance. Are you able to tell me what is specifically being done to help people to transition into more secure ongoing employment rather than staying on these payments for longer?
I think obviously we're concerned about that. There's a range of things that we do in terms of our engagement with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations on the way that the Workforce Australia or Employment Services program works and how that can be improved in a way that ensures that as people go through the Employment Services program, they ultimately end up getting into work much easier.
And Senator, we obviously DSS has a program for people with disability, and we are seeing probably within that unemployed group of people more people with barriers to work, and we look after the disability employment part of that sits alongside Workforce Australia, and that's recently been reformed, and there's a range of things that are, in that new program, which are designed to improve people's workforce outcomes.
Okay, just on the data that I have here, one of the examples is the average length of time Australians are spending on job seeker has now increased to 172 weeks. Can you explain why the long-term reliance on that payment is occurring in that way?
Well, there were certainly in the the numbers have obviously moved around a lot given the number of people who were on this payment during COVID. So while it has come down, it's true that for some people they are staying on it longer. There isn't a single explanation for that, but as Mr. Lai said, both through our own program, Inclusive Employment Australia, through the Remote Jobs program, and obviously through Workforce Australia, those programs have a specific aim of ensuring that those people on long-term unemployment maximise their chances of getting into a job.
Yep. What about the one that jumped out at me was the drop-off in students and apprentices receiving youth allowance in October and November last year. I thought numbers of apprentices were actually increasing. That's what we've been told anyway, so I'm trying to understand why that would be decreasing.
So often with youth allowance student, that's a very cyclical figure. Yep. So it actually probably makes more sense to look at it on an annual basis, because if you look month to month, as people come to the end of their studies, often we see a drop-off that's associated with people finishing their course. There have been historical reasons why there's been shifts in some of that youth allowance student population.
Right. Okay. Right. Got some questions around new Inclusive Employment Australia, if you can help me with that one, whoever needs to table for that one. Okay. I'm wanting to understand what specific deficiencies in previous disability employment services model is Inclusive Employment Australia intended to address, and how has that been translated into measurable design changes?
So Kelly Spence, and I'm the Group Manager for Disability Employment.
Thank you.
In terms of the policy for the new Inclusive Employment Australia program, there's a number of key changes which we've introduced. So I'll run through and talk about a couple of them. One of them is around expanding eligibility. We have an estimated 15,000 participants who are expected to come into the program each year. These are people who were either not on income support, so previously not eligible, or with less than 8 hours work capacity. So it's It's supporting an expanded cohort and aiming to get more employment outcomes from that. Another one of the changes that's looking to make those improvements is we've created a shift in how we're applying our mutual obligations framework. We refer to it as meaningful engagement, and it's really putting back the relationship between a provider and a participant and creating that joint plan and tailored approach towards achieving a meaningful job outcome for participants. And since we've started in November, the vast majority, like it's around 90% of the plans, are using that meaningful engagement job plan to support it. We've also introduced differentiated levels of servicing, which we refer to as an intensive service and a flexible service. The intensive service, it's really for people who are ready, prepared, and able to engage into the work journey at that point in time. But we're also recognising that for some people they're quite some distance and need a range of other supports at a point. So that's bringing in some more of that tailoring to the individual's needs and trying to stop some of the steps of just having appointments for the sake of it. So that's another one of the changes that's been introduced. We've also got our approach to market really aimed to get a much more diverse market within the Inclusive Employment Australia, and we were really successful in achieving that. We've got, I think it's about a fourfold increase in the number of providers who have come with specific expertise in particular cohorts compared to what we had in the previous DES program. So there's more, but it gives you some of a sense of the kinds of policy changes we've made within the program or the way we've approached the market to bring that greater tailoring, deep expertise in cohorts, and a much more tailored approach to the actual service and for the participants within the program.
So how does that, the change in approach and the change of your definitions and your understandings of that actually impact things like provider incentives and outcome payments and participant servicing requirements, those kinds of things?
So there's a whole range of them. In terms of the actual participant, the incentives and funding structures, we did make changes there as well as we moved to the new program. For example, we did introduce a new progress fee, which is looking at how a provider would be working and recognising the work that they will do with getting ready participants towards employment. So that could include things such as undertaking education, work experience, and also we're recognising more range of short-term employment as part of that pathway towards employment.
How many providers have been contracted under Inclusive Employment Australia, and how does that compare with DS provider numbers?
So the actual number of providers contracted is 81 for Inclusive Employment Australia.
Yep.
I'm trying to find my right.
While Ms. Spence is doing that, so that just the program's gone from 245,000 people with disability participating to 261,000, so 16,000 new entrants.
So there was also 81 providers under DES, so it's a similar number, but there has been quite a shift in terms of which providers are within the market. So as I said, we have seen a much bigger increase in specific cohort specialists, which was a new concept. We now have 29 who meet that categorisation as a specialist versus we only had 7 within DES, whereas we have 50 who are classified as sort of all cohort participants versus 48 in the previous DES market. Previously in DES, there was a lot of providers who were a generalist, but also had flags of I'm these 3 or 4 different types of specialist, whereas we've stopped that in the new market. We've said, really, we want people with deep expertise, otherwise you're a generalist. And that's attracted some of those into the market.
Right. So can you tell me what proportion the providers are made up of in terms of a not-for-profit, for-profit, and disability-led organisations?
Certainly, Senator. Within IEA, Inclusive Employment Australia, we have 62 not-for-profit and 19 for-profit organisations.
Yep. And disability-led, or is that captured in those 19 and 62?
Sorry, what was that?
Disability-led?
We probably don't have a definition for a disability-led, but within the actual procurement, some of the criteria that we were looking at included having staff and leadership with experience of disability directly, but also one of our criteria in that procurement, and is something that we'll take into the program, is that providers had to demonstrate how they would be engaging with both participants, employers, in how they would be co-designing their delivery and getting feedback and responding to that. And so that's a new element within the program as well, to really bring in, and it was actually in response to the Disability Royal Commission, where they wanted to see much more co-design within not just policy, but also within the programs themselves. And that service delivery aspect is therefore really important.
Right. I just want to ask, since becoming Shadow Minister, I've had people contact my office telling me that they understood that they were able to remain with their current provider, and if they elected to do so, only be told now they can't. Can you tell me what circumstances would need to be in play for people to not be able to remain with their current provider if they so chose to?
So as a result of the procurement, there was quite a shift in the market. So we had, I think, 24 new providers enter the market. So there was others that left the market. So one of the examples of where a participant wouldn't be able to stay with their provider is that their provider had left the market, or particularly in that region, and was no longer available to offer services. Right. We did do a very extensive transition process where participants were given notice of who they'd been sort of assigned to as their potential provider, and they were then given a period where they were able to make a choice of, is that the person who I want to be with, or would I like to change providers? We did have very strong demand for that, and I think
14,000 people exercised choice. Yeah, so, and I think, so as Ms Spencer said, at the core of the arrangements is that participants can ultimately choose their provider.
Because one of the people that rang my office was quite cranky and said that he believed that he could stay with his current provider, but in the end he was told he couldn't, and he actually said he felt like he'd been lied to. What would you say to somebody like that who feels like they didn't get the right information about it?
If you had a specific case like that, we would be more than happy to try and help run that to ground and see what the circumstances were.
That would be terrific.
Yeah.
So where somebody was wanting to ensure continuity of access to a service, what did you actually do to try and ensure that that actually happened, where they expressed that interest in that?
So during that transition, as I tried to describe, we had a series where we did our communications through letters to participants, and there was actually multiple stages of that. So there was actually around over 584,000 letters were issued to participants, and they were given the first letter gave them an indication that things were changing, what to expect, and then the second letter is where we indicated who their provider would be, and then we gave them information on how to make a choice and to call. We had a contact centre line set up particularly for the transition, so there was details there. We also had details on websites to support them in understanding, and then they could also go and look at who's the other providers in my area. But that transition line was available to make that. We did have very strong demand. So the other thing we did is extend that ability even into the start of the program, that they could still make that choice. And we got that communicated out, particularly by their current providers, who they still, were having a relationship with.
Right. Can I ask about people who were DIS providers. Were there any that were actually excluded from then taking up IEA contracts? You said that some dropped out, but were there any that DSS specifically just said, no, thank you, you're not able to go into a new contract?
No, we did a procurement process.
Right.
So it was a competitive procurement process, of which we went through and people put in their assessment. There was core requirements in terms of meeting the standards and things like that, but yeah.
That's what I mean. Okay.
But nobody was proactively excluded.
Right, okay.
The Commonwealth procurement guidelines were followed,
Right.
so it's a standard procurement approach here.
So this is the last question in this block. So what safeguards are actually in place to prevent market concentration or people cherry picking those participants who are most job ready rather than those that need additional support and will take longer?
I think the main probably way to explain that is actually through how the flows come from Service Australia. So probably about, I think it's about 70% of referrals are actually being generated as people apply for their income support and have an assessment. That's where they're referred through to an IEA provider. And so there's not really the ability, like that's then coming from that process, the provider's not influencing it, and they have a requirement to take any participant who has come through that process. Right. They do also have the ability to go and direct register participants, and that's usually people who aren't coming through that income support system and aren't required. So that could be, to give you an example, there might be specialists working with people with intellectual disability. They have relationships with other organisations who are helping those people, and they can then direct register them into the program.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Pocock.
Senator, can I just correct something I said? There is 16,000 more people in the new program, but the total is now 245,000. And I think I added 16,000 to 245, yes, so apologies.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Senator.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time this evening. I'm not going to get any points for originality here, but I'm keen to ask questions about the National Housing and Homelessness Plan and what's happening in terms of your part and consultations. When was the last consultation with Treasury? Are now leading this?
So Treasury now has responsibilities that previously DSS, but as a result of the machinery of government changes, we don't have a direct role in that plan.
When was your last input into the plan?
But prior to the MOG changes, so...
I think the MOG was roughly July last year.
Yeah, middle of last year. Yeah.
Wow. And at your last input or meetings, was that sort of the end of it, or are you expecting more before it'll be finalised?
I honestly, I might have to take that notice. It was just actually long enough ago that I've actually, but to be honest, it's always going to be a question better addressed to Treasury, who has that ongoing responsibility for those matters on housing. But my apologies. I know
no, that's fine. As you take it on notice. I mean, consultation started in August 2023, so this has been quite the saga to develop a National Housing and Homelessness Plan. I'll put some stuff on notice to Treasury then.
Do you have any others for DSS?
I got plenty.
No?
I got plenty.
Well, that was a false start.
In terms of the plan, we obviously touched on things like CRA and other areas that are under your purview. And so maybe just on notice, if you can, but where the last consultation was actually up to, your last input, was that to finalise a plan, or was it just this never-ending process where Treasury will come back to you at some point to look at things? I was keen to revisit the issue of the youth housing penalty, and wondering whether the department has done any policy development work looking at the disparity between youth allowance and job seeker, and what that means for young people seeking housing and community housing providers just not being able to house young people.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously aware of that issue, which, as you know, I think comes down to the fact that youth allowance is paid at a lower rate, whereas CRA on top of that. So we're continuing to look at that and obviously work closely with Treasury, because to the extent that you can increase supply, then there can be more available housing for the youth cohort in particular. We're also involved in something called, for youth, unreasonable to live at home. So sometimes there can be people who are on youth allowance, but where they cannot live at home, and they can actually qualify for a higher rate, effectively equivalent to job seeker, that actually improves their chances of securing safe accommodation rather than just being on youth allowance.
Has the government asked you to do some thinking, modelling, working on a solution to the youth housing penalty?
I don't know that we've done any modelling, but we certainly provide regular advice to our minister in relation to a range of issues across income support, including youth allowance and including on CRA.
But Senator, if you wanted to ask questions on notice to Treasury and come at it that way, I mean, there's obviously different ways you might be able to deal with that issue. We obviously are one of the possible ways you can do that. But if it came, I think it should come through Treasury, given that they've got the lead on that.
Sure, I can do that. Have you costed unreasonable to live at home?
I'll check on notice, what we've done in terms of costings.
Okay. Do you know when that work was done from memory?
No, I can't recall in terms of timing and scope, so it's best I take that on notice.
My understanding was that DSS had the lead on youth allowance.
We do.
And you can't tell me more about the work that's being done to make sure that young people can actually get into houses?
I think the issue, so we understand the issue. We've been monitoring it closely, Senator. We care about it. I think that the issue of the issue that you raise, which kind of relates to community housing providers, there's more than one way to kind of deal with that issue, and so Treasury lead that policy work. Obviously, to the extent that the solution might be something done in the social security system, we would provide our input to that process. But that's our role, and so you are better off kind of directing the question to the lead agency on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have you seen the proposal from the Home Time campaign? They've got a non-legislative fix to this. I'm wondering if the department's had a look at that.
I recall it. I can check with staff. I'm pretty sure that we have had, we've seen that proposal.
Okay. On to CRA, and I acknowledge and thank the government for the small increase we've seen, but note that these still fall short of what everyone in the sector is saying and what the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee has recommended. Have you undertaken any work about the adequacy of CRA given the record low rates of rental affordability?
Well, I mean, you referred to those increases. I guess the combined effect of two base rate increases and indexation has seen CRA increase by more than 50% in the last couple of years. So that is a pretty substantial increase. Notwithstanding that, we know it's just a matter of fact that some people remain in rental stress, but there is a very large proportion of people who are assisted by it. So that the figures would be, without CRA, around 70% of people getting CRA who would be eligible are in rental stress, and that reduces to about 40%. So it does have a really big impact in reducing it, but not to zero. I think that I go back to the Secretary's comment. I mean, there's a lot of work obviously happening through Treasury that's fundamentally about increasing the housing supply, and ultimately increasing housing supply is a really important driver of reducing rental stress.
Looking at the numbers of renters in rental stress, supply is obviously important. We have a government wanting to build more houses. We also have a rising population which requires more houses. But if you look at the stats, we've seen for over 75s, since 2013, rental stress has increased by 116%. It's gone from 25,485 to 55,030. So what are we doing about that? Surely if you're over 75, the last thing you want to be hearing is, don't worry, we've got a plan to build houses over the next decade.
I mean, I don't think I can add to what I've said before. Ultimately, the supply, notwithstanding that that might take some time, is the key driver of keeping down rental stress and housing and improving housing affordability.
Okay, so maybe it's a political question. Minister, supply on its own is not going to solve this. Surely increasing CRA in the short term will help. And I guess on the supply question, and I know this is probably more a Treasury question, but given you're here, it seems like we're a little bit blinkered on when it comes to supply. I'm not sure if you've seen that Chris Kohler skit where he's got the supply blinkers on, but it feels a little bit like that, where there's demand all around and we're not willing to deal with that. So I'm interested if the government is looking at both other measures with CRA, but also some of the demand issues.
So Treasury appeared with housing this morning in the other committee, and I think a number of these questions were asked. On rent assistance, I mean, we have, as the evidence just had, we have increased it twice. I think it was the first time, I can't quite recall whether it was the most substantial increase in the last 20 years or something to that effect. Yeah, 30 years, okay. So I think we've shown a preparedness to look at other ways that the Commonwealth has a responsibility here. The PM said we look at payments and income support measures at every budget. You know, we're going through that now. Housing is a real priority. We're trying to do everything we can, not only on the work that HAF's doing and some of those other programs, but also working with states and territories to, I mean, it takes too long to build housing in Australia, and so looking at how we can fix that as well. So things like the National Construction Code and the work that Minister O'Neill's doing. And, you know, the Treasurer has been clear in the last month, as has the PM, that looking at some of those intergenerational issues in housing, which cover many of the issues you raised as well around equity and access to housing, you know, we are considering.
Yeah, so just on the supply side of things, one of the things that gets raised with me by young people and people in the community housing sector is that the HAF is great, but it actually doesn't work for young people. And so I think we really have to try and fix this penalty that people on youth allowance are paying. So I'd really encourage you to look at things like the Home Time Campaign's proposal.
Pretty sure I've met with them too.
Yeah, I do think it could solve it.
Yeah, yeah.
I just had some final, pretty low on senators today.
There must be something on, Senator Pocock.
Maybe we could organise it for every estimate. I've just got a few quick questions on the government's response to the Murphy report. Are you still the leading the response to that?
Senator, that's primarily the responsibility of the department, who has a very long name,
Infrastructure Communications.
Yeah.
It's under Annika's Wells portfolio.
Okay, so what party are you playing?
We've had a commitment over time into a couple of specific areas. I'm happy. I'm not sure I've got my officials. This is they're from Outcome 2. Right. But we're happy to...
What outcome are we on?
They might be here, so we're happy to try and help.
Are we still on 1?
This is Outcome 1.
Okay. I can come back if they're not here.
That's it?
I think they're coming.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Well,
one left. Are we into Outcome 2, or are we just kind of facilitating?
We've still got a couple of questions in Outcome 1 to 2. And then, yeah, we'll be ready to move. Albert, you ready?
Mr. Steen, just on the Murphy report, when was the last input you had onto the, I guess, government's response, and how far away are we from actually seeing this thing?
That probably is a question for that. Well, we have ongoing engagement in relation to this issue, but we're not the lead, so
Sure. You must have some visibility, though.
Yeah, but it's not really a question for us to answer about when that will land.
But if you know, you should be able to answer it.
I think Mr. Ly's
I don't think we're able to tell. Well, I don't think we're able
it
to
should
give
be
you an answer.
directed to the relevant lead, is what I'm hearing from him.
Sure, I'll take it up with them as well, but I'm interested in Mr. Steen's.
Oh, nothing further to add, Secretary. Senator.
Well, when was the last time you had input?
Maybe we'll take it on notice.
Input into what, sorry?
Well, the government's response to an almost three-year-old report.
So the Department of Communications has
The
portfolio
lead,
responsibility.
but every time I ask them, they'll say, well, actually, part of it is with DSS. And so I'm interested in DSS's...
So this week you were referred back here?
Last estimates. I've been asking about this for the last 3 years.
Yeah. Senator, we're happy to take on notice what we, when our last engagement was.
Sure.
And I think from my memory, there's a interdepartmental process, so we can give you the answer to that. But in all honesty, the question is better directed to the other department. So we look at things like harm minimisation.
Yeah.
We have a range of responsibilities in the department. And so that is our input to the process.
And you don't remember when you last added anything on harm minimisation?
Harm minimisation. So as the Secretary points out, we have a range of other programs that sort of deal with harm minimisation. As you'd be aware, there was some funding recently announced for financial counselling for gambling. I think that was in July 2025, if my memory serves. So through that lens, in harm minimisation, that would be our engagement on this issue, Senator.
And which of the Murphy report recommendations are assigned to DSS?
Can we take that on notice?
Yeah, we can take that on notice. Yeah. As you'll be aware, there's a range.
31 of them,
quite broad in terms of state responsibilities and ones that would be directed to the Commonwealth. So I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Little.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask a couple more questions around the IEA. Can you tell me what minimum qualifications, training or experience is actually required for frontline employment consultants who work under IEA?
Thank you, Senator. There's not any very specific requirement from a staff qualification perspective for Inclusive Employment Australia. However, lifting the level of qualifications and expertise and bringing lived experience were all part of our policy priorities for the new program. And so we've got a number of initiatives that we're aiming to do that. And just to give a bit of context as to why, whilst there is things like Cert for Employment Services, doesn't necessarily cover expertise in disability and that need for lived experience. So it's sort of recognised that you need quite a mix in your workforce of different experiences and qualifications. But one of the big initiatives that also came out around the same time is the Centre for Inclusive Employment, and it was put in place to basically help lift the quality of services of the employment services provider staff, and it launched its program. It launched on November the online portal that's available, and that included a special training, Fundamentals for Inclusive Employment Australia, and they've had really good take-up. They've offered around 5,000 places available to staff to do that training, and let me just find the numbers. They've had 639 complete that training and 917 are enrolled of staff within the sector. So it sort of goes to that work that we're doing to try and lift the quality and of staff and qualifications in the sector, but it's being done through that there'll need to be a mix of the ways in which we do that.
I'm interested to understand when you say that there's a range of qualifications, how you assess the quality of those working in frontline services. Is it beyond the quantitative? How do you actually ensure that people have the skills to help people to transition, not just being well-meaning? Sorry. Excuse me.
So one of the ways in which we considered the kind of staff and qualifications is actually through our procurement process, where the different providers had to demonstrate, you know, their expertise and experience and their staff through that process. Also there was also information within that process about the kinds of training and lived experience that they would bring through their staffing as well.
And what's the formal evaluation schedule for that program?
So we do have an evaluation, and we're just in the process of bringing on board the Australian Centre for Evaluation, ACE, who'll be working with us to evaluate it over the next couple of years. It'll be done in a couple of phases. So the first one will look at the implementation and transition, look at and then we'll do a second phase which looks at some of the new measures like the new cohorts. It's a kind of multi-stage evaluation process.
So that multi-stage process, given it's over a few years, that will also identify any risks the department may have in terms of the program, including like meeting its objectives?
Yeah, so the evaluation will go to really understanding the effectiveness and efficiency of the program and what it's trying to do. But I guess it's breaking it up and looking at what some of those key changes were in the different phases of the program.
Okay. And given you've said that will occur over a period, is there opportunity throughout that period then for you to adjust the program if you start seeing some issues being raised by the evaluation?
Definitely.
That's the plan?
That is the plan. So the whole program, actually having a program of continuous improvement is another one of the themes in which we're trying to drive through the program. And really, we've tried to strengthen our relationship with our providers and peeps to ensure that we're getting really good feedback, listening, responding, and participants, of course, to be having that really continuous improving culture. And that's where the Centre for Inclusive Employment will also come in as that kind of expert body bringing best practice and expertise, and that will be giving us insights and things where we might need to demonstrate continuous learning and change through the program.
Right, okay. I've got some questions now about mutual obligation. If you can provide me with who can answer
We'll
those
try,
questions.
Senator, but formally mutual obligations policy is the responsibility of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Right, okay. Okay. All right. I'm just having a little review of that one. The child support progress on recommendations of the Family Law Inquiry. Can you help me with that one?
Yes.
In response to the Family Law Inquiry, DSS is obviously leading reviews of the child support scheme focusing on compliance, income accuracy and collection. Can you outline to the committee the status of those reviews?
So thanks, Senator. I'm Ben Peoples, Group Manager, Participation and Family Payments. So a number of those reviews are in progress. We have undertaken a range of research that is feeding into those reviews as well, much of which is completed. That includes a survey of separated parents, work looking at cost of children and the accuracy of the cost of children formula, and other research looking at things like attitudes towards child support in Australian society. So a lot of the research and data collection work that has been undertaken to support those reviews is complete. We're now working across agencies looking at those reviews and how we take those forward.
Right. Are you able to provide the members of the Child Support Stakeholder Consultation Group and tell me how many times that group has met and if they're paid for their time?
Yeah, they're not paid. So I co-chair that group with my counterpart at Service Australia. The group meets every 6 months. They last met in September. We'll have another meeting coming up in March.
Right. Okay. And you can provide a list of the people who actually make
the
up
members?
the group?
Yeah, I'm happy
Yes,
to do
thank
that.
That's pretty much all I had on that one. Just in relation to family tax benefit, as of the 1st of February, how many families are receiving family tax benefit for the current financial year?
So, Senator, the data I have is as at 26 December 2025. And so the recipients as at that date is 1,247,355.
Right. And how many of those are receiving family tax benefit Part A and also family tax benefit Part B?
Oh, so the numbers that are just receiving FTB-A, is that what you're after as well?
Right.
So FTB-A is 1,239,865 and FTB-B 976,660.
And how many of those FTB families received multiple birth allowance for that current financial year?
595.
595. And what's been the cost of that for that financial year?
What's the total cost of that? We might just take that on notice, I think.
Thank you. How many, for that same financial year, how many approved care organisations received family tax benefit payments?
30. Did you say approved care organisations?
Yes.
30.
30. And how many payments would they have received for children in their care? Like, how many children have they got in their care?
So that's in relation to 4,330 children.
4,330 children. Have you got a list of those that you can table?
I don't have a list of the 30 organisations.
Yes.
I don't have a list with me, but we can look to take that on.
That would be good. So since May 2022, has there been any change in the approved care organisations who are eligible to receive SPV payments for children in their care?
There would be changes in the organisations that are receiving FTB payments based on organisations applying and also the children that they have in that care at that time. There's been a change to policy arrangements.
Right. Do any of those approved care organisations, you said there were 30, have any of them been, did you have more than that? Have any been deemed ineligible and dropped off because of eligibility, or do they pretty much remain the same?
Well, there would be organisations that would stop being eligible if they did not have children eligible for FTB in their care.
Right, okay. And new ones in that financial year?
Like similarly, if there were organisations that had children coming to their care who became eligible, they may commence on payment at that point only.
Right. I'm just interested to understand this because of the number of children that are going into care and the servicing and the growth of organisations that are caring for them. So I'm pretty interested to understand about the growth of those organisations in the last few years, if you can provide something that gives me an indication of that.
Yeah, I would say there hasn't been a growth of organisations at all, but we can provide some information on that.
It's just more about the number of kids that they're actually...
Yeah, some new ones will come on as a child goes into care. Some will drop off as children. So, but as Mr. Peoples says, we haven't seen a major change to the overall numbers.
Okay. Do you keep any data on the number of children who are in those approved care organisations that are reunited with their parents or carers and therefore no longer receive the payment?
So when a child is reunited with their family and the family applies or reapplies for FTB, they will no longer, like the approved care organisation will no longer receive the payment. We can see what data we have on that on notice.
Right, okay. And just explain to me who's actually involved in that process in ensuring there is eyes on the rigour in which people are trying to reunite children with their families. I know that you deal with the money side and the program side of that, but I'm trying to understand if there's any interaction between those. So we see people moving off, we see a whole culture of reunification occurring along all of the supply chain.
So, Senator, you're interested in how well state governments are doing reunifications?
Yeah, I'm sort of interested in understanding how everybody connects up with that supply chain with the intent in the end to reunify their children. So there's a whole system culture of change and reunification.
I mean, I think
it's an unusual question, but
I think we will see what the payment data tells us, and you know, I would think that if a FTB payment ceases to be a approved care organisation, and then you see a change to a parent, that would probably be an indicator of reunification. But I think it'll be a limited window, but we can try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I would like to understand about some of the trends and whether children are remaining on approved care organisations for longer or shorter periods. Like what's actually going on in the ecosystem. I'm really interested to see where the touch points in which I can start to get a bit of an understanding about those things.
That the ROGS data, the Productivity Commission's ROGS data might provide a better insight, because that'll show state and territory. I think we have some window through that data on kids in residential settings versus other settings, but I'm not sure.
ROGS data? Is that what you're talking about?
Report on Government Services.
Right.
It's published in January each year.
Okay. All right. And how many children under the care of approved care organisations do you know are actually in juvenile justice centres, and how many are in non-government organisations? Did your system tell you that? Can you tell me that too?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Got some questions about the work bonus scheme. Very general questions in nature.
Yep.
A bit of a cough. Can I pass this to you? Sorry. I can give you the next one. No, hang on, I've got two left. I'll see if I can make it. Thank you. I'm wanting to ask how many age pension recipients have accessed the work bonus scheme since July 2022, and how that compares to a previous year.
We might need to take that on notice, I think, Senator, to do that over that period.
Okay. And how that uptake has increased following changes to the work bonus settings that were announced in 2022, and if so, how much has that changed? If you can do that on notice as well. What percentage of eligible age pension recipients have not utilised the work bonus? And what explanations does the department have for those people who just decide not to do it?
Yeah, we're happy to do that on notice. I think in terms of the explanation, it'll be difficult, given there's 2.7 million age pensioners, to draw definitive conclusions about why some of them are not choosing to work.
Okay. So I'm interested to understand how actual uptake compares with participation rates forecast at the time of the 2022-23 budget measures, and what is the demographic profile of age pension recipients? If you're going to take these on notice, if you think you're going to take a lot of these on notice, I can probably just...
I think we're going to take them all on notice, yeah.
Yep, I'll do that. Just keep an eye on mine, if you can bear with me for a minute. Military invalidity payments means testing bill 2024. Got a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like...
is this the Douglas, or is it the Douglas measure?
It says social service and other legislation amendment, military means testing in response to the Douglas decision.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Sorry, I'm a bit under the weather today. Is that legislation operating as intended?
As far as I know, yes. Yeah.
Yep.
It is.
Okay. And since the passing of that legislation, are veterans' invalidity benefits paid from the Defence Force Retirements and Death Benefits Scheme and Military Superannuation and Benefits Scheme now, are they taxed in accordance with the new law?
Well, that bill dealt with the way that they're treated for social security purposes. I think you'd have to go and ask Treasury in relation to the tax treatment of that.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of any questions, in terms of veterans who are contacting me saying that there's issues with Services Australia, I should take those questions obviously there.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the Social Security Administration Act, though, says that Section 8 states the DSS Secretary should have a process to monitor and evaluate program delivery with an emphasis on the impact of programs on social security recipients. What monitoring and evaluation activities has the department undertaken to ensure that Services Australia is implementing the legislation in accordance with its legislation and policy intent?
Well, I think I just referred to earlier answers about the ongoing dialogue we have with them at senior levels to both look at performance but also to identify areas where there might be misalignment between policy and legislation. That operates right across the social security system, including specific measures that might have been implemented in the last few years.
Okay. I think that is actually all I have. Thank you, Chair. Put those on notice.
One is done. And we will be moving to outcome 2, which is families and communities.
We want to have a 2-minute break.
In cross portfolio.
Do you want to suspend? Should we just have a stretching break?
We may suspend for just 5 minutes again. Thank you.
I was going to say, did you want to keep
Thank you. I now call officers from the Department of Social Services in relation to Outcome 2, Families and Communities and Cross Portfolio and Indigenous Matters, and invite questions. I would also invite or would like to welcome the Director of Australian Institute of Family Studies, Miss Liz Neville. Miss Neville.
We've got an acting director.
Okay.
Yeah. In Liz's place. Yeah.
Is there an opening statement? No.
No.
Okay. So the officers from the Institute of Family Studies, which I know Senator Roberts has a question for. I also welcome the Domestic Family Violence, Sexual Violence Commissioner, Miss Michaela Cronin. Ms Cronin, did you want to come to the desk? Do you have an opening statement that you would like to make?
No, Chair.
She's making her way.
Oh.
She may like to just join you at the desk. And also welcome the National Commissioner of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children, Young People, Miss Sue-Ann Hunter. I'm not sure if she has an opening statement you could note to us. And you may like to join us at the desk too, Miss Hunter. So I'm sure someone will have a question for you. I will now hand the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time this evening. Hopefully we won't keep you all night, or even to 11. My first questions are actually regarding the Commissioner, actually. So, when the DFSV Commission was announced in 2021, it was described as a body that would provide national leadership, drive accountability, coordinate across jurisdictions and oversee implementation of the National Plan. Do you agree that implementation oversight was a core part of the Commission's original purpose?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Commissioner Michaela Cronin. Thank you for the question. Yes, I would agree that that is part of the Commission's purpose and responsibility.
Excellent. So in practice today, does the Commission have the authority to direct agencies, require timely data and hold departments publicly accountable for delivery failure under the National Plan?
The Commission was established as a non-statutory body, as an executive body within the Department of Social Services. Mm-hmm. We do regularly request data from relevant agencies to inform our reporting and receive cooperation across the government for that.
Okay, so is there any areas that of the core oversight functions that you feel that you can't get access to?
Senator, one of our recommendations in our yearly report to Parliament last year was that in the Commission's view, it would be valuable to have greater powers and authority to request and compel data from some agencies. Having said that, as I said before, we have received cooperation around that.
Yeah. So the way you were structured when you initially set up, does that restrict the greater powers? Is that where the limitation is?
It doesn't restrict who we're able to ask information from. It may we weren't given powers as an independent body to compel data. No.
So we noticed that in the 2025 annual report, you recommended creating a new Commonwealth implementation and delivery oversight mechanism. So why do you think or believe that creating a separate oversight body is preferable to strengthening the existing Commission's own authority and statutory powers to fulfil its mandate?
Okay, so Commission, Senator, we recommended a number of things to act in concert together. One of them, as you've already referred to, is the increasing powers to the Commission itself to be able to gather information and data to report on the impact of the National Plan. We also recommended that there needs to be increased oversight and coordination to drive implementation at a national level. The Office for Women has been tasked with increased coordination across government already to do that, and they were both tasked with and received some additional funding to do that. So we recognise that they do currently have an enhanced coordination function. However, the Commission's, in our analysis of the progress of the National Plan, our view is that there is room for, as with all complex policy issues like this, really improved bringing together across portfolios. And I'm aware that that is being taken up by the relevant ministers, including the minister sitting at the table as part of the Women's Safety Ministers Council, to look at how that can be greater enhanced.
Okay, so we expect a new announcement, Minister? Not yet? Can't bring it up here? We could have had an exclusive. So you've identified that responding to domestic, family and sexual violence requires quarterly dashboards, whole of government visibility and consistent monitoring. Right now, are you able to provide quarterly dashboards to Cabinet, ensure domestic violence, DSF remains a priority access across secretaries, and coordinate agencies to deliver consistent action? It's been a long day.
Senator, we really welcomed when National Cabinet made domestic, family and sexual violence one of its top 6 priorities. And as you've pointed out, what we recommended was that there needed to be a consistent dashboard reporting to National Cabinet. That wouldn't be the Commission's responsibility to do that. That would be through, and Cabinet have tasked the Women's Ministers and Women's Safety Ministers Council with reporting, and they do report to Cabinet on the progress against the plan.
So is there any powers or tools that you're missing from your perspective that could enhance what you are able to report on?
Senator, as we've said, our report does recommend that we would be able to serve government and the community better in really keeping an eye on progress and ensuring that government is able to drive the progress that it's committed to, and that we have cross-parliament commitment to, if the Commission could really compel data more successfully.
Okay. So without those compulsion powers that you've recommended, do all departments and agencies comply in a timely manner to requests from the Commission for data? It's always an issue.
It is always an issue for everybody. One of the things that, Senator, we have really tried to build, because the Commission is, as you said, it's a new body, and we're getting everybody used to reporting in a way that is developing over time. So we've tried to work very collaboratively across portfolios and across jurisdictions to ensure that we are not increasing the burden of reporting, because what we often hear from frontline services is if we ask a whole set of different questions, then it ends up being them that has to provide the extra information. So we're trying to align our reporting with existing reporting, so that it is most effective in informing government strategic policy.
Okay. That makes sense. So obviously you don't sort of keep records of who hasn't reported in times at this point in the early stages of the Commission.
That's right.
Down the track, I would expect that you would develop some sort of reporting mechanism for where there are lengthy delays or not being responded to.
Absolutely, and that's a very good characterisation. We are building that reporting process at the moment, and it will mature over time. And over time, we will become able to be clearer about where we're just not able to get the data and information we need from, and we would be including that in our yearly report.
Is there any, at this early stage, are there any that you have got concerns about at this point, or is that still too early?
Senator, one of the things I would say, so no particular agency, no. Fundamentally we've had really collaborative responses. One of the things that has been tricky is where we're trying to gather and compare data across jurisdictions when they're counting different things. So if I had a concern, that would be it. That if we're really going to understand where interventions and investment is having an impact, we need to be able to compare apples with apples, not oranges. And at the moment, I think everybody recognises that's tricky.
Okay, that makes sense. But obviously it will be interesting to monitor that going forward at future budget estimates as well.
And we will be reporting on that, Senator.
Yeah, excellent. Just on a different topic, the 2025 annual report doesn't reference problem gambling as a contributing factor to domestic violence. So I was just Notice that it mentions alcohol 13 times and drugs 8 times, but gambling isn't mentioned once. This is despite ANRO's research in 2020 showing a clear link between problem gambling and the perpetration of domestic violence. So why was gambling not mentioned anywhere in the 2025 annual report, given the strong evidence linking it to domestic violence?
Senator, one of the things that we really tried to focus on in terms of the yearly report last year was drawing on other inquiries and reports and their recommendations. So we very strongly supported throughout the report. You will have noticed the recommendations of the rapid review, and there is a recommendation in that around gambling. I would agree. One of the reasons there was a focus on alcohol in this report. So it's the omission of a recommendation about that doesn't mean that we wouldn't support we would absolutely support the rapid review. I was one of the co-chairs of the rapid review recommendations. The focus on alcohol was very much because that's what we had been hearing from our stakeholders as one of the things that they wanted us to be amplifying and talking about.
Yeah. So it obviously wasn't a deliberate exclusion? It was
No,
just
it wasn't a deliberate
exclusion.
exclusion.
Okay. So did the Minister or her office have opportunity to provide input, edit or remove content from the 2025 annual report before publication?
No, Senator. We provided embargoed copies to a number of relevant agencies, no surprises, but nobody, that was very clearly on a briefing basis, and there was no editing or changing or any suggestion that there would be.
Yep, excellent, thank you for that. Maybe this year we'll have a bit more of a focus on gambling. So just on my final topic from Senator Kovacic. This is relating to an article that was actually, I think, in the Sydney Morning Herald, but it just highlighted the concerns that we had back then, but it's still actually very relevant. This was, I think, it was originally raised for the last lot of estimates, which is why it's coming up now. On the 1st and the 2nd of December last year, the Sydney Morning Herald reported on deeply disturbing cases of technology-facilitated abuse, including AI-generated rape and torture imagery targeting women, and the weaponisation of smart card technology to control, track and intimidate partners. Given the serious issues raised in that reporting, I just wanted to understand what the visibility the Commission has over these emerging forms of harm.
Completely agree, and it is very much, Senator, something we again hear from stakeholders. In fact, have been having very regular, and it is increasing in terms of the issues that people are raising with us in terms of concern. So I would concur with, and it's a very good question. We work closely in collaboration with the E-Safety Commissioner, and there was that piece of work we did in partnership with them, that launch. They are really leading in this space, and we work to support that work, both in providing them insights that we receive from our stakeholders, receiving briefings from them about the work that they do. So they are very much, I think, the Safety Commission is leading in this space very well.
So on that basis then, have you been formally briefed on reports detailing AI-generated deepfake abuse and the weaponisation of smart card technology in the domestic and family
So
violence?
when that piece that you're referring to was published, then yes, I did receive a briefing from them.
And who was that by?
E-Safety Commission.
E-Safety, I thought it would be. Are you seeking any further advice in light of the reporting or following on from that briefing?
We are keeping a really close watching brief on that. It is very much part of our advice to government, which is part of our tasking around strategic advice to government around that it very much needs to be picked up in the second action plan to implement the national plan, that this is a growing and emerging and always evolving form of domestic family violence and sexual violence, and we need to keep a very close eye on it.
So you said that you've had briefing from the E-Safety Commissioner, and that was early December, I'm assuming, sort of soon after that?
Yes.
There's no one else that you've sought briefing from other providers or police or...
So I have talked with, in fact, that's who I was talking with, the Australian Federal Police Commissioner yesterday. I was trying to remember who it was this week that I'd been talking to, and it was, so I talked with the AFP about it. We are working and talking to them about how we can collectively respond better.
Okay.
The other thing I would add to that, Senator, is we regularly engage with each of the state peak bodies, so the sector peak bodies across domestic, family and sexual violence, and receive briefings about what they are hearing and seeing on the ground.
Right, excellent. So just relating to the E-Safety Commission, they have said that connected car coercive control represents the next seatbelt moment for the automotive sector. Has the Commission engaged with the E-Safety Commissioner, the Department of Industry or automotive manufacturers about safety by design standards to prevent the misuse described in the Sydney Morning Herald reporting?
One of the things that we have been advocating very strongly across all government portfolios is the use of safety by design principles in every policy service that government develops, and both retrospectively but also looking forward, thinking about any new, because what we know and what we hear all the time is that every new service offering product, the clever ways that people think to abuse and cause harm and weaponise those is horrifying, and we all collectively need to get better at how do we preempt that. And our view and the recommendation in our report, and what we've talked a lot about, is that the best way to do that is to talk to the people who those services or products will be weaponised against. So people with lived experience their perspectives need to be built into policy and service design from the outset.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, even from government requirements when people are importing things from overseas vehicles and stuff. So hopefully that will be something that you work closely with the government on improving. The Sydney Morning Herald also reported that more than 20,000 frontline workers accessed e-safety support service in the past year, a volume reflecting how unprepared services feel in responding to these complex cases. Is the Commission concerned about frontline capability to respond to technology-facilitated abuse, including AI deepfakes and connected car coercive control?
I think so. I'm aware, and I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the Safety Commissioner, but I'm aware that part of their strategy was to, as that service grows, was really to focus on how to upskill the workforce. And again, one of the things that we recommended in our last yearly report was that there is a real need to have a workforce strategy to look at how do we upskill not only the domestic, family and sexual violence workforce, but all of the adjacent workforces, so health, education, police, about the way that services, systems, product are weaponised. Not necessarily to become experts, but to know as part of their risk assessment what questions to ask, what to look for, because it is going to be ever kind of evolving and changing. So upskilling workforces so that they are aware that those risks exist and where they can then refer people onto. So how can they connect someone that might raise an issue of something they're worried about or that is happening to them to an appropriate service.
So with that, all that training and the upskilling, has that been something that you've recommended through to the government for, to provide that additional training or funding for technology-facilitated abuse support service?
Workforce training is very much is one of the priority recommendations that we would make. It's really probably in the top 3 or 4 of the recommendations we would make, is that upskilling across all adjacent workforces is critical.
Yeah, excellent. And just on the meetings that you've had previously, and obviously the e-safety, the AFP, have you actually met with the Department of Industry or any of the automotive manufacturers about the systems?
No, Senator, I don't think anyone from my team has met with. Again, we would let the Safety Commission lead on that piece of work because they've got deep expertise in that area.
Okay. And just a final question, Minister, just in regard to funding for that sort of the level of training and upskilling that's going to be required, that's been raised by the Commissioner, is that something that you've looked at, especially in preparation for budget this year?
These are matters we keep under constant review. The majority of the funding we've put in, I think it had taken so long for me to speak, my mic was turned off. that most of the funding that we put through goes through to the states and territories, and so we have the national plan which guides a lot of the decision making through that. But yes, of course, Commissioner Cronin's work and her team's work is very important for both Minister Plibersek and myself as we work through next steps.
Okay, so with the funding that's provided for the national plan, would there be sufficient funding, do you believe, in there for this upskilling that's required?
Well, again, I mean, we work in partnership with the states and territories who work with their sector that delivers a lot of the frontline services. So, you know, I mean, part of the work that's been done is to make sure that the investment going in is meeting the needs of those local jurisdictions. So, you know, it's something that we have under constant review.
Okay. We'll look forward to monitoring that over coming estimates, but thank you very much for your time. That's my question.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Could I have the Australian Institute of Family Studies, please? Thank you for attending and good evening. I know it's late, well, getting late, but so I'll be fairly quick and you'll see why in a little while. This is the first opportunity to catch up with you since, I think, December, wasn't it? Senate estimates for December?
Correct, Senator, and Catherine Anderson, Acting Director. We didn't get the pleasure of meeting in December, though, a little bit earlier.
Well, now we've had the pleasure. In those estimates, I raised issues around the wording of information around suicide on your website, which appeared to minimise the significance of male suicide. I note shortly afterwards the page was reworded to remove the inappropriate wording, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I raised a report from the Australian Institute of Family Studies and it was not available to be found by your staff. The reason we tracked it down, the reason as it turned out was because it was a joint report that you prepared for the Victorian Police and only available on their website. That's why. So my apologies for that. I'm going to table, Chair, a page from that report. Thank you. A page from the report summary, which includes a link to the full report, which was too long to print. We've got 10 copies there. The topic was false sexual assault allegations. The report is titled Challenging Misconceptions About Sexual Offending, Creating an Evidence-Based Resource for Police and Legal Practitioners. I'll leave questions around the report to the next estimates to allow time to have an informed witness present in May. So moving on, just one question really. Can I clarify what figure you use for the rate of false allegations of sexual assault by women against men?
So, Senator, if I can just clarify, in terms of the figures that you're referring to, which publication specifically?
Well, no, I just want to know what figure you use for the rate of false allegations of sexual assault by women against men. What do you say it is?
So if you're referring to the 2024 report around the myths and misconceptions, where we had the figure in there of 5%, that I think it was the one that you're referring to at the time. And that figure was based on 7 studies, a meta-analysis. There was a range of different methods that were employed in that. We put some caveats and hence how we came up with the figure. That's the figure, the only figure that I'm aware of that you're referring to.
Okay, I'll address that too in May and we'll circulate papers in advance.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for attending.
Oh, thank you, Senator Roberts.
Short and simple.
Yes, 3 minutes. I think we're returning to Senator Little.
No, that's it. She reckons she'll finish with her about the annual report, your annual report. Your report states that 68% of the 131 measures in the performance management measurement plan currently cannot be measured due to lack of data sources. Can I ask, how do you give consideration to the government's claim
of progress towards the national plan's goals when 2/3 of the data is not informing those things that should be measurable?
Senator, thank you for the question. It is very important to be looking at what it is that we are measuring and where we are able to gather data from to adequately make an assessment about progress. That is something that we raised as a matter of concern. We are aware that the department and across government are working to look to and have articulated in their reporting that is a matter of priority to identify data sources to measure those things and to collectively look at, and it's one of the things we recommend needs to be looked at as part of the second action plan, that we have very clear baselines in terms of what are the things that we are going to be measuring to be able to ensure that the effort is having the impact that we all collectively want it to have.
Right. Critical elements of the National Plan's implementation architecture, i.e. the evaluation strategy and the information development plan, are still listed as under development. What is the specific timeline for their delivery and why are they not already in place 3 years into the plan?
I think that's, yes, the question for the department.
Senator Corey McKenzie, the Deputy Secretary, I'll just call my colleague to the table. But just ahead of her coming, there are, as you will have seen, and particularly reflected on the department's website and then the AIHW website, the reporting and monitoring frameworks are progressively being developed. So the outcomes framework, the performance monitoring plan are in place. We're now regularly publishing and updating against those. So they're kind of ongoing updates, not just the major updates. And that includes also the most recent December activities addendum that I know you're aware of in terms of tracking progress against the implementation of the actions under the national plan. Yeah. So the most recent update of that was in December last year. And that included a range of new reports, to your point, Senator, to make sure that that we are sharing information very broadly about progress and work underway on the national plan, but also progressively building measurement of the impact that that's having across the domains. There's a range of work underway on developing the evaluation, which you've identified. Ms. Lutz, do you want to talk about?
Senator. Anna Lutz, Group Manager, Family Safety. The governance arrangements that were published at the end of last year also talk to evaluation and monitoring. So that's outlined there. There are a number of different evaluation mechanisms which I've talked about previously in different estimate hearings. And we actively monitor and evaluate at I think last time, Senator, I talked about 3 different levels, but certainly in that governance framework we've explained how evaluation of the plan overall comes together. Just in terms of measurement, there are the 6 national targets agreed across states and territories, so as you know, the national plan's all governments.
The Commission recommends a national funding mapping framework because there is no current visibility of actual DFSV expenditure across all jurisdictions. As you know, the plans don't line up, let alone the funding. How much of the $4.7 billion package announced in 2024 has actually reached frontline services?
Senator, the $4.7 billion package announced at the 6 September National Cabinet involved a few different elements. Some of that was the National Justice Access Partnership. I always get the name wrong, apologies. And so I can give you a breakdown on a notice about how much of that went to frontline family, domestic and sexual violence services. But it was a combination of different elements, and some of that sits in Attorney General's.
I'm interested in understanding, we know that women experiencing intimate partner or family violence face $50,000 more in lifetime health costs. What work is being done to understand how to respond to that level of trauma over that period?
Thank you. We are starting to think about what is the second action plan, which you'll be aware of, Senator, and looking at policy levers across different systems, really important, including health, education, employment, and the different responses across those systems that we can look at. We do have different services embedded in health and other services to help with recovery, and states and territories deliver quite a number of different services in that context.
You know, your yearly report identified a critical gap for young people aged 15 to 17 who are too old for child protection and too young for adult refuges. How many unaccompanied children in this age group do you understand, or can you probably don't have an exact number, but I've had people ring my office who are young people raising this as an issue about where do we go. What's being done in terms of identifying that cohort that is essentially not silent but certainly invisible?
Thank you, Senator. It's an incredibly important question, and we're certainly, like you, very aware of the experience of children and young people who have experienced family violence, and including homelessness, for example, arising from that violence. As Ms Lutz says, that is I think we're also anticipating that's a very significant focus of work through the second action plan, particularly looking at the experience of children and young people. I would just say as well that there are a range of existing supports. Some of them were raised in the conversation in relation to outcome 1 about income supports available for young people who are unable to live at home, for example, as well. So I think the work is very much about focusing on how we can bring together efforts that do exist to better support children and young people, and particularly, as you say, older adolescents who aren't able to live at home, for example.
Right. So how are we going to get them engaged in this discussion so they're actually being heard at the state territory level?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yeah.
So I think that issue, Senator, around how do we ensure that they are both their voices are being heard and their experiences are being taken into consideration in policy and service design is really important. And one of the things that we've recommended, and we actually held a roundtable at the end of last year. So the last year's ANRO's conference had a really strong focus on children and young people's experiences, voices, evidence of practice that's working. And as part of the development of that conference, they brought together a group of children and young people, and we convened a roundtable with them and a reference group that we've had established that Minister Plibersek and Assistant Minister Carney both attended and listened to those children and young people's perspectives. We recommended that an ongoing task force, and we will be looking at how we can ensure that that kind of a mechanism happens across this year. And we are very much in conversation with the department about how we can support children and young people's voices being central to the development of the second action plan.
And Senator, I might just add to the Commissioner's response there as well. A number of the jurisdictions, the states and territories, also have existing mechanisms and groups and functions that specifically relate to hearing the voices of people with lived experience, including children and young people. And so, as Ms Lutz was saying, this is obviously shared work with states and territories. And so, as the Commissioner was saying as well, drawing on those inputs will continue to be really important.
Yeah, I'm happy. Probably 10 minutes. 20 minutes, 10 minutes? Yep. Can never do that. Yeah, we're going to be doing this. Yep.
Sorry.
I'm just wanting to understand your perspective, and sorry, Commissioner Hunter, I didn't actually see you sitting there when I first came in. Just want to ask a question about, we've got the national plan, which you've been looking at very closely. We've now seen the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander standalone action plan. I noticed that for the rate of prevalence of violence in Aboriginal communities and Torres Strait Islander communities, the target, the ambition is for 50% reduction by 2030, which in terms of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander action plan means, I mean, the line-up, there's just no line-up with these plans, right? It's really quite clear. So in terms of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan, essentially it doesn't line up with that because it gives them 4 years to get there, and that's just not going to happen. I think we can pretty safely say that. How do we actually get some sort of alignment of the plans, the delivery of the money, the line-up of the line-up of services that help people to transition, because they're not going to always want the same level of service and intervention? I'm just at a bit of a loss as to how we actually try and get this all tied together. I don't know who
are you directing that question to, Senator?
I don't know, because I think you've all got an answer to this, but it just seems like we've got this ambitious target. That plan doesn't really line up with that. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan doesn't really talk to that.
I'm going to start, Senator, and I think the Commissioner may add. It's really important, and I think certainly the government has been very clear that we need to ensure that we have a very clear focus and target across both plans. But there is obviously very significant work that needs to be coherent for people using services supported through those plans, and there needs to be coherence and complementarity about the way those are delivered and used. I think I would also add that the work of the Commonwealth, States and Territories under Safe and Supported, both Safe and Supported and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan are also relevant to some of the services and the people who need to access those supports as well. While the timeframes, so while having distinct plans is very important for clarity and to make sure that there is appropriate focus for different groups of people, the work to progress implementation of those very much needs to be done together. Those are predominantly done through action planning and implementation, and certainly I know Minister Plibersek has been very focused on trying to make sure that that work is very complementary and connected, and that's a part of the way of working not only within the department and the Commonwealth, but also with states and territories, and also through shared decision-making forums as well.
What I would add, Senator, is that I think your point about the number of plans we have across portfolios and across jurisdictions is a well-made point, and as Ms Mackenzie has said, the importance of alignment and the opportunity and alignment of those is actually something that I feel very optimistic about this year. We have a number of plans that are being currently reviewed. And there is a real will, I think, with having had National Cabinet make this one of the top priorities, to bring those plans into alignment to get better outcomes so we can get things to people on the ground. Having said that, on the one hand being optimistic, on the other hand it will take a great deal of work to do that. I met with the ACT Minister yesterday, Minister Patterson, and they are in the process of finalising a 10-year plan themselves. So jurisdictions, we've got lots of moving parts, and aligning is a complex piece of work that what I am observing is a great deal of will. We've just got to get aligned and do the work.
Thanks. You can keep going. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, do you want to do that one question and then, or do you want to bring that back?
Oh, we can go back after break.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
We are going to suspend for the dinner break now, and we will resume at 7:30.